what Ross is playing in Modern, but I'll leave this for a surprise for
Mhm.
everybody at home. But I heard some really funny team names yesterday, and I don't know the name of this team just yet. So hopefully, Honorog has that name. But one of the team names yesterday that really caught my ear, and I thought that was hilarious. They called themselves the Ghosts of SCG's Past, and I was like, this also plays well here for this team.
Yeah, just, overall, you and I have a lot of experience in the team sort of settings, and
Oh,
it's
that is this team. Okay, okay.
you and I have a lot of experience in team events, as you mentioned, and it's just overall a fun time. So just between, here we even have like team slides, and you get to name your team, but just the overall camaraderie, and when you're done with your match, like everyone already like kind of knows what happened, so you can start to like decompress a little bit sooner. You don't have to go out and find your friends, and it's just overall a good time. Like I think having a good mix of team events and individual events is really good, but with the right mix, I think the team events are just what everyone looks forward to.
Yeah, these are my favorite events, especially from like the old SCG Tour days. In fact, this team here, again, the team of Ross Merriam, Harlan Fuhr, and Dan Jessup, I have multiple top eights of multiple players from this. I have, I think, at least two with Harlan as teammates, and I think I have like 6 or 7 with Ross. I've never played with Dan, though we've talked about it multiple times, and because we both had I think we both had the record for a while of most top eights without a win on tour, and then he had to go and win like 2 in a row and run that for us because we had that together. But it looks like
Oh,
we're gonna get down into the end of the action here. It looks like we're gonna be starting in Legacy with Harlan versus Patrick Gibbs.
yeah. So we have Harlan listed as four color control with the asterisk next to his name because he's going to be a part of, as Tana mentioned, the team we're going to be following. So the four color control decks can be a lot of different shades of control, but I feel like a lot of them end up being rooted in maybe like Uro and just using the overall like power blue sort of stuff. So the punter brainstorm and being able to find the correct answers. And we see the source of plowshares on turn one on Elvish Reclaimer.
So it does look like he's playing against one of the lands variants, probably something like Naya lands or whatever that we've been seeing be pretty popular lately. This is vintage Harlan for anybody who knows him or knows the kind of decks that he leans towards in Legacy. If you're a Legacy guy, it's mostly referred to as blue soup. A lot of people call these decks. They're just it's like the Delver deck without Delver, and then like they add colors and just put in some more controlling cards.
Yeah, so it's really interesting to see how Harlan chose to build his deck for this event because that kind of dictates how he's able to play against a strategy like lands, where normally you would probably be more prepared for the delvers of the world. So
Yeah.
here we see an end of turn Coatl. So just kind of continuing to cantrip, getting through the cards, and trying to just see what can I present to be able to stop Patrick from kind of assembling the combo or ways of getting ahead in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're a four-color fan in Modern, this looks a lot like it so far here in Legacy, until we got to Brainstorm, obviously. But yeah, love the aggressive brainstorms early. Like this game is either going to go very long or end very, very soon. And Harlan looking for something to do with his mana and make some extra land drops here, making sure he's not susceptible to dying to. You assume you're going to get Merit Laged in this matchup when you see the 2 cards from your opponent that you've seen so far. And this brainstorm is going to be able to do both of those. From not only does it get some lands, but it finds him a Stoneforge Mystic, which goes and gets Uazam's Jitte.
So one thing that's really interesting for me in this type of matchup is how you're able to try to pair cards with your Force of Wills because a lot of your blue cards end up being cantrip cards like the Quaddle and play, the Brainstorm that was played previously. So when you're Force of Willing, I think you feel more inclined to just pitch other Force of Wills, but besides that, it's a very difficult decision.
Yeah, it's a tight line to walk, right? In Legacy, it's like Force of Will is probably the most sacred of sacred cows in Legacy, besides Brainstorm itself, the card you mentioned, and using that card correctly, I find is both of those cards are probably the 2 hardest cards used correctly and are the most rewarding when you do. I think this is a pithing needle that's being led off of Patrick here.
Yeah, so I wonder what that can name. So it could be Wasteland,
Right. So
or
this is
or
Cloud Post. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought for a second this was going to be something like a Merit Lage, but we're seeing a lot of green mana here from Patrick. So let's get that updated for everybody at home. There you go. Sorry about that.
It could also be possible that it might name Stoneforge Mystic, being worried about a card like Haldra
Mhm.
Complete in hand, just presenting a faster clock with no posts in play already for the 12 post player. They're kind of just they need to bide their time before they can really ramp up here.
Yeah, and so that's an interesting one too. I was like kind of wondering what it would name because you don't see Jitte usually get the first target from Stoneforge Mystic out of these decks. Usually it's something like Cauldron Complete or a Batter Skull or something like that. So it does look like Jitte was the one named, but that does look like it's going to be a prismatic ending, taking care of the Pithing Needle and getting in a little damage for Harlan here. The clock not super fast, but it's gonna get faster when this Jitte gets in play.
Yeah, it could also be possible that the Stoneforge Mystic is going to put in a Batter Skull. If it was Culture Complete, we probably have seen it this turn. So, just um, just trying to gauge that. I do like Patrick playing all these different fours. It's kind of just a fun, unique touch, but all these nice full art lands.
Hmm. It's always tilting for me. If you ever want to mess with me playing Magic, play a bunch of mismatching lands. It'll get to me every time. I'm one of those people. It just makes it easier on me myself to get through games where all my stuff looks the same if I can. And I try to avoid it for myself. So when my opponents do it, it's a nice free roll for your opponent to be able to mess with you. I'm glad you like it because it's one of the things that gets to me.
Well, for me, I actually when they do it, I start to write down every art land that they play. That way,
Of
when they
course you
play
do.
different
Yeah.
ones, yeah, I know. Like if I look at their hand, or even during the game while they're thinking, I would write down here like,
Mhm.
oh, like Theros, like forest, and then like
Mhm.
Japanese forest.
Yeah, it's from the new Kamigawa set, I believe, is
Yep.
the other one, yeah. And then that's which unset is that one? Is that unhinged? I believe at the
No,
top.
no, it's unstable. It's the one
That's
that has like
unstable.
all.
Okay,
It's
right,
it pays homage to all three of the previous unsets.
right. God, you're on your unsets. That's one of the gaps in my knowledge. Like I know that the lands came from there, but I can't tell you like which one's which individually. Like which one was unglued, which one was unhinged. Kind of stuff. So.
Okay, I might have still gotten it wrong. I
Mhm.
mean, okay, so we see the Jite connecting as you mentioned earlier. So that really ups the clock, and then it could also allow Harlan to deal with maybe another follow-up reclaimer. So what's cool about that is you might be able to use future brainstorms in a way such that Jite can check some of the cards that you might have to answer previously. Oh, unsanctioned. That was right. See, unstable was the one before unsanctioned.
And then
Unsanctioned.
what's the new one coming out in like a month?
Unfinity.
Infinity. That's right. That's a great name, by the way.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the new duels in that one as well, or the new Shocklands. But so we see that the Patrick is kind of developing his mana base here. It's the second Cloud Post in play. So each one of those is going to tap for 2 mana now. So you have Vesuva hanging out in his hand. So in a minute, he's going to really ramp up the mana, and those Force of Will is going to be put to the test Harlan Fury here. I really like that you pointed out earlier, when we saw this is a crop rotation happened from as well, so there might be a ton of mana in play actually here on the next round. Let's see what Patrick's going to go ahead and get here, or if this resolves. Harlan may want to fight here. It looks like the last two cards from Sand are going to get used. That is a Force of Will pitching a Snapcaster Mage to stop the crop rotation.
But with that, it looks like Patrick will have. Well, they can do whatever they want the following turn.
Hmm.
So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens from here. Another crop rotation. So that's able to get either Cloud Post or Vesuva. And I think Patrick also has a Glimmer Post in hand. So this clock might be just slightly off. So let's see. We have 3 from the creatures in play plus 4 from the Jite 7. So it doesn't exactly change the clock, but definitely not dead over 2 turns so far.
That's
Oh,
another
wow.
crop. This is the third crop rotation this turn. Is
Are
it?
we gonna see some Eldrazi?
I would
That's
assume
my favorite
so.
part.
Yeah, so there's going to be no green mana left over for Patrick here. I would assume that he has one of the big payoffs in his hand here.
Yeah, and it won't be Primeval Titan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here comes I. Okay, so here's the funny thing. He doesn't actually have to have it this turn.
Mhm.
Since he has I now, he can actually gain a bunch of life like you were talking about, which is a really good point. And the fact that he can gain a bunch of life off of the Locust land to give himself some extra time to be able to activate I of Ugin, a card banned in other formats, and then use it to go get, a big old spaghetti monster and play it in this game. Because
Yeah,
I think his hand is 2 more lands.
yeah, right. So it's Glimmer Post to gain the life, and Vesuva to copy the Glimmer Post to gain more life, which is pretty good. Or you could copy the Cloud Post if you need that much mana. But
I don't think he's gonna need that much yet. At this point, I think we're getting to the point where they're gonna be tapping for 4 each. That should be enough, unless he's trying to cast original Emrakul, which I don't. I haven't. looked at the most recent 12 post list, but I don't think they've changed much in the last, couple of years. There haven't been any new Eldrazi printed.
Yeah, when Patrick was thumbing through the deck, you could see the original Emrakul in it. So that's the it should be pretty sweet if that's able to come down. But Harlan's kind of just trying to figure out how to pace this game. So I do like this sort of pace of play. You saw that earlier on, like the early Coatl and the brainstorm of Stoneforge Mystic. Like it was just pretty quick. But here it's like, okay, this is the part where the decisions are going to get made, and I really need to just take my time. So you kind of buy yourself some of that time by playing your routine turns a little bit faster.
Yeah, you could always appreciate the way Harlan plays the game of Legacy. He plays, like you're saying, extremely quickly and confidently
Mhm.
until the turn where like something complicated's happening or the harder turns, and then you see him, slow down like you saw this turn. It's something I could really appreciate in this format, especially as someone who sat next to him and played this format and had to ask for help multiple times. There's the Cauldron Complete we actually mentioned earlier. Interesting thing, if that had happened earlier in the game, what would this game look like? Since Cauldron Complete probably would have been able to attack multiple times this game.
Yeah. So what my guess is Harlan had to decide what to do with Stoneforge Mystic pretty early. I think they might have thought that Patrick was on Elves
Yeah,
instead,
right. That's what I
leaving
was
on the
thinking.
Forest
Yeah.
Reclaimer. Yeah.
Mhm.
So who's on that token? You know that one?
That is that Anderson Leclerc and his fiance?
Oh, I could see that. Oh, that's
I
fantastic.
think that is, which is a new one I saw on Twitter recently. Anderson and his fiance, not only amazing people, what an amazing custom token. I think that's from Inkland Customs as well. Make sure you check out her stuff. She's awesome.
Yeah.
Free hashtag free ad.
I need the SCG grinder like packet of tokens. Like
Mhm.
I don't really have any of these, but every time I see them, I'm always impressed.
I recently was like reorganizing my Magic collection to find some cards that I needed, and I found the section I had of like all the from what was it, about 5 years ago now,
Mhm.
where they first came out, and I have the whole gauntlet. I have like everybody.
Oh wow.
I walked over one day, I was like, yeah, just give me one of everything.
Yeah, it's funny because you don't know how much of an impact that sort of decision would have on you later on in your life. But now when you're thumbing through your collection, it just like has all these memories associated with it, which is super awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I miss it. As these players are taking their time to get through this turn or two. Yeah, it's something we chat about. It does look like the Cauldron Complete does get in some damage here. Glimmer Post did come down to buy some time for Patrick, but is it going to be enough for him to be able to get a threat to play? I see a Source of Plowshares in Harlan's hand, so while the Eldrazi will probably get off one of the cast triggers, that'll be good. I don't know if it's going to be good enough because he has a removal spell left over here to help clean up.
Right. So if it's Emrakul, you get to take the extra turn, but you don't have quite enough time to be able to do some sort of Emrakul loops or anything like that. And with only Annihilator, only Annihilator
Right.
6, that would probably be lethal on the swing back.
Yeah, and Harlan hovering around 17 as long as he stays at 16, because we see the fetch here. Going to 15 would be scary, but staying at a high enough light total that he can just face an attack from Emrakul, I think, is one of the ones. Is this all right? So this is not enough to kill Patrick. Let's see what he goes down to. So it was an attack for what, 11, 12, I think 13 there. And you see Patrick rub his hands together. He's like, all right, let's do this. So we had
Yeah.
Eye of Ugin activation.
So let's see. So total in play, we have each of the cloud posts makes 4. So 4, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's already 15 with the mana in play if you want to cast an Eldrazi. So you can look for Emrakul, cast Emrakul, then you can play the Vesuva in your hand and copy a Cloud Post. And then that doesn't give you enough extra mana to activate the Eye that turn, but you can activate Eye on the bonus turn that you get. So then they each make 5 mana after that, and you would have 4 Cloud Posts. So that would be 20, 21. 21 minus 7 is 14.
14. Yeah.
But you would have a land drop on that turn as well. So in theory, you could play Emrakul every turn if it were to say get countered or something like that.
Mhm.
But the real problem just seems to be that if you just have the one Emrakul and you attack, you still you still die on the swing back. And I don't believe they play 2 Emrakuls. If you play 2 Emrakuls and you had the extra land drop, you would be able to just keep on playing Emrakul every turn. So it'll be interesting to see where Patrick's able to go to from here.
Yeah, I'm glad you did all the math. It's way too early in the morning for me to be doing that kind of math in my head. But it does
Yeah,
look
no,
like OG Emrakul was the pick. Go ahead.
so on your teams of past, would you just say, Ross, hey, can you look at this board? Say how much mana do they have?
Yeah. Well, don't forget the Eldrazi cost 2 less as well, as
Mhm.
long as I is in play, so that does kind of factor into the math. And you saw a little bit of the team aspect coming into play there. It looked like Patrick was getting a confirmation from his buddy, from one of his teammates. Hey, what's going on here? Something that I've done a lot myself. Especially when like the penultimate turns come up, the most important turns of the game. You're like, hey, look, just this is most of what I would say to Ross because I was usually sitting next to him, and I'd be like, hey, just let's make sure I'm not an idiot here. Can you double check my math real quick? And Ross, he's always down to double check the math. So it does look like he's going to copy the Glimmer post here.
Still a little bit less mana on the bonus turn, but maybe able to get out of range. It depends on what the Annihilator is able to get rid of. But here, each of the cloud posts is now making 5 mana. So here is 15 floating 2.
Trigger. I'd like to take an extra turn. How many times have you survived an Emrakul attack? I've got to be one of the higher numbers in the history of
Yeah,
competitive Magic.
I'm
I've
definitely
survived a
not.
lot of them.
I'm definitely not as high as you, but I would say that maybe the answer is like 4. I have survived 4 Eldrazi conscription attacks in one
Oh
game
wow,
and like old extended against Ben and Friedman. That's like one of my claims
I
to
remember
fame.
those days.
Yeah.
Extended, wow, the bygone format.
Yeah, it was when it was called like, or is the equivalent of like double standard. That was
Right.
pretty fun.
That was back when we had modern, and it was the modern of what is modern now, and it actually did rotate, which was God, it was a weird format.
Okay, so I think Patrick picked up Expedition Map, and if that's true, I believe they have enough mana to get Caracas and then Caracas back Emrakul, and then be able to cast it and just take infinite turns.
And so you see Harlan doing the dance here. He's got to sacrifice 6 permanents here, so he needs to leave himself enough to present lethal and possibly cast a spell next turn. My days of Emrakul were back from when it was mostly Sneak and Show was really popular, and we were playing a lot of young Pyromancer and Delver decks. So you would just sacrifice as many elemental tokens as you could,
Yep.
and you just hope that you were at 16.
Okay, so Harlan has a setup such that if Patrick does literally nothing, Harlan still has lethal on the way back, which definitely makes sense. Um, but Patrick just making sure the math and everything.
Yep, so we're in the extra turn now. So it does look like he's going to activate Eye of Ugin.
Okay, interesting. So maybe they don't have access to Croc. Oh, okay.
And
This just does the
that's
same thing.
Yeah, that's going to do the same thing because this is just good old fashioned Ulamog, which for 10 mana, which he only has to tap 2 lands for. Yeah, you heard it right. These lands tap for 5. That's going to be able to exile on cast 2 more permanents from Harlan, and Harlan's going to either be left with no mana or no permanents other than lands, and either one of those roads is going to lead to victory here for Patrick Gibbs in game one. This is one of the best parts about playing the deck 12 post in this format is it's always been a harder matchup for the blue soup-ish type decks. Like I remember when Miracles was really popular, thinking of like, our co-caster who you'll be hearing later today, Joe Lossett, played it a lot. He used to, joke about it. Someone was playing this deck in the tournament, he would run into them every time and he could just never win the matchup.
Yeah, I always wondered if that was part of why he likes playing Venser so much, because it's like that gives
Give him an
you like
out.
yeah, like if you assemble like Venser with Caracas, you can just bounce their land every turn, and in
Mhm,
theory they stop at that much mana, and then maybe you can use your Force of Wills more
mhm.
aggressively. Like I wonder how much that's like some sort of cycle that happened. But one thing I always like to analyze is the difference between these, as you mentioned, blue soup decks versus the Delver variants. So sure, you're not playing Delver of Secrets, so you get certain advantages. Like your cards are a little bit better. You're playing the Stoneforge Mystics and Coatls and cards that kind of replace themselves. Whereas I guess at its best, Delver of Secrets is 1 mana True Name Nemesis. Like it just never gets answered, and it's able to just like deal 3 every turn. But especially in a matchup like this, where you don't have access to 4 wastelands and your deck isn't like the curve isn't as low. It makes it a little bit more difficult for Harlan, but he's able to make up for that depending on how he builds his sideboard. So there's some haymakers that you're able to play that can really punish the 12 post decks.
Yeah, you make a good point there. Like when you look at the Delver decks that are super popular, I'm sure we saw a lot of it yesterday. We're going to see more of it today. When you have the card Delver in like, a quicker clock, which is a big deal. Daze can be a card that goes a long way in this matchup. Just hitting anything, like hitting a map early in the game can actually make them stumble for an extra turn, which can be the difference in a game. And then the four wastelands are huge. Early in the game, you made a mention, which is, I think, really important in this matchup where there's a needle main in Patrick's deck. In fact, he might have a ton of them main. I'd have to see the exact list, but usually they play more than one
Mhm.
because they just blindly name Wasteland in a lot of matchups. Especially if if they think their opponent could have Wasteland, they're just going to name Wasteland even if they don't have one in play to help protect their lands because it's so important for each one of these lands to survive in the game. Now, you can assume that if Harlan's deck has Wasteland at all, it's probably like one or two copies, and I would guess that it's actually probably less
Mhm.
with the mana base that he has going on. But we've seen these decks somehow jam Wasteland into them a couple times, but it's not something I'm expecting to see in this matchup out of the sideboard or in the main.
I feel like some of the way you can justify having Wasteland the sort of deck is A, if you build your deck such that you feel like it should have, I don't know, 18 or 19 lands, and you play Wasteland as the 20 or,
Mhm.
21st, like however many extra lands you want, then you're kind of justifying it as like your spell slot just happens to be Wasteland. And another thing is the fact that they're playing green, therefore they have access to cards like Carpet of Flowers, which are able to produce them more mana in certain matchups. So it kind of averages out to still having the same overall colored count.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I love what you said there because it's something that I think actually took my win rate up and the my knowledge in the format a little higher when I started thinking of Wasteland as a spell instead of a land in my deck, and it made it kind of was like a big brain moment. I realized I can just board this out as like a spell in a lot of matchups where it's not good. And I remember when I used to do a lot of coaching for Delver in Legacy, when I would tell people that like like here's your sideboard guide. They wait you board out four Wastelands in the matchup. I'm like, yeah, it's a spell that doesn't do anything. Like tapping for colorless mana in a deck like that doesn't actually really do a whole lot. So I see somebody
Right.
in the chat talking about they've never actually played against 12 post. I'm like pretty much there with you. I think I've played against it like maybe once or twice in my long career of playing this format. It's not something you run into every day.
Yeah, I think I've played it probably 5 times, and I think I'm like 3-2
It's
or 4-1, but it's like
I think it's
whenever I
less
play
than
against
five
it,
for me. Yeah.
yeah, I'm terrified every time though.
Yes.
Like
Oh, absolutely. If they go Forest Pithing Needle, I'm just like, yeah, I'm dead, right? It's like, yeah.
okay, so Yavi Maya is also a pretty cool inclusion into the
There's a
12
new
post
card it
deck.
got.
Yeah, so what sorts of things does that enable for the post player?
So that allows them to be able to play multiple spells in one turn, right? Because one of the things is, we saw this last game. Sometimes they don't have green mana or they get choked on green mana. So when he plays so many colorless lands in his deck that Patrick does,
Mhm,
this allows a lot of these lands like Eye of Ugin to actually tap for mana when it did in the past. We saw this in the past with Urborg and Eye of Ugin and things like
mhm,
that. So like you see that glimmer post in his hand. So what can happen is like maybe there's a turn where he needs to put another Elvish Reclaimer in play and hold up crop rotation in
mhm.
a turn, and that's something that he could possibly do as early as now.
One thing that's also pretty interesting is that Harlan might start fetching, factoring in the Yavi Maya, but then you can crop rotate away your Yavi Maya, and that's not something that can
Ooh,
be responded to.
I like that.
Uh, okay, so to Fairy here, so not really looking to bounce anything yet. Maybe if there's another Reclaimer, it makes it a little bit harder for Patrick, but we probably would have seen that deployed the previous turn. I feel like the Glimmer Post last turn was almost a sign of weakness. You would expect a card like Cloud Post or just something that is starting to get ahead a little, but maybe just a pile of Glimmer Posts is what Patrick has.
Yeah, it looks like I think I see a Vesuva, and then I can't really tell in the other ones. There is a green spell hanging out in Patrick's hand, but like you said, I this hand's a little bit slow, but is that something that you can keep a little more loosely in this matchup where, the clock might not be as fast as, say, those Delver decks we mentioned?
I think with the new mulligan rule, you might be able to just mulligan and really dig for. Oh, okay.
Oh
Well,
boy.
let's focus on this. So, relatively new planeswalker. So Minsk and Boo. So being able to make a 1/1 when it comes out, and then just shove in for 4. So let's actually bring this up on our card preview thing. So let me figure out how this works for
Yeah,
first.
so yeah,
Okay.
someone in the chat. So much for the clock being slow. Now we've got an angry hamster. Is it a hamster? What is it? Yeah,
Yeah,
an angry
yeah, it's a
hamster.
hamster. Right.
Yeah.
So you can see with the ETB trigger putting in that nice Ross Merriam token, so his teammate subbing in there. And then using the +1, so putting 3 counters on it, and then since it has haste and trample, it's able to shove in there. And this is a very quick clock. This is like a planeswalker like Caldra complete almost. Like and it gets bigger.
And so we see some interesting stuff here. So Harlan was able to utilize the Yavimaya to be able to tap his fetch land for mana here, and now we're seeing a Tabernacle of Pender Vale get played for Patrick to put it like, oh,
Uh-oh.
okay, make sure. Okay, so he drew his card. How does this work? Was like,
You should just lose it then.
yeah, I was gonna say the token's dead, right? Yeah, because we didn't pay for it. Whoops. I was just gonna
Yeah.
say slow down a little bit there. Yeah, and I think that's something that can happen when you see the land get tapped in your mind.
Yeah.
It's a land that taps for mana, and you're like, oh, that's not a Tabernacle.
Boo.
I see what you did there. Boo. I see what you did there. Nice.
All right, so it's okay though. You kind of just gotta pick yourself up in these sorts of things. And so Minsk and Boo has a minus ability too, so you can deal
So
damage where
so here
okay, so only for hamsters though.
so here's the thing. We have a I think what is Rasputin level 3 judge in the chat. And he's saying that's no longer how it works. And I don't really put it on Harlan to forget that kind of thing or miss it too often. I think that might have been on purpose because I mean
I mean,
maybe
I feel
I
like
don't know.
not like you would have used like Minsk and Boo's like minus then. Like I do know they changed it for Pact. I didn't realize they changed it for Tabernacle as well.
Yeah,
Um, so like for Pact, if you miss it, you just pay for it like at the end of your draw step or whatever.
right.
Um,
Yeah, I'm trying to think of why you would do this on purpose, but I don't think there's like, if you wanted to cast 2/2 drops that turn, you didn't have the fifth land, but I'm not sure I can see that. So it looks like we're
yeah,
gonna get a map Force of Willed here. Harlan really showing the importance of taking care of the land tutors in this matchup. Saw how important that was in the game one.
so there we see a fancy Dark Depths. So another sort of combo that that Petra's deck has access to.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a deck that can go and find a bunch of lands, you might as well have that combo, right? We see Vesuva already in the list. Something that's so important in in these games. You might as well have the ability to make a 2020 that's not an Eldrazi at some point. So here we go. Looks like another hamster has entered the fray.
Just keeps on getting in there. This is just a very fun Planeswalker.
Oh yeah. I haven't yet to play with it yet in paper. I have seen it's in the new Arena Cube that's out right
Mm,
now, and I'm not gonna lie, I did not know it was a Magic card until it popped up on my screen, and then I did also was not sure that it was a paper Magic card for a while as well until someone started saying, "Yeah, it's good in Legacy," and I was like, "Wait, what? What happened to my format in the last year?"
yeah,
You step away for a couple months, Sukenik, from playing paper Legacy, and this stuff happens.
yeah. So it's more that feels more true to me in modern or yeah in modern a lot of the time just because of the shape of the format due to the design of like some of the new cards. But in Legacy, it's like it feels so sacred and like sure like this Ponder Brainstorm stuff's all normal, and then yeah, it's just like some random Planeswalker just like kind of it tears everything open.
Yeah, every now and then some new card gets printed in like a commander supplemental set or, some, weird thing like you said, like a standard set and it's like a card you don't look at because you're like, oh, this card's not good enough for any format. And then all of a sudden it's randomly good in commander. I mean, I'm sorry, randomly good in legacy and it blows my mind. There we go. We get the manual thawing of the ice there. Love that.
Hmm.
Down to only 9 counters.
Yeah, like for me, it's like oh, back in my day, it was the commander sets that brought in like Flusterstorm and True Name Nemesis.
Mm.
And then now it's like these really awesome planeswalkers. So it's good to see the design kind of stepping up a little, like keeping things fresh.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to make sure that I don't get it wrong on Minsk and Boo because I think they're talking about this in chat, whatever. I think the one on Arena might actually be different than the one that's in paper, and you have to be so careful with that nowadays. All right, it looks like Patrick's gonna play another Glimmer Void here, gain what is this, 4 life, 3 life this turn from that?
Right. Yeah. So with three with that Vesuva, 3 Glimmer Posts in play, so through the Locust lands, should there be a say a crop rotation for a Cloud Post later on?
Good old Locust lands. Like
Okay, so
Harlan's going to go ahead and put in an equipment here. I've got to believe this is going to be Calder complete, and this is a lot of damage coming towards Patrick.
yeah, and so the germ token from Caldra Complete should be, does Caldra Complete give indestructible? I always forget. I think it does.
Yeah, it
Um,
does. Yeah.
so the way Tabernacle works is actually kind of weird. It's that you have to pay mana, or else it would be destroyed instead of sacrifice. Some weird old templating there. But for cards like Merit Lage and the Germ Token with Cauldron Complete on it, you actually don't have to pay the 1 mana for those.
Yeah, it's something that comes up every now and then in Legacy because you're like, yeah, this can be destroyed. It doesn't matter. Yeah, because like you said, the old templating, you would assume that this card would say sacrifice on it, but for some reason it just does not. So good old Magic back in the early 90s. Like,
Yeah.
how old were you in 1995, 1994?
I mean, my username kind of gives it away, but I was 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, because I played my first game in like either 94 or 95. I can't remember exactly, but I was about 10, because I was
Hmm.
born in 1984.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering if you were even alive when I played my first games of Magic. So,
Yeah, I played my first game Magic, and we had like a Portal starter set, but it was probably around when Mask was around. So I would say like maybe. So I was in second grade, so I was 7, so maybe 99.
gotcha.
So a little bit later, but
Mm. Some more manual thawing here, but but Patrick is at 5. Harlan with a clock in play. Gonna have to discard the hand size here.
Ooh,
Teferi has been ticking down this game, but a lot of times it's been targeting Harlan's own stuff, like
yeah.
Stoneforge Mystic and these Coatls to draw extra cards.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. It like the Teferi usually gains a lot of use from its passive, and that could still be true in terms of shutting off certain crop rotation lines. But it's also true that it kind of turns into the pseudo just like draw two every now and then if you're bouncing cards like Waddle. We've seen in Modern being able to bounce cards like Spreading Seas. So it's interesting how you're able to kind of build your deck to do that. But looks like we're on to game three.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get maximum amount of legacy games, which I'm excited about. I was joking with Ross going into this tournament because he told me that he was on this team with Harlan and Dan,
Mhm.
and I was like, all right, let me see if I could guess the decks right. And I was like, I knew what Ross was playing in Modern because he's been writing about that deck quite a bit, and he just won
Mhm.
an RCQ with it. And then with Harlan, I was like, yeah, it's just gonna be some 4 color like blue soup deck that beats Delver. And he's like, yep, that's right. And then I don't remember what I guessed for Dan Jessup, and I haven't gotten the confirmation on the deck yet for what he's playing yet. So, but usually Dan is known for Dan's one of the kind of players who's like kind of after he very similar to me. He just like picks the best deck pretty a lot of times and then
Mhm.
learns that. And there's nothing, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about that because Dan is one hell of a player and much better than I am. And you can always rely on him to play that deck really well too, which
Mhm.
is very nice. And he's the kind of player he could play in any seat too. He's a really good teammate to have because he's not like one of those ones you're like, well, they have to stay in this seat exactly because like they're good at this format. Dan just can pick up any deck in any format and be more than proficient at it.
So are you telling me that you believe that Tron was the best deck for a long period of time in Modern?
So like it's funny, like I get that a lot. I get labeled as Tron guy. I played it in 2 opens, two.
I've actually probably played Tron more than you have then.
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, to be fair, my results with it were very good, but so we're gonna see a turn one reclaimer is gonna get met with a force of will, pitching a force of negation. So lots of the free spells for Arlen. I think there might have been another one left over in his hand. Yeah, there is. Looks like another force of will.
yeah, one thing that is kind of funny for me. So once I felt like Jessica wasn't doing it at post like Hogak and all this other stuff that was happening, I did play Tron for maybe like 3 or 4 months, and like a lot of people are like, oh, it didn't like strike me as like Tron would be the thing that you would want to do or something like that. And like part of
Same.
it was I just like played on Magic Online and like it
Mhm.
was fun, and but I also kind of felt like there's like this interesting sort of thing that can happen with Magic and these games of variance like all the time. Like imagine if you like, okay, I don't actually believe this is true, but imagine if you felt like Tron was a deck that had I don't know, like you make no decisions and you have a, I don't know, 65% chance or 60% chance of winning any game versus the deck that you like have all these edges and stuff. And it's like, what's actually the sum of all the edges and like your actual win rate, even if you play at 100%? And it's like pretty hard to beat 60 or 65% even if it were true. So I was just like,
Very true.
yeah, I just kind of want to win this tournament. And then like I had like a super great like record in a team event with
Yep.
Tron. And yeah, so it's like that's just true in Magic in general. Like, you know, we don't know if Patrick, for instance, has played 12 post the whole time, if this is a metagame call, because it can have a good matchup against these decks that are trying to beat Delver. So it's just really interesting like how you want to figure it out. So
Yeah, it's like going the next step, right? Especially in tournaments with like smaller fields like this, because you're only going to play against like the one legacy player, and you know that Delver is going to be a very popular choice. So if you think like your Delver matchup isn't that bad, but like you beat all the decks that are trying to beat Delver, then yeah, maybe this is a good deck and a good spot to be in. The stage copied Forest for everybody at home here, and this is a Carpet of Flowers, one of those cards you were talking about. This is going to
mhm.
ramp up the mana for Patrick here. And to kind
Yeah.
of piggyback on what you were saying earlier, I did actually believe Tron was the best deck for a little while.
Yep. There we go. I just needed the
Yeah,
confirmation. Yeah,
yeah, just to give you the
I
confirmation.
also did. Yeah.
Yes. The bad part was you'd always run into like the infect player or something. So, and that might have been one of the most lopsided matches in the entire format.
Well, one thing I like about Magic is that in a lot of different formats, just by playing Magic and being open-minded, it can help you get better at other aspects. So the second reason why I picked up Tron was because I don't mulligan enough with most of my decks, both limited and constructed. And Tron is literally like the opposite of that. It's like if you don't know how to mulligan, you're just gonna punt matches.
It's your main gameplay. That's like when I again mentioning coaching. When I did coaching for that, I used to have like 100 sample hands, and it'd be like, all right, we're gonna go through all of these. Like,
Mhm.
you
Yeah, so I felt like playing Tron actually made me a better Magic player, which, you
know,
know, not
it's a
everyone
different
would
skill
like to
set.
hear,
Yeah.
but yeah, yeah. Like it's still playing Magic, but it's a different kind of Magic, which is really awesome.
All right, and back to the game, Harlan, with I think one of the most important cards in the matchup here, Calder Complete. We've seen it be very impactful in these games. The fact that it's as fast as clock.
Right, and then you don't have to commit as much mana in your main phase, so you can leave up more cantrips. You might even get into the spot where you can leave up 5 mana to hardcast Force of Will. Uh, it's kind of hard from Patrick's standpoint because if you just go for stage depths, say next turn, there could just be a Quaddle that blocks and then Teferi, which you saw last game. Um, I'm not sure how. Okay, yeah, yeah. Um, so it's not even like a sure thing if at the end of the next turn you're able to go for Merit Ledge if you're able to connect due to Ice Fang Quaddle being blocking, and then maybe Prismatic Ending or Teferi, but it could also just be that there's a Source of Plowshare. So there's just a lot of things that can go wrong. And now with the carpet already in play, Harlan's probably less likely to get blue sources if he can get by without doing that.
Mhm.
So Patrick Heim needs to go for the Eldrazi route with the Hail Mary of being able to go for Merit Age.
Yeah, this is I think the most scary matchup to put Merit into play. Like you're just crossing your fingers and hoping because Harlan has so many just main deck answers. We don't know if any extra ones came in from the sideboard. And to be fair, I actually think unless he just drew one there, I think Harlan might have been cold to it, besides the Coatl being in play.
I
But
mean, it could be possible that Patrick goes for it here. If I mean, would Harlan have the guts to attack with Ice Fang Quaddle? Like if he didn't have an answer, like I think this is a sign of weakness actually to leave
mhm.
the Quaddle back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a
Like
force of vigor as well in Patrick's hand here. And so does Cauldron itself have indestructible? I
yeah.
know it does. Okay. Yeah. There's so many words on that card.
Yeah, so the way I have to do it is I actually try to remember what each of the pieces of Cauldron like
Right.
does, and then
Because it's Voltron, right? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I'm like, all right, Sword of Cauldron is +5/+5. When it deals damage, it would exile the thing, and then Shield of
Is this
Cauldron.
one of the reasons you brought up Tron because of Cauldron Complete being in
No,
here in the Voltron reference? Okay.
no, it's just something I've always wanted to talk to you about. So
Okay, cool.
I figure I'd just shoot my shot here on air live with everyone to hear. Oh wow, so maybe it was just the whole bait the whole time. So if I don't attack with this Coatl, it
Yeah.
makes it seem like I'm weak. Therefore, I'm able to double strip mine near here.
Yeah. Now, that doesn't just end the game on the spot. Patrick does get to gain 20 life here, so this game's going to go on for multiple more turns. But Patrick does lose quite a bit of resources here. But look at that number, up to 36.
Wow.
The number you don't normally see players get the numbers this high in Legacy.
All right. Yeah, so 3 lands in play, Emrakul in hand, just how we drew it up.
That Emrakul might be stranded there for quite a while as we get a couple running hot cloud posts off the top. But even then, okay, well, here we go. We got a,
Yeah, so Once Upon a Time is being cast off of the Carpet of Flowers
right.
mana.
I tried to place the card for half a second. I was like, what? I haven't seen that one in a second, and there's some glare. I was like, oh, yeah, it's Once Upon a Time. So, and we got a little help from, I'm assuming, the modern player coming over.
Mhm. So
What's he looking for here?
probably just focus on mana development if possible. So that's a Yavimaya. So almost kind of a miss there. It is a land that helps development, but you really want just some sort of really just Cloud Coast and ways to
Like
copy it.
raw mana count, yeah.
But it looks like Patrick has Endurance in hand, so maybe able to ambush, I guess, the Stoneforge Mystic if it attacks. And I can't quite see the last card, but yeah, Emrakul Endurance and something else.
Yeah, so there have
But
been a couple upgrades for the 12 post deck here in the last couple years. Yavimaya, Endurance, a couple of these cards we've seen from Modern Horizons coming in to really affect this deck. A deck
mhm.
that didn't really change much for a long time.
Yeah, so Harlan has this Force of Will in hand, and kind of with 5 mana up, able to just kind of say like this game is just fine.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's a shrug moment. Like, yeah, you get Endurance, you get to kill my Stoneforge. Like, who really cares? You've got this flying attacker that has Death Touch that can get around Endurance or trade for Endurance, and then you've got this 7/7 Calder Complete that just doesn't
uh,
care at all.
okay, I see the other land. It's Glacial Chasm.
Oh, is that a
So
Glacial Chasm? Okay.
yeah, so and then in Harlan's hand, it looks like 2 Force of Wills. So that kind of puts Harlan in a pretty good spot. You might just be able to attack with a Cauldron token. Okay, so with this, able to shove the pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, this will be able to, if he wants to, bounce the Endurance and ensure that it's not there to come back down on blocking. But it looks like Harlan's gonna think for just a second if he actually wants to do that or not.
Yeah, so the other line you can do is you can kind of just do this like bounce your Quaddle,
Hmm.
and then you can always flash it back into play if you want to using the Yavi Maya, so you don't have to crack your fetch land if you don't want to. And then
Also, a second Quaddle picked up off the first one there.
okay, yeah,
Pretty nice synergy.
yeah, it pairs pretty well with the Force of Wills. And
Yeah,
frankly, there's not many things that you're looking to Force of Will. Like maybe it would be a crop rotation
yeah.
or something of the sort. But with Carpet Flowers only making 2 islands, it kind of begs the question if like maybe Carpet Flowers would have been better a little bit later. But if you played it later, then maybe Harlan would have just hardcast Force of Will. It's kind of just a tough dance.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Harlan trying as hard as possible not to put extra islands in play here. Another little small thing that I think is going a long way for Harlan
Yeah.
here. I was going to say this, we were talking earlier about like, you might have done this the most, or I might have done this the most. I think Harlan's put Prismatic Vista into play the most in Legacy's history. It's a
Yeah.
card that's way up there on his number list.
Do you think there's something that you might have done in Legacy more than any other human in the world if you had to guess? Like it's hard to keep track.
Um, Maybe like probably also obviously like for the obvious ones. What is this? Is this the Ashes card?
Yeah, it's from the ashes. So what happens is, let's actually get it
Yeah,
up
there
on
we go.
screen. Oh wow, you're on your game.
Absolutely. I haven't seen this in a very long time,
Yep.
so
Yeah, so it's kind of like a Ruination variant, but it's a Ruination that a lot of people like playing when they have a lot of basics in their deck. So in your Ice Quaddle deck, what happens is all the non-basics will be destroyed, which is what Ruination does for those of you who don't know for the same cause. But then you're able to search your deck for basic lands and put those into play. So it's not quite as great against Patrick's deck, given all the, nicely different arted forests. I think they used to play, I think, 5 or 6 forests, but now with Yavi Mai, I think it's a little bit less, maybe 4.
yeah,
Um,
this is like could be one-sided Armageddon in some matchups too.
mhm. Oh
Like
wow.
against the Delver decks, like if you ever cast this and it resolves, they're not playing any more spells that game.
Yeah. The single island just trying to come through for the
Yeah.
Delver player.
Okay, they'll play a spell or two, but they're not gonna keep up. Yeah.
It's okay. I still don't believe in the basic island, so we'll see.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both.
Um,
Is this a
so
Ramunap excavator?
yep.
I think that is, yep. And it looks like Hardcast Force of Will from Harlan. To answer your question about what do you think you've done the most, I think maybe that Hardcast Force of Will. I'm like pretty high on that even with Delver decks, but I'm not sure. Flipping Delver is an easy answer, but I don't know if that's right.
Uh,
Maybe Wasteland Fetchland. I might be pretty high on.
like waste your fetch.
It wastes my opponent's fetch land, yeah.
Hmm.
It's a play that I've done a lot.
I think mine's probably cast Baleful Strix, like
I'm so
in
jealous.
Delver.
I'm so
Yeah,
jealous, yeah. I
like
love that card.
there was a post the other day, something about like, oh, I think it was just from like Jarvis's Cube, like, what's your favorite card and what's your story? I'm just like, yeah, my story is that I just love Baleful Strix and I boarded in against Sneak and Show and Miracles, and I just like list off like
It should just be
lands.
main at this point, yeah.
No, well, it's only good because it's not main. So you wait for them to like, sideboard like your normal sideboard configuration. Then you have all these Baleful Strix and they can't beat it.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like
So,
Harlan's going to get a bunch of lands in play here. He's got a Ponder, and I think this Ponder might actually be able to seal the game up. I think I see a Source of Plowshares,
mhm,
another Cantrip, and stuff here. This looks like a very good Ponder for me, and especially with the fact that Patrick, while he has a lot of lands in play, he does not have the amount of mana that you would normally associate with having this many lands in play for 12 bow. So a lot of his hits are just still uncastable.
right. So the prismatic ending, the draw there, and two lands in hand for Harlan, but with Patrick having just six lands in play, if it's Primeval Titan, like sure you're able to get two lands after that. That would actually probably be the best draw. But needing to go to Glacial Chasm. Not exactly where you want to be. I'm not sure the single draw that gets Patrick back into this game. But Harlan just kind of churning through his deck at this point.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly Harlan can go down to no resources and then rebuild to a ton of resources with this deck, especially adding Narset to the board here. But Teferi doing a lot of work in not doing what it normally does. The passive ability of Teferi is what usually makes it so good in
Mhm.
Legacy, right? Because a lot of people are playing Spell Pierce, Force of Will, Force of Negation, and none of those cards are really good when Teferi's in play. But you're seeing Harlan find a way to make them really good in this matchup, but the fact that he just keeps bouncing his own creatures and stuff here. Plus, I mean, I'm sure there are some targets for it to bounce that are good out of Patrick's deck, like say if he made a 2020, right?
Mhm.
That's a pretty good target there. But what we've seen is like Harlan make do with cards that aren't being used for what they're associated with as their best plays in the matchup.
So I'm trying to think what's the string of cards that Patrick
Right.
really wants. So more Glimmer Post can gain you some life. Crocus there, so the germ not legendary, and Crocus can only bounce legendary creatures, so that doesn't exactly help.
Well, Force of Will's found off of the Narset activation here.
Yeah, probably good to go if you take one of those, but I think considering the brainstorm instead, just seeing if
Yeah.
there's a better way to shove for the win.
Yeah, was that a Brainstorm Force? Is that Minsk and Boo again? So is that last card I can't tell with the art. It looks like it's a weirdo full art card.
Oh, it is Minsk and Boo, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not used to that art yet for that card.
Mhm.
So Harlan just gonna go ahead and churn through his entire deck here over the last two turns.
Yeah, that's one thing I feel like I haven't had the pleasure of as much in Legacy from playing Delver instead of playing one of these blue soup decks is I haven't had the feel of like, oh my god, I only have 10 cards left in my deck and I have all these cantrips, like.
Yeah. So it's funny, like whenever I play like local team events, I would do everything in my power to not play Delver because
Mhm.
I get bored, right? It's the same deck all the time, and I would usually gravitate to decks like this, and
Okay.
it's a different feeling. And I will say this, a lot of times I really liked it, and then sometimes I would really not like it in the games where I'm like, yeah, the game should actually just be over by now. Like I should have attacked you 5 times with a Delver of Secrets by now, but because
Yeah,
your clocks are a lot slower.
what you're reminding me of is how I used to prepare for Delver tournaments. So I would always load up the deck list of people like you and Noah Walker and like Nate Barton and Ed D'Amico, like the people that I thought were very good at Delver, despite like other people have their own lists of people. But then the next thing I would do is I would load up every single Grixis control list I can find, and I would figure out what's the minimum I can do to be Grixis control in the matchups I want to be Grixis control. Hence why I brought in Baleful Strix so often.
So
Uh,
really sweet here. There was a Primeval Titan cast by Patrick. Harlan got to Force of Will it. And then something that I never thought I would say, that was a Snapcaster targeting a From the Ashes from the Yard
yep.
to one side Armageddon Patrick. That's actually a play line in this matchup. I didn't think about it because like I knew Harlan was playing Snapcasters, where if you ever cast from the ashes, like the first one's gonna always be like very good and
Mhm.
devastating. The second one just ends the game.
Right. So they do still have the basics in play from like the previous From the Ashes, so they're not able to get more. But really, just being able to kill the glacial chasm there
Right.
was what ended the game on the spot. Not that I think Harlan couldn't have just waited it out, but yeah. So pretty cool stuff there, and it's nice to see just the careful deck building strategies that Harlan was able to kind of put to good use there. So as I mentioned, just by not being Delver, not having the ability to put down a quick clock and then use Wastelands and Dazes to stop the opponent, having Haymakers like From the Ashes really helps from the sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone said it in the chat. Harlan's list looks amazing. Yeah, that deck looks like a lot of fun and looks great. I always expect Harlan to come very well prepared and have great decks for the tournaments and to play them well. One of my favorite human beings that I miss very much on the Magic Surge, probably like just barely behind you on that list as well. And up on that list is one of
Oh,
his teammates, Ross Merriam, and his other teammate, Dan Jessup, as well. So I'm assuming that's it for the round for them. I'm not 100%. It did look like one of the matches might have been done
well,
with how much help they were getting.
yeah, so we're going to cut to a quick ad break and then we're going to go over to Pioneer.
Here we go. For quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
All right, welcome back to round 2 of SCGCON Baltimore here today. I'm Tannon Grace, joined by Jonathan SUKENIK. We saw the team of Ross, Merriam, Harlan Fear, and Dan Jessup win their first round here. We got to watch all of Harlan's, I'm going to say amazing match because that was really cool from round 1. I know that Dan Jessup won his match in Pioneer, so that was a win for the team. And we're going to be going into the second round with, again, that team being featured here. It looks like we're going to be following Harlan yet again this round.
Okay, awesome. And what I really want is I want to see a matchup against Delver. So I love seeing you and I are probably a little bit biased, but
Right.
I love seeing Delver just played, but I really like seeing Delver played against a player like Harlan who builds like Harlan has the ability to play Delver if he wants to. Instead,
Yes.
he tries to wield a deck that has a little bit more game against Delver, like a leg up on it, while also understanding what the Delver deck's capable of. And I just love seeing like the overall execution. Like I don't know if you've had the pleasure of playing against Harlan in Legacy when he's playing one of those decks,
Well,
but like
I wouldn't
I,
call it the
I, I,
pleasure. It might have been
yeah.
for him because the times that I've played him, the matches have not lasted very long, and they've never been in my favor. So
Mm. Yeah, I think I might have only played against him either once or twice in Legacy,
I
and
think it's
it
once
was
for me. Yeah.
it was definitely a grind. I forgot if that was there's so many people I've played against these Delver killer decks back in the day, with or
Yeah.
without Deathrite Shaman. A little bit more with Deathrite Shaman that I was
Right.
able to win with Fire Covenant. Um,
Ooh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
that's an Ed D'Amico special. It was just a singleton
Yeah.
in all of his sideboards, and I'm like, whatever that guy's doing. I even had him sign my Fire
Oh,
Covenant.
that's amazing.
Yeah, but
That's one I haven't had the pleasure of playing myself.
yeah.
So
So
I've never actually cast Fire Covenant.
I'll have to bring it up on screen because people might not know that one. So
Oh, that's an oldie but
Fire
a goodie. It's from
Covenant.
Ice Age, I believe, right?
Yep. Yeah. So I'll bring up the Masters Edition one because it's a little bit easier to read. But yeah, it's kind of like a toxic deluge that it's like one
The
black,
OG one, yeah.
yeah, one black red instant. You pay X life and then you just deal X damage divided however you want. And I was like, Ed, what do you like board this in against? And he's like, oh, do you know what's really good against? Miracles. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, they like entreat for 2 because they want to play around Spell Pierce Days. Then you
Mhm.
just pay 8 and kill both of them.
Okay, that's amazing. You got your wish this round, it seems. I got a glimpse of Jeff Carr's hand, and I saw Wasteland in a daze. So
All right, awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one goes. So Harlan mulliganing, when you mulligan as the 4-color deck, it is kind of interesting. Like just any Ponder Brainstorm deck, you're expecting to not mulligan. I feel like in the dark, it becomes a little bit more black and white, like what you're gonna mulligan, just because you're allowed to keep so many hands. Kind of the whole power of
yeah.
root sort of thing.
Also, we don't know how aggressive the mulligan was. Like, it did look like his hand might not have been functional, but like, also, if Harlan knows the matchup, he can very aggressively mulligan in this format too.
Yeah, this is very subtle, but I don't know about you, but I actually pay a lot of attention to the matches next to mine when I play in any Magic tournament. I'm just the kind of person that I don't know. I guess just likes all the information possible for minimal cost. But in Legacy only tournaments, like individual ones, you can actually start to get the metagame around you by watching the people around you. That actually doesn't happen at team events because they're actually very far away from you.
Right, yeah. Because you're not sitting next to the people. Yeah, you're sitting two seats away. So it
Yeah.
looks like turn 1, Jeff Carr's got one of the really fun starts where he's got a DRC turn 1 and multiple baubles, and he's going to do the bauble trick of, look at my own, look at Harlan's, draw an extra card here, but he's going to, kind of slow roll this a little bit, it looks like.
Yeah, so I actually view the not like it depends on what Jeff thinks of the matchup, but I view not cracking the second bobble on Jeff's main phase or like on Jeff's turn as you are more likely to have days in your hand because if you don't have days, a lot of people like having the draw towards days.
Mm.
So I kind of read into it
Yeah.
that sort of way.
I was going to say, be careful there, Jeff. He almost resolved a brainstorm there.
And we do see that Jeff has a days in hand, so I wonder if Harlan would pick up on, that sort of small subtlety that a subset of players might do.
Yeah, I definitely just learned something from you there. That's definitely something I wouldn't necessarily be on my radar and probably should be.
Oh, I read into everything.
Yeah, you think I would too with how much I've played poker in my life, but like I don't know, maybe I'm paying attention to other things.
Oh, I actually can't do poker. Poker's one of my least favorite games.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah,
annoying.
keep it that way.
Uh, Okay, so we see, baby DRC getting in there. And it's kind of interesting. DRC has kind of like this, okay, like while it's in play, has this card filtering effect, and then it quote unquote flips into Delver at some
Right.
point. It's super interesting.
Yeah, this is a card I kind of got to take my lumps on a little bit. I remember when it first got previewed and everybody was like super excited about it. I wasn't as high on it as some people,
Mhm.
and some of it had to do with like the decks people were putting in. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna put it in like Jund and Modern. I'm like, that doesn't seem good to me, or whatever.
Yeah.
And the first time I saw it, and it's really funny that I didn't immediately think about just putting it in a Delver deck, and then the first time I saw somebody use it in Delver, I was like, oh, that's messed up. That's actually really good.
That,
So.
that's actually how I felt about Ledger Shredder. Like I
Mhm.
was like, oh, like what if people just play this in the decks that they would normally play blue cantrips in? It's like, yeah,
Mhm.
maybe. And then,
The
it's
first
not
time
in
I
all
saw
the
it,
Delver decks, but
the first time I saw it trigger off my opponent's spells, I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it now." Like that it was symmetrical.
yeah.
Yeah. And to answer the question in the chat, why is there an asterisk over Fear's name? That's the team that we're following. So that's who you know you're going to be getting. If you hear us talking from a point of view of like us or we as like a player, it's because they're going to be following Holler and Fear's team for at least the first few rounds of today. So
There's
that's like our
actually
featured player.
it's actually an asterisk just because that's the team that Tannon wants to win, but he
Yep.
can't like say the bias on stream as
I'll
easily,
I'll
so
do
we
it.
just use it.
Yeah, I'll just say it. Yeah. Rooting for Ross Merriam. Let's go.
Okay, so we see some more, combo action here. So I pondered last turn. Now I'm brainstorming. So I already knew that there's this wasteland I don't want there, and that's some pretty heads up play. So Harlan, very seasoned in this sort of matchup, is more likely to fetch all these basics. You see Prismatic Vista, you know Harlan's gonna fetch basics, and once you have two basics in play, it's more likely you want to actually continue getting basics, which actually makes your mana worse, which is kind of interesting. So now you have all these single colored mana. Whereas if you allow yourself to be susceptible to Wasteland, and say if Harlan had three duels in play, then like, okay, now you can be down on mana, but not down on colored mana. It's like a very interesting tension.
Yeah, I find that you do one of the two, right? You either go like the all basic route and play around it, or if you have to get a dual land early, you just fully shove into Wasteland. You're like, all right, I'm just getting nothing but duels. And
Right.
this is one of the games that I think the Delver deck might actually be able to find a win in this matchup because I do think that Harlan is a little bit favored. But the Delver deck's churning on a lot of like cylinders here and doing a lot of fun stuff. It has a quick clock in play, but Harlan hasn't really developed much, and his mana is a little bit slow, like you said, in the fact that the colors can be rough. Like he might not be able to string together a bunch of spells all in the same turn, but his life total is still very relatively high.
Yeah, so like a good example for me here is imagine right now with these four lands, if Harlan wants to play like Ice Fang Quaddle. It's just like, okay, you actually just then can't cast Brainstorm and all these other
Right.
blue cards.
Exactly. So it looks like Harlan's gonna take a few more attacks from the DRC here. Jeff Carr's hand is set up really well. Here we go. Expressive iteration. That's going to be the main deck Pyroblast.
Yeah, so Harlan a little bit quick there. So ideally should have waited for the surveil trigger to finish, which is just a hard
Yeah,
thing
I
to do
I think he
sometimes.
thought it was over because Jeff looked at the card real quick and put it down. It's something that I do. I'll look, put it down for a second, look at my
Mhm.
hand, and do it again. And there wasn't like a sometimes, but I'll like leave the card like halfway off the deck or something. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
showing that I'm still thinking something there. So they're getting it corrected there because it's a little bit on both players.
Yeah, and I do think it's a little bit harder. So like with the pandemic, I think people haven't had as many recent paper reps,
As
so it's a
reps,
little bit.
yeah.
Yeah, so you do some muscle memory things, but then some things should probably be a little bit more explicit or verbal. And then with masks in play for all players in the tournament right now, just like the verbal communication then becomes a little bit harder. So just
Yep.
making sure everything is a little bit more kosher is pretty important.
Yeah. While I'm happy the safety stuff is in play, it is difficult for people like me. I actually have
Mhm.
an auditory problem that
Mhm.
I'm sure you've probably heard me talk about it like in my matches where I
Mhm.
tell my opponents, and so I read lips a lot when I'm like
Mhm.
playing Magic. Like a lot of people talk about that, like I stare at them when I play. I'm like I'm trying to read your lips, man. Like
Mhm.
when you say stuff, so like I'll miss stuff. So it's been a little harder on me, but like I'm perfectly okay dealing with that to make sure that we're all in a little bit of a safer space.
Yeah, I also think a lot of people can learn a lot from like Japanese culture in particular, with how
Absolutely.
they, yeah, how a lot of them don't necessarily speak English, but they'll do certain things like present their sideboard before the matches is actually one of my favorite ones. Like
Yeah.
before even game one, like this is my 15 card
The
sideboard.
first time that happened to me, I was like, I thought I messed up something.
Yeah, or they won't look at their opening hand until both players have it dealt out. They don't like the drawing off the top of the deck, but also just the overall like motions. And I played against a bunch of people that don't really speak English, and I feel like in times like if I were to play in person, I would actually play like how I would play against uh, someone that's not from America, or not English speaking as their main language, instead of like just how I would casually, just because you want to make sure that everything is transparent to
Yeah.
both players.
So this is a hard dance here. How hard do you go into your Murktide? Like, how big do you make it? Like, you kind of want to make sure sometimes, like, do you want to play around something like Unholy Heat? Is that a card that Harlan Fear has in his deck?
Mhm.
Maybe not, because we're seeing a lot of Prismatic Endings and Swords of Plowshares. Maybe that card's not needed. So, keeping it big. You also want to make sure you keep Delirium in your deck
Mhm.
for future DRCs. Also, you want to make sure that you don't take all of your instants and sorceries out, because I always assume the first one's going to die in these matchups, and we do see it dying to a Swords to Plowshares here, or that's what's happening. A Swords to Plowshares targeting a Murktide. And you want to make sure that if you have to play another one in a turn or two later, that you still have some fuel for that fire.
Mhm. And then another consideration is Mystic Sanctuary off a fetch. So what like instant and sorcery that
Good
you're
point, too.
keeping would you want to draw again?
Yeah, so I forgot that almost all the Delver decks play Mystic Sanctuary now too. So that's like another layer to this problem. And
Mhm.
here we go. Here's another layer to that problem of there's a lot of Swords of Plowshares in Harlan's deck, not just the 4 that are there, but it looks like we got a couple extra. It looks like he's going to go ahead and just reb this, because the swords are going to have a lot more use as this game goes on as well. Not just blue spells, but they'll be able to kill any of the creatures out of Jeff Carr's decks, including like DRC that Reb can't target.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. Like, it depends on how Harlan's situated for presenting a clock. So it was intuitive to me to use Source of Plowshares because you probably don't play as many Red Elemental Blasts in your deck or Pyroblasts. So you want to be able to counter some expressive iterations, or if they're able to start generating some sort of loop with Mystic Sanctuary. So it wasn't
That's a good
immediately
point.
obvious to me, but it probably tells me that Harlan has some strength in his hand for leftovers.
And here we get to see kind of like one of the cool things that I really like in this deck. So we've got to do the fetch land trick with Bobble here. I get to look at the top card of my deck as Jeff Carr. I don't
Mhm.
like it. I will fetch here, and then he's going to put Mystic Sanctuary into play and putting an expressive iteration on top of his deck. And this is what makes the Delver deck so good, right?
Mhm.
You think of like when an aggro deck plays into a controller mid-range deck, if the game goes long, obviously the deck with the more lands and more expensive spells is advantaged. But the fact that the Delver deck has all the cantrips plus expressive iteration mean that it can keep up in the mid to late games pretty well generally. And it's one of the, cards that has really, really shown its worth in the
Mhm.
last, year plus that it's been allowed to be played in most formats. There's still one that it is banned in now, but and I think more will follow very soon.
Are you familiar with the Mystic Sanctuary loops of Pauper's Past?
Of Pauper's Past, I
Yeah,
mean, like I've seen it. I kind of want to hear you talk about it because you seem like you want to talk about it, but
sure.
I've never done it. So
Well, so the loop actually just involves a tragic lesson. So
I
tragic
was hoping it was gonna
lesson.
be like Deprive or something, but yeah.
Well, tragic lesson is like they would play Deprive too, but tragic lesson is like 2 and a blue, common from like Amonkhet or Hour of Devastation, and it's an instant where you draw 2 cards, then you return a land from play to your hand.
I think it's got a like Kefnet dying in the
Yeah,
art or something.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Or you could discard a card, but then it just means that every turn you're drawing 1 extra card because you just then play Mystic Sanctuary to put the Tragic Lesson back on top of your deck, and then you play Tragic Lesson to return the Mystic Sanctuary. I feel like Expressive Iteration with Days kind of does that too, where you're like trying to be +1 card, and then you can like cash in your Dazes for like tempo or like something like that, and then just keep on EIing.
Yeah, speaking of +1 card, we're seeing an expressive iteration here revealing a brainstorm at the end of the turn. So Jeff is going to be churning through a ton of his deck here. So he was down to, I think, about 2 cards when his turn started. Now he's just going to have a fistful of stuff and a lot of selection going on as well. And this is, again, why we're seeing these decks can sometimes keep up with Harlan's deck. But I will say this is going to be a tall order because game one against Batterskull, generally you're not in the best spot as the Delver decks. This is another one of those permanents that could be really problematic for the Delver deck to deal with.
Right. So one thing that can help could be first a big Murktide Regent. So I believe that Harlan doesn't have any cards in hand right now.
I think he has one.
Oh, one. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. So minimal though.
Functionally,
So
it's functionally 0. Yeah.
so ideal or Murktide Regent to just stem some of the bleeding, and then maybe a second Murktide Regent to pump up the first. But another way you can go about it is if you play one main deck Brazen Borrower, like you might just have to petty theft, even if it means that Harlan would just bounce a Batter Skull or whatever to stop the Brazen Borrower coming down as a 3/1 afterwards. But it seems like it just involves Jeff having very specific cards, which happens a lot more frequently if you're just churning these cantrips. And it is true that of like Delver decks past, there's always some contention as to how many cantrips you're going to play. So you start off with the Punter Brainstorm, but some people would play cards like Preordain. Now it's pretty mainstream that everyone's playing the both some amount of baubles for DRC and also expressive iteration. So it actually means that A, your singletons are a lot more potent, but B, if you just need a specific card, you're able to find it so much easier.
Speaking of specific cards that you needed here, Unholy Heat found for Jeff Carr here is going to be able to kill this Germ token. Harlan was down to one card in his turn. It was a land. He top decked a Ponder into, I think, 2 spells and a land, one of which is the Quaddle that's in his hand, but it doesn't look like he has anything to deal with this Unholy Heat. Good for Harlan in the fact, though, that he does have a lot of mana here, so he might be able to like pick up and redo or just equip the Batter Skull here, but he's at a pretty low life total here. He's at 8. He didn't gain any life here this turn. This is a Delirious DRC, so he can't block it here this turn. It does look like he's going to go ahead and equip here because he did have the option to just play Coatl, but that I think that runs into more things. Like, it makes Bolt a better card against you.
So if Jeff's able to find 2 bolts, this game's just over, and that's kind of, I think, the ideal situation for Jeff.
Yeah, it does look like this Suppressive Iteration is going to be a good one. A spell added to hand, a land put back in the deck, and a Brainstorm added. And it looks like we're just going to go ahead and fire off the Brainstorm. DRC really carrying its weight this game for
Right,
Jeff.
right. I was talking about the amount of cantrips you play. How about the threats just kind of being more pseudo cantrips in terms of just being able to look at so many cards?
Yeah, I gotta say this, you as a Delver player, I think we can both appreciate the dexterity at which Harlan and Jeff play their decks, and the quickness that they're getting through, because there's so many triggers and so much manipulation going on in all these games, and it is happening almost instantaneously. And I don't know, I mean, Jeff's in a really good spot here. So he has Daze, Force of Will, Elemental Blast, or Pyroblast, whichever one that one is. So he's got not only an answer to this Snapcaster Mage that the Batter Skull is on, but he's got a Force of Will to back up if, like, for what I think is going to be a Quaddle out of Harlan's hand. So he can almost see the finish line from here.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's worth, we can say whatever we want about players that maybe don't play the quickest, but I think it's a lot easier to just commend those that are playing at reasonable paces. And yeah, this match is definitely going to finish, and there's just so much for us to talk about in terms of decision making. And I really appreciate people that put in the time to be able to make the decisions quickly and make sure that things finish.
Absolutely. It does look like that Pyroblast is going to go ahead and take care of that Snapcaster Mage, kind of just taking away a ton of the mana from Harlan here. A lot of mana invested into equipping last turn that's going to amount to nothing.
Right.
So here's a
Narset here. A little bit hard for Jeff, but yeah. So
Ooh,
force pitching Daze. So now Jeff on empty, but wanting to stop there from being any sort of. Oh, okay. So bending the Force of Will there is actually pretty interesting for me. It was intuitive to me to keep the Force of Will.
and here's a big interaction. This needs to work for Harlan here. So he's going to go ahead and thin his deck. He's going to go down to 4. That's a life total that he can stay at, I think, comfortably. You don't really want to get in the 3 range if you can avoid it. Which, I will say this, I have seen a lot of Delver decks recently that aren't playing 4 bolts anymore. So I wonder how many bolts are in Jeff Carr's deck. But it does look like Harlan's going to go ahead and have the Quaddles the last card in his hand. What is the last card for Jeff? Is it a way to get rid of this Quaddle? We'll see. There's going to be a... it looks like it is going to possibly resolve.
Yeah. It's a little bit difficult. So in terms of Jeff's decision making there, so seeing the last Force of Will off of the surveil of the DRC and binning it right away, it's like, okay, you kind of figure that if Harlan had Prismatic Ending or Swords, Harlan would have already played it when you had no cards in hand. It actually had to be exactly Coatl, but a Coatl that Harlan still didn't want to play when you have no cards in hand. It's like a little bit difficult.
Yeah. And it looks like he found another Coatl here into a Brainstorm. So Harlan's going to go from empty to just having all of it. Somebody in the chat asked, why didn't he leave the force on top there? I actually really like milling the force there because you're ahead on board. And the problem is like you're in a precarious spot where if Harlan finds one way to deal with your threat there that turn, then top decking a force is actually pretty bad for you, I think. So
Yeah, it's tough.
it's a tough spot for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like I know I would have kept the force on top, but I understand like the decision
The
making that
logic,
goes
yeah.
into it. Yeah.
I would have taken a long time and trying to figure it out if not. And like I want to shy and saying, but like I think it's very difficult and super. I mean, we could probably talk about it for an hour there. And I want to talk about the fact that like I thought Harlan was Harlan was on the back rope here and was very, very close to death. And now I think he can't lose from this
Mhm.
spot. And this is how quick this matchup goes sometimes. And this is where, some of the problems. And look, there's the bolt that Jeff needed just a couple turns sooner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of difficult, but uh part of the reason why you see Jeff still playing is okay, so you're seeing this play just to have a better draw step next turn. Like, okay, instead of drawing a random card, I'm gonna draw my expressive iteration.
Yeah, so
But
this is a cool play that I like a lot when you get to like daze your own spells and stuff. It's a fun thing you get to do in Legacy. You get to make some plays that aren't scripted like you do in the
Mhm.
other formats. You get to kind of be a little more creative, which is awesome.
Yeah, so I believe the reason for doing this is Jeff hasn't seen a lot of Murktide this game, just one, and likely plays,
Mhm.
3 or 4 of them. So the EI, if you're able to find a Murktide regent, can be really good. But Harlan having the force here,
And it looks like it's
knowing that
gonna.
they're sorry,
Yeah. No, go ahead. I was
uh,
gonna say.
oh, it's fine. Knowing that there's nothing in hand for Jeff last turn, and then knowing that this AI was drawn due to the Mystic Sanctuary means that you're able to safely force that and not worry
Yeah.
about anything else.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions about what the asterisk next to Harlan Fear's name means. It means that he was found using performance-enhancing drugs during his time at the Major League Baseball, and so his records are going to have asterisks next to them in the record books.
Ooh,
That's what it means.
ooh, that's a
That's
good
a
one.
that's a deep one, and that one's for me. Hopefully, someone gets that one in the chat. I think CCR made the joke yesterday, and I think I was the one person in chat to be like, yeah, that was a good one. Uh, I wanted to make a funny joke. I hope they're still in the chat because I saw them in here. Yeah, there we go. Some people are getting it. I saw them in here earlier. Joey Pasco was in the chat earlier,
Mm-hmm,
and we mentioned earlier the name of Harlan Fear's team, Ghost of SCG's Past. And
mm-hmm.
Joey really, he really, really fits into that as well because he was one of the OG people working the SCG thing. Oh, look, we get a little view in on what's going on in the Pioneer match. Looks like it was Mono Green versus Dan playing Rakdos mid range.
Yep. Yeah, so Ian Bosley is also a person I've known for quite a bit from I believe, the Maryland area. So, not afraid of playing what he believes to be the best deck. And a lot of people, I think, have gone on record as saying they believe that Mono Green Division is the best deck in the format. So it doesn't surprise me to see him playing it here.
Love that we still call it Mono Green Devotion when a lot of the decks either have a Grixis card in it or a blue white card in it now. Because I don't know if you've seen this, that they
Yep.
use, yeah, I was say, have you seen the new thing that's getting popular where they're playing, what is it, Teferi who sets the sun or whatever? The 4 mana blue white Teferi is like
Right.
the new hotness.
Yeah, so I forget exactly how you're able to cast it besides Oath of Nissa and Sylvan Caryatids, but yeah. And then I guess you also have Kiora to make blue with your Nick though, so there's some like roundabout ways to be able to do it, but I'm not sure exactly what the combo is, but I'll just trust that
Yeah, sure.
that's something cool.
Yeah, it's very convoluted. Someone did it on camera yesterday. I can't remember exactly all of it. I see a question in the chat. What is Ross on? He's on the Jeskai Breach deck that he won his
Oh,
RCQ with.
nice.
So it's Grinding Station, but with like DRC and Ragavan and stuff.
Oh, Chain Veil. Okay, I understand now. Chain Veil with Teferi. Okay,
Yeah.
that
The
makes
fairy
sense.
who slows the sunset. There we go. There's too many Teferis. I can't remember all of them. Also, I don't think I've actually played with that one yet. We see a token face down on Jessup's side, and it's actually got the picture of his brother winning the invitational there. So a nice little dig at himself, which is great. I actually
Well,
hope that it is his brother's token because I think that's the best token to ever come out of the SCG
well,
tour.
I think it's even better because I believe it's probably the blood token, and then it is his blood, so it
Oh
makes
yeah,
a lot.
true.
Yeah.
That's a good deep one. I like that.
Oh, I spend more time probably picking out my tokens for events than actually, deciding my last sideboard slot. So
The good for you because I'm the person like I need to borrow dice, I need to borrow tokens, I need to borrow paper. Like I never have anything. I'm that guy.
So if you want to hear my weird fun fact, it's that at every Pro Tour I go to, I look at the spoiler and like the set for limited, and I actually pick up tokens for every single card I can get in limited. But they're all cards from other card games and stuff like that. Like they're
Nice
never
humble,
like.
nice humble brag that I've been to Pro Tours. I like it.
Wait, you've been to Pro Tours too?
Yeah, okay. I'm just messing with you. It's like,
uh,
wait.
no, it's fun, and I'm excited. A lot of people are going to Atlanta. Like I just feel like every
Mhm.
weekend I'm just seeing my friends. I'm gonna be able to see them on TV hopefully.
Yeah, speaking of seeing your friends on TV, Dan just keeps trugging along. It looks like Dan's gonna go ahead and win the match for his
Yeah,
team here. Are you qualified for Atlanta?
I am not.
I am also not.
I haven't played in any RCQs. I figure I give some of the people that really really wanted a chance instead of just taking a slot.
Yeah, I also have not played any of these. I've been very busy with the flesh and blood stuff in my free
Mm,
time as well. Which, if I sound tired to anybody, that's a little bit why. I actually have been changing my sleep schedule up drastically because I have to fly to France in a couple days. Humble brag. I was like, you just did one, so I thought I'd do one as well. And so
yeah.
I've been drastically trying to change my sleep schedule. So it's been messing me up quite a bit. So Harlan up a game here. If he puts in one more win to the win column, then that would be a win for his team.
Hmm.
Jeff on the play with the Is It Delver deck here, and it looks like he's going to shuffle his turn one ponder. What's your preferred ponder? This is my preferred ponder now. The retro frame. I retro frame everything and try to make everything look as old as possible in my legacy
Yeah.
decks.
So for me, I'm a highly sentimental person. So I use Lorwyn Ponders. I
Yeah.
felt like Lorwyn block was when I had my biggest like delta or like change as a Magic player. Like where from specifically playing fairies, I felt like I went from just slinging cardboard and doing my best to like okay, I'm reading into all these situations. I'm gonna pace the game. I'm gonna like figure things out. So specifically Lorwyn and Shadowmoor. So like I use Shadowmoor basics for any deck I actually like playing with. Um,
I've got a funny story with Lorwyn.
all
So
right, let's hear
I've only ever interacted with that block one time. Like I never even played Shadowmoor. I played in the Lorwyn Grand Prix,
it.
the sealed one.
Hmm.
I played in it blind.
The one in Florida,
Yes.
the one
I
that Calcano top aided. Yeah.
Calcano did not top 8 that one. That one was won by Seth Manfield. It was his first ever like anything, and he
Oh
and he
wait,
beat me to win that tournament.
that was Daytona, I thought.
Yeah, it was Daytona.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was
So
like
it's
pretty
like
decent friends with Seth back in the day. So
yeah. So is this a counterbalance out of the sideboard? I've
yeah.
seen this coming up a little bit. This is really really cool. But yeah, it's like probably my biggest finish in the history of Magic that
Hmm.
I've done, or like one of my biggest ones. And it's like a format that I only played the one time, and like I like retired right after it. So it looks like this is gonna meet a Reb
Yeah.
or a Pyroblast.
Right. So I've seen two counterbalance kind of common on
Right.
in Is It Delver sideboards, and a lot of it comes from these just one drop heavy decks. So sure, top might not be illegal, but you have a pretty high density of one drops. They have a pretty high density of one drop, so it just lines up pretty well.
Big
Um,
fan of it for tilt factor too. Like if my Delver opponent did this and like randomly, spiked one of my spells, I might just fall off the table and not want to play anymore.
yeah, and counterbalance has like some of the best art in the game. Like it's so cool. And one thing that's like a pretty real factor is that Harlan probably wouldn't deploy it for 5, but that Stoneforge Mystic drawing the Batter Skull, just being able to play that once you get to 6 mana, it's like a pretty hard threat for Jeff to beat. Like you don't see as many say Abrades as you did back in the day. I know a lot of people are moving towards cards like Meltdown to be able to deal with say multiple chalices or just being able to disrupt 8 cast decks. So you only have 15 cards in your sideboard, and the variety of decks you're going to see in a format like Legacy make each of those decisions matter.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in like more open fields, if you're playing online or you're playing in like a giant kind of open. I do think that it gets a little more condensed in team events because you're just so heavily like so much more heavily incentivized to win.
Mm.
And I know it's a weird thing for maybe people at home to hear, but it's something that I fully believe in team events where you're not just playing for yourself, you're also playing for your teammates. And so like I think that's like one of the main reasons why I did a little better in team events than individual legacy events because the decks you play, and I don't want anybody to get like offended by this. It's just like you play against a little bit more of the quote unquote like real format. In fact, like you play against like the upper echelon of the format more. Like you're gonna play less random matchups, if you get what I'm saying. Like, you're not gonna play against like Enchantress almost ever. And like, decks where like I'm just gonna lose because like or you don't play against Dredge as much, because a lot of these teams picked up players to either like play lands or play Delver or play something like this that Harlan's playing. So your variety of matchup condensed to a much smaller amount. So if you knew your matchups or you played those well, then like you have a better chance of like doing well in the events and stuff. So it's like it's a decent bit of a give and take, but I always found that the decks you played against were there was less variety in Legacy in the team events than in opens.
Right. So another way of phrasing it is the people that are playing Legacy are more likely electing to play Legacy, whereas
Right.
normally, like in an individual tournament, a lot of people are playing because they're electing to play a Magic tournament that happens to be Legacy.
Great way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always interesting. I feel like that really appeals to people like you and me in particular, where I feel like we both enjoy playing Delver, but we also enjoy playing the Delver mirror,
Oh yeah, sign
and
me up.
and we both think we have a lot of edge in that, and that's just like a super awesome experience that I think in my team tournaments I just enjoy every time I play against Delver. Like I think my team tournament Delver matchup is actually like through the roof because like just you get to do it so much. I have so many reps with it. It's really fun.
Yep.
We'll have our rematch one day. Don't worry, Tanner.
Sure. I hope so. I was gonna let that one lie. I wasn't gonna say anything, but a lot of fighting going on over Expressive Iteration here. We saw it get put to the top with Mystic Sanctuary. I had to blank for a second there, and then this is when you really know that people want it. You see a blue elemental blast out of Harlan's, I'm assuming sideboard. We've seen Rebs get played main, but there's a blue elemental blast coming out of the sideboard, and I really like it in matchups like this because you have expressive iteration, but it's just another cheap way to stop cantrips and threats as well because it can hit DRC.
I knew that Tannen had a real love for Legacy and the Delver Mirror. When we played our one match, we finished so quickly. It was 2-0 my favor, and he's like, "Let's play a third game," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Okay." it was so much fun. Yeah.
They were, I was going to say, because you can have a lot of the ones that finish real fast, and I felt unsatisfied.
Yeah. You're like, "Oh, you got to play like turn 3 Gurmag Angler with being able to pay for days and Force of Will up." It's like, okay, fine, let's just play another one. It was great. I've never had someone say that to me in a tournament before. Okay, so here, a Carpet of Flowers really takes a lot of the wind out of any Delver deck sales. So just, okay, I have cards like Daze and Spell Pierce maybe, and it just makes it very difficult. And maybe that's why you see cards like Counterbalance being more popular, because once you have Counterbalance, you're able to kind of maybe not keep up with the mana, but you can keep up with kind of like the deck selection part of the 4-color deck.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point because I think that's the most important thing, right? It's like in this matchup, the games are going to go relatively long, and you just have to try to keep up. And that can be a problem sometimes. We saw last game, Jeff actually had like way more things than Harlan did in the mid to late game until the turn where Harlan, finally stabilized, and then a couple of decent top decks off the top, the Ice Fang Quaddles really put him in a commanding position.
Yeah,
Looks like we're going to have a DRC into an expressive iteration here.
So one thing that starts to be a little bit difficult is all of Harlan's creatures are pretty much Elvish Visionaries, like they're all replacing themselves in one form or another, and Jeff's creatures all don't do that. So when you play cards like Delver of Secrets, DRC, even Brazen Borrower to some extent, and Murktide Region, they're all just, this is my card. Meanwhile, Harlan's cards can, like Ice Fang Quaddle is a great example. It's like that's going to trade with a Murktide Region potentially, and then it's just like, oh, I got a card out of it. And when you're playing so many cantrips, just each card matters. You can't really trade pound for pound as the Delver player.
Yeah, you don't really want to either. It's like actually actively bad for you to be trading in a lot of the spots because like you just need your threats to survive and carry a game for you. And Harlan's deck does a very good job of putting you in a spot where you're going to have to do it. He makes you interact in ways that you don't want to, and trading a creature for a creature out of the Izzet Delver deck is generally very bad for you.
Yep. And then what a card like what cards like Snapcaster Mage and Quaddle also prevent is you can take it one step further. It actually prevents the Delver deck from being able to board in cards like Court of Cunning, because if you then give up the Monarch, you actually just can't win. But like that is a tool that you feel like should be good against more controlling style decks. So it's kind of interesting there.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I hadn't even thought about it that way. The fact that like, trying to mill them out probably isn't super great either. But the fact that like if you ever give up the Monarch to Harlan, like you're just dead. Like you're not coming back from that.
Yeah, so it looks like Jeff's hand is Brainstorm, Force of Will, and one of each blast. So a Hydroblast and a Pyroblast. So they're just kind of confirming, like, you kind of do have to pitch for Force of Will here. I believe it was pitching the Brainstorm, so leaving them with one of each blast in hand. But it could be possible that they got rid of the Hydroblast. Like, Hydroblast doesn't have that many targets other than Pyroblast, and maybe if they pick up on the Minsc and Boo, potentially.
Yeah, something like that. And at this point, what you have to do, and this is a very unfortunate ponder for Jeff Carr, is a very good one for Harlan. Is let's say he has to play Protect the Queen here. He has to
Mhm.
just make sure this Murktide survives, 'cause that's how he's gonna win the game. And it doesn't look like that's gonna be the case. This Murktide survived the first Swords of Plowshares, but not the second.
Yeah, and as you put in the protect the queen sort of thing, it's just there's just a lot riding on that Murktide region. Like you were hoping to be able to get rid of the Quaddle and just close out the game pretty quickly before Harlan's able to find enough answers, but that one Ponder was just powerful enough. But you felt incentivized to not play Pyroblast. Like I think it was actually a pretty tough call because like you kind of want to be able to Pyroblast the Quaddle and just attack, but
Exactly. I was gonna say, I think with the line that Jeff was taking is if you're gonna move in and fight over the Murktide that way and make sure it survives, you have to save the Pyroblast to kill the Coatl. Otherwise, like everything you're doing is just bad into what's face up on the table.
yeah, I think that leads to you needing to pitch the Hydroblast, but I
I
understand that you
agree.
want to
I
be
agree.
able to just like stop your, Murktide from dying from a Pyroblast. So it's like how many Pyroblasts does Harlan play versus say more Swords to Plowshares and stuff like that. It was there once again. There's just so many decisions being made. And I think they're all like very justified.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is where the really good legacy players make their money, and then this is where Harlan's deck construction and its role in this matchup really puts you in the squeeze. We talked about this a little bit, where we talked about how
Mhm.
like it puts you in spots where you have to make really tough decisions and decisions you don't want to make. And this is a pretty good top deck here for Jeff at Expressive
Mhm.
Iteration out of nowhere. Looks like
Yeah.
I was about to say another Merc. That was a pretty good Expressive Iteration.
Yep. So you can. Hmm. I guess you're keeping the Pyroblast at this rate, and then you exile the Murktide region. Your region's not going to be that big. You can exile 3 things that would pump it. So the Force of Will and 2 EIs.
Yeah, I was about to say I kind of like keeping Expressive Iteration in my hand, playing Murktide this turn, very large Murktide, and unfortunately having to put Brainstorm away. It sounds weird to be like, yeah, I'll just like get rid of this Brainstorm like late in the game, but I think this is the best line at trying to win the game from here.
Mhm.
Also, you have to make it big enough to be able to stop Batterskull as well.
Mhm. Okay, so if it goes back to Harlan, and so it really depends on this draw step how you're able to proceed. One line you can take is you can re-equip the Batterskull over to the Quaddle, which actually pays Jeff off for the having the extra Pyroblast. Considering Pyroblast in the Brainstorm, I really like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just firing off on the cantrips here, especially since you have two.
I mean, another thing is like there's I guess brainstorm philosophy kind of as to like how people like playing brainstorms, and I think the average or the people who are likely better at Legacy are more likely to brainstorm when there's at least one card in hand that you don't want. So if you're saying, "Oh, you chose to play brainstorm here, so you actually have cards that aren't good," let me then stop you from seeing way more cards.
Yeah. And so interesting here, Harlan giving up the germ to move the Batterskull over to the Snapcaster Mage because it presents an attacker with 6 power. So
Mhm.
Jeff can't just block for no value here. He's going to lose his Merc type. He does that as well. Plus, Jeff can't use the Pyroblast this to kill the Snapcaster because then he can't get through the Quaddle. And like there's a spot there where it's just like I'm not sure if you're supposed to aggressively use the Pyroblast on the Snapcaster and then possibly like just give yourself a chance to top deck to beat the Quaddle for the next couple turns. I mean, none of the plays seem, you know,
Mhm.
particularly appealing or great to me.
Yeah, I did miss if Harlan attacked with the Germ token before re-equipping to gain the 4 extra life, but either way, yeah, it's just like a really tough spot. Oh wow, okay, so we're seeing some blast action.
Yeah, and so if you're going to do it last turn, this is what I'm talking about now. You've given Harlan a chance to draw another card before doing this, so it's like it's a weird spot to be in. I'm not sure exactly what's right there. I'd have to be like in the seat and think about it for quite a while. You know, trying to
Well,
watch this from both ends. You get confirmation
well,
bias too.
if you ever Pyroblast not during combat, then Harlan can just move over the Batter Skull and then attack with the Quaddle instead.
Oh, well, speaking of giant Murktides, one of these is about to be very big. The second Murktide here is going to grow the first one.
Okay, so you see Jeff choosing to keep Counterbalance in the graveyard, and a large reason for that, and choosing to pay that extra mana, and so the reason for that is to increase your probability of having Delirium. Enchantment's a harder card type to get into your graveyard. So for DRC, if you care about that, Delirium, more than likely Unholy Heat is what Jeff's thinking about.
So Jeff is at 1 here. So you see Harlan very aggressive, like just trying to end the game by using a Pyroblast like he would anyway on one of these Murktide regions. But since that was going to be met
So
with the Blue Elemental Blast,
I like this play a lot. So, oh, you're at 1? Let me get another creature into
yep,
play.
yeah, go ahead and use the Carpet of Flowers for what 6 mana. Pick up Batterskull. Do this all again. Pretty good top deck from Jeff here. This is a Brainstorm into a bunch of cards. Does he have a way to stop? I think this is a Letter Shredder.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Mystic Sanctuary tap just in case you're going to draw Daze, but maybe the Dazes are side out. But the super minor probably doesn't matter here. So yeah, with Ledger Shredder, you're able to at least block the Snapcaster. So we're going to play on here, but the problem is there's probably not an opportunity to connive, so it's going to make it a little bit difficult to like your pseudo brainstorm lock. Like the next card's Force of Will, and the one after that is a dud. So and Teferi being able to bounce any of the creatures, shove with the team, and like that, Harlan, Dan, and Ross are able to win their match, so bringing them to 8-1-1.
Yeah, I can't wait to tease Ross about the fact that like we're gonna get to watch his team a bunch this weekend and never see him. You know, we've seen Dan, we've seen Harlan, but we haven't seen any of Ross. So hopefully we get to see some of his beautiful face and deck. The problem is that we can't move the players like we could in the past, and so the way the cameras are set up in the seats, that's just the seats that we get and stuff. So hopefully we can get some modern, hopefully we can get some Ross on camera at some point. But honestly, I kind of like not putting him on camera just so I can dig at him later.
Sorry. Yeah. I also just you and I love watching Legacy and
Oh, of
stuff too.
course.
So any opportunity to do that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see, so it's going to go ahead and move Ross and Harlan them up to I think what is it 8-1
Yep.
now? 8-1-1.
8-1-1. Yeah.
Yeah, 8-1-1. So very very good chance for them to be securing one of those elimination spots late in the tournament. With how many teams are playing in this, I wonder if everybody's going to have to play it out, or if like one team or two teams might lock up a spot in the last round. But we'll have to see as today goes on. I'm definitely gonna be watching, you know, the next couple rounds. I think you and I have what, one more round that we're doing, and then the
2 more.
are we doing two more? Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't even know. You tell me. I'm chained to my desk right now, so I'm not really going anywhere. So you've got to deal with me for a few more hours.
Oh, I'll find a way to get 5, but it'll be great.
Sure. So let's say let me see if we're gonna go to a break for one
Yeah.
of the commercial breaks for Anurag here.
Yeah, there's 6 minutes left in the round, so we're gonna cut to a break, and then we'll be back shortly though.
some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Hello, how's it going? Okay, all right, so you can see I'm not alone this time. We just finished the first 2 rounds of Swiss today. Thank you everyone who's here watching. We have a total of...
My boo is coming over.
Literally, I was...
Yeah, literally my boo.
Very
Yeah, specifically
Flavorful.
asked for a Ross token for this weekend.
Actually, Tannon has been, he's been excited and also torn that you're not like under the camera right now the whole day, Ross, because he wants to watch you, but he also wants to laugh at you for not being on the screen. So I don't know, this is a really interesting relation. You guys still have the podcast together, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, at, was it MTG_rants?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you guys, first thing.
Tannon, he's my boo now.
Oh, damn.
It's a so close but so far away kind of situation.
Yeah.
Where he can see you, but he just can't, like, you know. Yeah. All right, so 2 rounds are done. We have 5 rounds of Swiss total today, so there's 3 more left, and then after that we have a top 6 cut, which is weird, but it's interesting because it incentivizes teams not to ID, and then like the first 2 seeds they get buys in the elimination round, so it really does.
Straight to the top 4.
And then you go straight to the top 4, exactly, right? Yeah, so incentivizes a very different tournament experience, which I think is pretty cool, but that's for later. Right now, I want to talk to Harlan, who we've been watching play Legacy today for a couple rounds. You've been playing maybe a list that I have literally not seen anywhere, partly because some of the cards you're...
Yeah, it's a Harlan brainchild.
It is a Harlan. I feel like the Harlan brainchild is the recipe of always Brainstorm, Ponder, Swords, and then Stoneforge Mystic is like a
It's
card.
not always Stoneforge Mystic,
Yeah.
but so like, I'm big on being able to actually close games. Like
Yeah.
you guys saw against Post. Like I actually beat Post because I have pressure on
You want to pull up a chair? I can also. I have questions
No, he
for you
likes
too.
to squat.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. We're working out right now.
Yeah, he's got to get the glutes going, you know. But no, I really like having pressure, and also so like one of the big things about like Grixis control historically, right, was Baleful Strix.
Yeah.
And a big thing about like Delver right now is you have to have a 2-for-1 to match their iterations, and like if you look at the Days Undoing deck, they have no 2-drops.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
They don't, let alone a proactive 2-drop.
This
but
reminds
they
me
have
of
no
the deck that
2-mana
you
spell.
literally played on the circuit like a couple of years ago, where it was
The
like
Blue-White Delver deck.
no, it was the Jeskai deck that was like all basics.
So that deck had the 3-drop problem.
Right. Yeah.
So
I
like,
called it the
that
Twin
was
Towers
because
because it was like.
It's just all 1s and 3s.
Yeah.
So your deck like has all these disjointed draws where you so much of the time are just like, all right, go.
Yeah.
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
Like hopefully you play something so I can use my mana, which this deck still struggles from a little bit, but with Quaddle and Stoneforge, I have like a ton of 2s.
Yeah.
But Quaddle was kind of just like a
filler.
Yeah, it was more of like a free addition.
Okay. Is it good?
basically, it's like fine.
Interesting characterization.
Okay. Why you say that?
Well, there's a basic forest in his deck, so that's a cost.
Well, no. So the basic, that's what I actually was getting to. So in Indy, I played a Jeskai Stoneblade deck.
Yeah.
Which was like Jace focused and had 3 Snapcaster mages. And basically the idea was like, I'll beat up on Delver. But kind of what the issue I ran into was like, everyone has 5 to 6 blasts.
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't
yeah.
have Jaces in my deck. So then I'm like relying on the Batterskull, but I don't have the mana to really grind with the Batterskull.
Oh, green's good for mana.
Yeah, and so like I was talking to Zach Allen, because he played at one of the NRGs. He just played his normal Jeskai Days Undoing deck, and then just put a Tropical Island in his deck for 3 carpets.
Yeah.
And he was like, dude, carpet plus Savines is easily the way to beat Delver. And I was like, okay. So I started working on a Bant Blade deck.
Okay.
That was just, all right, the way I've always beat Delver is I just play off all basics, and then I have duels just to fix my colors if I need them.
Okay.
Instead of playing, all right, I'm a largely dual land based deck, and I can get a couple basics to build up my mana.
Yeah.
I play totally off basics.
Okay. I see. I used to be like that, and then I was like, Uro. Fuck it. It just
Dude, Uro
doesn't matter.
sucks, man.
Yeah.
Everyone has blasts.
Yeah, it's rough. I agree with you. But there's a new card that you're playing today that we've seen a couple times on stream that, I mean, you even made an allusion to right now. It's Minsk and Boo, right? So Minsk and Boo right here.
So
The boo.
yeah, he's the Boo.
yeah,
Yes.
he's the hamster on my shoulder.
How does that card fell for you? I saw a tweet a couple days ago where you're like, "Hey, blue players, have you tried this card yet?" And I was like, "I don't know, I'll try it tomorrow." And
Yeah.
what was
it
your
was good for
consensus?
you.
It
I
was
watched some of
insane
your
for me.
matches,
Yeah.
Which your deck has no closing speed whatsoever.
Correct.
So it's
yeah.
like great for you.
Right.
For me, it's been like pretty hit or miss. I played against like one like what I would call fair blue deck that's not Delver.
Yeah.
And they were like bugged with a bunch of Strixes and Quaddles, so Cauldron just rickrolled them anyway. Because they just can't kill it. They can't block it.
Yeah.
But it's been okay. I don't really need the closing speed. It was more like I needed a hammer permanent that can take over a game.
Okay.
And I didn't want to play Jace,
of the
not
fire-
actually because of the blast issue,
Oh.
because I board out Minsk against Delver because they can bolt it with the trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
So it's not really reliable for that. So I actually take it out against Delver, so Jace would have been fine there anyway.
Okay.
But Jace is kind of rough on my mana base.
I see.
So like, I only have 2 basic islands because I wanted the 11th fetch because I'm 4
Two
colors.
basic forests as well, right?
I have 1
sorry.
forest, 2 plains, 2 island, and a mountain. And then I have 3 blue duels.
Okay.
So like I'm a full 4 prismatic.
Yeah, you are
Vista deck.
hard. Do you have like
Yeah,
Supreme
so-
Verdicts in your deck? Is that why you have
No.
Okay.
So I have 2 plains just because I double white spell all the time with Stoneforge Mystic plus a white
Yeah.
removal. But basically it all circles back to what I was originally talking about, where I'm always in on the Prismatic Vista plan against Delver.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to see if green worked for one, and carpet was insane, but I was struggling against like blue decks because I didn't have Pyroblast.
Okay.
So then I was like, okay, well, I can just put a Volcanic Island in my deck and a mountain and splash red.
Yeah. The red splash was clutch
Right?
last match.
Yeah,
You were
exactly.
able to stop the counter
So
bounce.
that's what I found out is like, even with Prismatic Vista, the 4th color isn't that big of a deal.
Okay.
It's like I basically have 1 colorless land in my 20 land blue deck.
Okay. Yeah.
With the mountain, but it lets me have 4 blasts in my deck, and I get access to the From the Ashes.
Okay.
Ruination
That was
effect.
sweet. That was, and then we
I was
snap
like-
cast it back too.
Yeah, I was like, I cast it, and I was like, he has 4 basics still in his deck. What? He got like, I got Stone Rained off that, and he didn't. I was, but that was fine. But so like. That's what I meant. Like, I wanted to play Carpet. Carpet is the green card I'm playing. Quaddle was kind of a free roll because I was already playing all the basics.
Okay.
And had green. And then it also makes my Teferis a little bit better because I trimmed on Snapcaster Mages. Quaddle makes GT good. So, like, I don't actually have a Verdict, which is good because it's hard to cast.
Interesting.
And then against Elves, GT is actually better anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Like, Quaddle plus GT is just a plan against Elves.
Yeah, because
right?
Yeah.
I
I feel like Elves hasn't had to deal with GTA in a while because Stoneforge Mystics got dialed down too, so
Yeah.
they're not even like really geared for it. I'm seeing all these like Fiend
Yeah,
Artisans
they don't have
and
a
Shriek
replicate
Mons
or
and
anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Minsk and Boo is also just kind of a free roll because I was already 4 colors.
Yeah.
And obviously I couldn't play any games with it because it's not on Magic Online.
Yeah.
So I just kind of like fired it off, put one in my main deck, one in my sideboard in case it was awful.
Yeah.
I could just take the one out all the time.
You want to know some crazy rulings that I learned about Minsk and Boo?
What?
All right, so the first one that you probably know is that, like, obviously you play it, you can ETB, in response to the ETB, you could bolt it to kill
Yeah.
it. That one everybody knows, I think. The second one that really caught me off guard was, so the -2 ability apparently is sacrifice a creature and then you can
Yeah,
fling.
it happens on resolution though, so if they just kill your token
Yeah.
in response, you don't get anything.
You're already ahead of the game.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Well, you
Yeah.
can sack
Well,
another creature
also,
if you have another
Zach
one.
and I spent a good time on a Discord call making sure we were like we spent a good hour just talking about Minsk and Boo and like the deck
No
in
way?
general.
You
Yeah,
didn't
whether
invite
we should-
me? Wow.
No, sorry. But we were just talking about Minsk and Boo in the deck, and we like figured out the Minsk and Boo meta because we thought it might be like a big thing,
Yeah.
like from your deck, right?
Uh-huh.
If people played it. And so if you are playing a mirror, you want to play your Minsk plus on your token and not attack.
Wow.
So you can block theirs.
Yeah.
Because they can just kill yours if you attack.
Right.
And then when you untap, yours is a 7 and kills their token plus puts it low enough, and yours is at 5, so it doesn't kill it on the crackback. Right?
Wow.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
So like you have to not attack.
yeah.
So like it's not that the second one wins, you just have to be smarter with the first one.
Okay.
And then we realized that I also was like way ahead because I had GT, so I can get like a counter on GT and then just kill their token when it comes into play and they target it. So
That's
we were
pretty
prepped
dirty.
for that. And I have the 2 blue blasts too. So.
All right. Well, I have some heavy-hitting questions for you. Right? You
Okay.
ready for it? This is the first one. First question is, Next match, I want you to give me the prediction here. What is your team record going to be like overall? Who's going to win, who's going to lose, and what's the final outcome?
Well, so it's been pretty hit or miss. Typically, Ross and Dan both win.
Oh.
And then I don't finish.
Wow. Okay.
I finished 5 matches over 10 rounds. So that's what Dan was like, yeah, so like you guys should just start here, because Dan finishes in half the time of me every
I've been
round.
trying to get Dan on camera, and your matches take
the only
forever.
times I finished in like 30 minutes were when I just got creamed by the 2 combo
Okay,
decks.
but you haven't lost 5 times. You just like did not finish.
No, I've only lost twice.
Okay, all right, but they're just carrying you basically.
And then I have 4 unfinished, and then an actual draw against
Okay,
Heads.
all right. So that was my second question, which is like, of the 3 of you here, who's the one that we're going to have to talk to after the tournament about pulling their weight? Who's doing the best?
Well, technically, I haven't. Well, yeah. So Ross did the best day 1. I don't know what the records are for day 2.
Yeah.
But Ross was 6'2", Dan was 5'3", and I went 2-2 yesterday. So like, it's not like
You
Dan
can't
kept
even
making fun
answer
of me
the
because I wasn't doing anything. But I was like, I lost less than you, man.
Okay.
You can't make fun of me for
Yeah.
that. So. I'm the anchor. It comes down to me, you know,
Facts.
and then I can lock it up.
Facts.
So.
I saw that. Yeah, yesterday, like everyone just. I mean, well, honestly, it just seems like as the matches finish, like team members are just getting up and going because like Legacy is your thing kind of deal. But it looks like we have players coming over here, so we're going to wrap up this interview. We're going to talk to you guys a little bit later. Get to your match. Good luck. I'm going to go set up things on my end. We're going to take a quick ad break, and then we're going to go to, might not even. So Tan and Jonathan, if you're there, I'm just going to transition over to you, and we'll go to the Pioneer match as soon as they're ready. Cool. All right, I'm going to go to them. See you guys. Bye.
All right, looks like we're going to be back for the 3rd round here today of Team Ghosts of SCG's Past. Just an absolute banger of a name. Love it. So funny. It does sound like we were probably going to get Pioneer this round. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah. So we'll have Dan Jessup get some more time in the camera besides the quick peek in that we had the previous match, but. And then we'll cut over to Harlan if they're still playing. So just, the rate at which the games are played and the amount of, pauses for longer decisions and stuff, make it so that way. We'll get some, I know this is like primarily a Legacy stream and whatnot, but no, we'll definitely get some Pioneer out there. And, a lot of people are looking towards Pioneer, especially with the RC in Atlanta, so just making sure that the stakes are still pretty high here, and especially in a team event, you really don't want to let down your teammates, so you're going to try your hardest.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's one of the big things that comes into team events too, is like you get help from your teammates, you're playing for them. I found myself playing a little harder. Maybe that's why I didn't have as many good results individually. It's like, I'm like, I can just lose here. It's not a big deal. But like, you don't want to let your teammates down, like you said. So you're like clawing for every inch and stuff. So I am excited to see some Pioneer because, like you said, it is going to be very relevant very soon. I mean, it has been for the RCQ seasons, and then we're going to get a quote-unquote Pro Tour of it soon in Atlanta, and I am super excited to have that back. And we'll see what happens afterwards because we may get the return of Standard. I think the next one, which is in Charleston, I can't remember. It's somewhere on the East Coast, like in the North Carolina area.
Mm-hmm.
And that one's going to be Standard after this. So we'll see. We'll have a new set come out by then, which we've seen some previews and stuff for. And I love Legacy. Don't get me wrong. Like you said, this is a Legacy channel. I'm a Legacy guy. I love it. But I love dopey mid-range and aggro decks too. So like, Pioneer and Standard are like right up my alley. And the deck that we're going to be seeing from Dan is like, it's really funny. It is the mopiest deck in the format, but it's also just very good. And he's playing the black-red mid-range deck. If you watch a lot of streams on Twitch, you'll probably see Misplaced Ginger playing this all day, every day on his stream as well. And he's kind of like pioneered this deck, to use a really bad pun. He's kind of like made this deck what it is today, and some of the card choices and figuring it out. Because I think the joke that was going back and forth between a lot of people on Twitter is it's like the worst best deck ever. Because the deck's just a pile of cards, but it's actually just really good. So
I don't really participate in that sort of Twitter discourse.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's just like saying Jund with Bloodbraid Elf is the same thing. Like I don't understand like where some amount of elegance is lost or whatever. Like it's just doing the same Jund plan but with 2 colors. Like I don't get it, so I don't really participate in that sort of stuff. But I do think when you say like look at each of the formats and how much their overall texture has changed in 1 year's time, I would say Pioneers has changed the most. It's just highly impacted by a lot of the cards from the new sets. There was a streak of time for maybe like 2 months or 3 months on Moto where I was just playing every single Pioneer challenge. And, I think about like all the innovations and things I came up with back then. And now they're just like blown out of the water with all these new like
Yeah.
innovations and all these like really cool synergies.
Not to mention that, there was that 2 or 3 month span where every Monday the format changed. Where we had like a ban announcement every Monday. I
Yeah.
love the no nonsense of Dan here, by the way, just sitting there calmly waiting for his game. No playmat, no nothing extra. Just, hey, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play.
That's the Dan Jessup I remember.
This is the danger of what is this deck his opponent's playing? Is this
It looks
Grease
like mono
Fang?
white humans, or maybe it's Grease Fang. Oh no, it probably is. It's
I'll
one
say
of
I think I
those.
saw I think I saw black white land. So, but I saw some
Okay.
cards that I didn't recognize right away. So,
Yeah,
maybe it's something different and new, which would be really cool if they found a way to break this. They're at Carlton's team here is at 9-1, probably on the back of a lot of his record as well.
yeah. So that's one thing that happens to me. So like, I'm willing to believe that there's like rising stars, moto grinders whose real life
Right.
name you don't know, and all that stuff. But when you're really deep in a tournament and you play against someone you've never heard of, do you feel more or less afraid of
I'm
like their deck selection?
terrified. I'm
Yeah.
actually terrified when that happens.
Yeah, like I'm willing to believe that they're a solid player and stuff, but I'm just like, oh my god, like something's really gonna
I'm
hit me.
about to get embarrassed is usually what it is. Okay, is this black green? Is that what it is? Black green white? Yeah, I think this might be black
No,
green white.
I think you're right. I think it is Grease Fang. So you see the Witherbloom command to help mill and maybe kill something. And then I think on the far left that might even just be a Grease Fang. It's really testing my ability to see these cards, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, also, depending on what sleeves you have, it makes it harder to see too. Some of them have a yeah. So there is a grease fang in the hand. That's a Takanuma as well into a Stitcher supplier. I mean, I'll tell you this. I'll try to do play by play as well as I can here. This deck's gonna challenge me. There's gonna be a
no,
few cards I might not know the name of.
no, that's okay. All I know is that whenever I see Grease Fang, I think of do you know like the Bee Gees at all?
You know what? I don't. Unfortunately, like I'm not a big like oldies guy. I'm like I don't get the Beatles, like the Bee Gees and stuff that
Mm,
the Beach Boys stuff. Like I've heard their stuff, but it just doesn't resonate with me as much as like early
okay.
2000s pop punk. That's more my style.
No, no, that's fine. They have a song called Grease that's like pretty catchy that I think of
You know
every
what?
time I see this deck.
You said the Bee Gees, right? I'm writing this one
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Yeah, you could listen to it later, but it's
Yeah.
it's like a pretty decent song. But like, yeah. Anyhow, so we see Witherbloom command. So this is gonna do the mill effect, and then it's able to off the Stitcher supplier to then mill more. This is a really good setup though because it allows you to still hit your land drops, and then oh wait, so not killing the Stitcher supplier. Interesting. I
Yeah,
wonder what
it's
the
kind of
second
like
mode
an
was.
yeah, it's kind of like another copy of what was the two drop that all the green two drop that milled for and returned to land that all the decks played.
Like Seder Wayfinder.
Seder Wayfinder, yeah, it's like a Seder Wayfinder with more options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't mill as hard though. I think it mills 3 and then returns the land.
Right. Having the options of killing an early drop and stuff too can be impactful. I'm trying to say I think it kills a permanent for 2 or less if I remember right. I'm not 100% that, so maybe you can hit
Mhm.
Rest in Peace.
Yep.
Yeah.
Non-creature, non-land. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any vehicles in the graveyard. There is likely a Grease Fang in hand though, so maybe just bringing the beat down like the old-fashioned way. So
Yeah.
this
Two
is a
grease fangs
start.
in the yard too, so if Dan gets through this one, there's only one left.
I mean, off of a mold of 5, this is definitely a fantastic start. It is true that even if Dan's able to get rid of this Grease Fang, a lot of the Grease Fang decks are playing cards like Can't Stay Away, which would allow you to bring back the
Mhm.
Grease Fang, and then but it's still you're still a little bit off. Like you're just missing the Asika's Chariot or the Parhelion II. No, I'm just kidding. The second. Um,
Sure. I wish there was a camera on my face when you said that. I think I had like a mini stroke.
yeah. So So Dan's just trying to figure out, like, okay, like you multi 5. I understand you missed, like you didn't get your wombo combo off, off the start here. What do I do now? Like, if I answer this grief saying, what's gonna happen the next turn? And there's kind of just a lot of sequencing here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that you bring up here because I think that's one of the most important things with the red black deck is since, I use the word mopey just because it's just a bunch of like 1, 2, and 3 mana cards, right? It doesn't have like a robust plan like Greasefang does. It doesn't have mono greens like oh, I'm going to make 37 mana this turn. So pacing is extremely important out of this deck, like making sure that you cast your spells when you need to and in the order that you need to. It looks like we're going to have a chump here that's going to dig in the deck just a little bit. The Rafine's, God, I forgot the name of this 2-drop is. Love the innovation in the Greasebane deck of just like all the cards not only are like decent cards that you could put into play as bodies, but just continue to do your number one idea in the deck, which is like fill up your graveyard, find a Perihelion or something like that, and then have a Greasefang bring it back. You know,
Right.
you're not just playing cards that just mill, you know?
Right. So the card you're alluding to is the Rafine's Informant. So when it
Informant,
ETBs
yeah.
it, yeah, so it's a 2/1 that when it ETBs a connive. So, normally a draft card, but kind of a nice little enabler here. It's especially nice because with the Greasefang, the vehicle ends up back in your hand, and then you want ways to be able to discard it too. So it just gives you more ways to get the vehicles into the yard.
Yeah, I see some people talking about this in chat. I haven't played this matchup, but I've heard that this can be rough for the red-black matchup. That like this can be a decent matchup on the side of Greasefang. And I think this is one of the reasons why you see people playing this deck is the fact that it has some good matchups versus the popular decks in Pioneer right now. Speaking of Greasefang, there's number 4.
It also attacks on an axis that isn't that easy to address in game one. Um, I don't know. Like depending on how people are situated post board, that can change. But for instance, Fatal Push doesn't do it by itself. Like you need to do a little bit of work. So there you see the blood token being sacrificed to enable Revolt, which allows you to answer the Greasefang, but it's not like the smoothest answer.
Yeah, this isn't Legacy where there's just fetch lands everywhere and stuff like that. So like triggering Revolt can actually be a little difficult sometimes. It's one of the main reasons you see this Blood Tithe Harvester in the Rakdos deck, besides the fact that it's just a decent 2-drop. And the creatures in the deck all have to do something other than just be a creature. You know, they either leave behind some value or garner value, like this Graveyard Trespasser does, with a little bit of Graveyard Hate as well. Game 1, because the deck has to generate value in some way, because it's just got so many 1-for-1s in the deck. So it needs to do something to kind of keep up with some of this card advantage some of these decks can do. So it looks like Carlton's going to have a Thoughtseize here for Dan. Dan's got a pretty powerful hand, so he's going to have a couple of good picks here. I think, is that a Deadly Dispute? And then it looks like...
So there's a Graveyard Trespasser. I think it's a Thoughtseize, Bonecrusher Giant, Chandra, and another Bonecrusher Giant.
Yeah, I thought it was a Deadly Dispute, but I think you're right.
Yeah. I think identifying cards might be my hidden talent.
Well, I'm glad you're in the booth with me, so...
Well, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about Dan Jessup's Day-Night token?
Was it just on paper? This is what I would do. This is how I would do it.
Oh, really?
Oh,
geez.
because the thing is like I'm just never prepared. I never have my tokens. I never have anything. I usually have a pen and then maybe paper and my deck. Hopefully, I have my deck.
Jeez. So what I would do is I would have a sleeve that is like where you can see on both sides of the card, like a penny sleeve, and then I would put like some sort of card that's like a giant sun on it and some sort of like nighttime card, and I would just flip it over a bunch.
So you'd have like darkness on one side and
Yeah.
then like approach of the second sun on the other side or something.
Yeah, or maybe just darkness and holy day. Like that could be sweet.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the judges would be okay with it because those cards aren't legal in the format.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to put a legal card in a sleeve.
Really, I would just use cards from other card games. But if I had
Yeah.
to use Magic cards, those two sound great.
Yeah, I was watching coverage yesterday and someone was using I think it was Pokemon for their their tokens.
So Kane and I have actually talked about Pokemon cards a lot, like a lot. In terms of like maintenance of them, which ones we like, what we're thinking about picking up. Like we're both huge aficionados. Like I've spent way more money on Pokemon cards than I have Magic cards the last even like 5 years. Like I just love Pokemon cards.
The funny thing for me is that everybody was talking about it, like the commentators, the chat, and everything, and I was just completely lost, like utterly lost. Like I know who like Pikachu is, you know what I mean? Like I know the basics, but other than that, no idea. Also, let's talk about this. Carlton's down to 4 here, so really good mulligan, but not being able to find and put a vehicle into the yard has been what's been really keeping him out of this game. And Dan is just playing a couple of creatures, being able to attack every turn, and these trespassers have a bunch of food. Now, it does look like we're going to have a Stitcher supplier get put back into play here, so a chance for Carlton to find one, but he looks like he's going to whiff yet again.
Yeah, so Just really rough, like in the top 20 cards of your deck, not finding any vehicles in your combo deck. But that's kind of the difference here. So Dan Jessup's deck is, I'm gonna play one of like just a very efficient card on 2 and a very efficient card on 3. And sure, I'm stuck on 3, but every card I'm gonna play is just very good. Whereas Carlton's deck does need some things to go its way. And I would say this is like on the low side of variance, like, like not hitting a vehicle in that amount of time, but it is something that Dan's deck actually just can't do. Like if you just draw any reasonable combinations of lands and spells, Dan's deck gets to do what it did.
Absolutely. It looks like Dan's going to be up the game here. All roads led to Rome there. A way to attack with his creatures plus any amount of the Bone Crusher is going to be able to push through that damage on Carlton. And he also was just kind of, that was it. That was like his last gasp anyway. So I don't think there was a way for him to even try to find a vehicle for the next turn. So very good mulligan for Carlton, but it just didn't come together. Now, Dan does get to sideboard in maybe a little bit more of graveyard hate, but like you said, Carlton's deck can do some stuff against that graveyard hate and play through it pretty well as well.
So here's a fun fact that you might not know about Dan Jessup.
Okay.
He won the first PTQ he ever played in.
That's really, you know what? Only the best Magic players do that.
Well,
Only the best.
I'm not one of the best then, so.
I'm obviously saying this because I also won the first PTQ
Yeah,
I ever
I
played in.
figured. Yeah, you have good company though.
I also didn't know, it was really funny. So it was like I played with like my local friends and was starting to play tournaments, and they were like, hey, we're going to a PTQ this weekend in Houston, which is about 4 hours away. They're like, do you want to go? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. Let's go. And then a minute later, I'm like, yo, what's a PTQ? Like totally the sitcom moment. And they're like, yeah, it qualifies you for the Pro Tour or whatever. So I won that one and got to go to London. So,
oh, nice.
Which I'm actually flying to in like 2 days. So
which
crazy.
London was that?
What's that?
Which London was that?
It was Kamigawa, like original Kamigawa.
Yeah. Yeah, that was way before my time. My first Pro Tour was like Shards of Alara block in Hawaii. Which was also nice.
Hitting Hawaii is pretty cool.
Yeah, my second Pro Tour is also Hawaii, like 7 years later, 8 years later.
Oh, nice.
That one was Kaladesh. But so it was funny. So talking about Pokemon cards, back then most people didn't use cards from other card games as their tokens. Like it was very not standard.
Right.
So at that Pro Tour, I remember my like second match of Constructed. I played Broodmate Dragon, and I just put a Shadowless Charizard into play, which is like a pretty rare like Pokemon card. And just tons of judges were like swarming, and they're like, "Wait, do you see that?" And like they're all just like trying to figure out if this was okay.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw something like that, I was like, "Wait, what's going on? Like, what is this card?"
What game were we playing? It was funny because with all the secret layers, we almost feel like we're close to there.
Right. So it's really funny. Like I'm one of the people. I'm kind of an old man that yells at clouds a little bit, but not too much. But I'm completely okay with secret layers, which obviously my opinion doesn't matter whether I like it or not. I haven't partaken in them too much or partook in them too much, but I will say this: there's going to be a day where they choose an IP that they're going to happen to be like, yeah, just give me 7 of them.
Yeah,
like, yeah, that's totally my stuff,
Yeah, so they did that to me a little most recently. So I had to buy the Street Fighter ones.
Yeah, the Street Fighter one's sweet. Yeah.
And then if they ever do like they had like the Hatsune Miku like promo thing for Neon Dynasty. If they ever have like a secret layer like Volcloid or Hatsune Miku, I'm gonna buy like 1 billion of them.
Yeah, if they ever do like a Star Wars or like a Marvel one or whatever, they've just got me.
I thought they announced some sort of Star Wars thing recently.
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, so focusing a little bit more on the match though. So Harlan was able to take game 1 against Doomsday, and then we see a Thoughtseize to kick things off for Michael. So trying to figure out how to poke a hole in the hand and electing to choose a Brainstorm there.
Yeah, just kind of keep Harlan. It looked like Harlan kept like a 1-lander, maybe a 2-lander as well. So trying to make sure that he can maybe strangle him on mana a little bit and get ahead that way.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Like the Doomsday deck does play Underground Sea, but you also play, I think it's just 1 swamp, but you might be able to get away with not necessarily committing into the Carpet of Flowers.
Here we go. We got Brendan DeCandio in the chat, and very much a Brendan DeCandio card here in Grizzly Salvage getting cast this turn from Carlton.
Yeah, so just trying to figure out what land he wants to pick up.
Looks like a Temple Garden.
But still no vehicles. I'm not even convinced that they're actually in this
Yeah,
deck.
I was about to make the joke. Do you think he put vehicles in his Greasefang deck?
Well, I know that Carlton boarded in a Sky Sovereign, so at least one.
I was about to say what was the God? They used to
Yeah,
always make the boat noise.
the Cedric and
The barge
yeah.
and Peace Ollie, yeah.
Right, yeah, like, I think I have a clip saved on my, uh, like, bookmarks on Chrome or whatever, where it was specifically Dan Jessup actually playing Sky Sovereign, and they're like, "Oh, wait, we get to make the barge sound again?" And you just hear them
Yeah.
both do it. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good.
All right, Dan's gonna go ahead and march over for a little bit of damage here.
Yeah, and then probably just playing a 3-drop. I mean, I just feel like the, Rakdos's decks, like, 2 into 3-drop sequences are so good for it.
Yeah, and they have to do something actually, which is the big thing, especially a matchup like this. Like they need to apply pressure. So having a 2-drop is really important because the deck actually doesn't play a ton of like proactive 2-drops. You know, it plays this creature and sometimes it plays what is it? The underdog, tenacious underdog
Yep.
and stuff as well. But the 3-drop is where the deck really shines. It's got a ton of stuff that it can play in 3 that's aggressive.
Mhm.
So Dan with 2 blood here, he can't activate this harvester this turn. Oh, let's say what is this? This is abrupt decay. Okay, so abrupt decay is going to take care of that. As I say, he could have possibly like left this up to kill a Greasefang if
Mhm.
something were to happen at this turn, but that would mean Carlton has a Greasefang and a way to put a vehicle in his graveyard, which we don't see either one of those, I don't think. But is this going to be a Chariot? Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a Zekia's Chariot. A card that is still just very, very good and very powerful. So this is one of the things you're talking about with this deck that, while it doesn't always have to do its main thing that it's trying to do, sometimes this backup plan is just good enough.
Yeah, the way I feel about Chariot is it's kind of just like Gideon Alive Zendikar that got to activate twice, like, right away.
Yeah, this card is so powerful. I remember I kind of glossed over this a little bit when I saw it on the spoiler. I was like, yeah, that card seems fine. It'd be probably really good in limited. And then I was like, oh, this card's just really really good. It's been dominating multiple constructed formats. I think we're gonna be seeing it for quite a while.
Yeah, I love when it starts copying just other types of tokens than
Hmm.
the cats it brings along.
Well, Rin 7 is my favorite one for it to copy.
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
Dan Jessup here has access to a braid in the hand, so that can stop this from getting out of hand. It looks like that's what he's going to go with. So probably just being able to activate the blood token too. So the Rakdos deck really hums once it gets to say 5 mana because you're able to play your really good 2 and 3 drops in the same turn. So being stuck on 3 sticks you in one spell turn territory, but it can get a lot better from here.
A Greasefang was updecked by Carlton here this turn, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and use Witherbloom command here. Let's see what modes they are.
Drain for 2 and mill, it looks like.
Yeah, I think you're right. So if this Chariot is taken care of by Dan with that Abrade, possibility that's going to be coming back really soon too. This Greasefang picked up by Carlton.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he gets a. I was like, there's a
Parhelia.
Perihelion.
So that could put some strain. So unless if Dan has a card like Rending Volley to go with the Abrade,
I think he
uh,
does actually. So I think he's got this wrapped up really well.
okay. I mean, even so, it just means you're not getting completely dunked on this turn, but the Grease Fang. So what you can do is you can try to enter combat to trigger the Grease Fang. And then if Dan's like, no, 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 wait, you're still in your main phase, then you can just crew the Chariot
Mhm.
and then you can still attack with the 2 cats. So even though Dan has everything, Carlton was able to sequence this to maximize dealing the most damage. And all this does is put the board state at parity. If Carlton's able to get back the Grease Fang, play another Grease Fang, like there's enough vehicles in the graveyard that a single graveyard trespasser isn't going to be enough to really
Mhm.
kind of like stymie what Carlton's trying to do.
Yeah. And it looks like Dan's like, making a lot of headroads in this and taking care of a lot of stuff. But what is the card? Can't stay away or
Yep.
whatever is
Yeah,
going to
yeah, yeah.
be a big time player here from now on. Of Carlton being at 5 lands now or 5 mana now.
Right. So being able to bring back either from casting it for 2 mana or flashbacking it for 5, able to get back the Grease Fang, and then we'll be able to get back a vehicle after that. So kind of the whole package if Dan's not able to play Graveyard Trespasser to remove the Grease Fang. And from the hand, it looks like a Thoughtseize, a Fable. Wanting to read. Okay, yeah, yeah. So that's Can't Stay Away. So just making sure he understands how that works.
Absolutely. Good. Another one, catch you back up on the cards that aren't played a ton in the other decks. So you're like, wait, what's that one do again? These are cards that,
Okay.
that
So,
are
so
only played in this one. Go ahead.
So it looks like Dan has Thoughtseize Fable and then has a Graveyard Trespasser in the front of the hand. So just trying to evaluate, like, do I just get rid of the Greasefang or do I get rid of your Can't Stay Away? Like, what axis do I actually want to fight on? But since there's two vehicles, you definitely can't just feel good about removing one of the vehicles.
Right.
And tapping out to do this. So Dan didn't draw a land for the turn and doesn't have another running volley anyways. So you kind of can't play around Greasefang from the hand. So you want to play around, like, if I get rid of the Greasefang in the yard, it's pretty good because then if you have a Can't Stay Away in your hand or draw one, then you can't get back the Greasefang. If you get rid of Can't Stay Away, then both Greasefang and Can't Stay Away are good for them.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I was trying to figure out like which one you're supposed to go for, and you just put it a lot better than I am.
It's fine. Yeah.
This is why we got you here.
What we really need is we need Tan and me and someone else who also doesn't have a trophy because I don't have a trophy either. So we need
Why
all
would you
three
bring
of
that
us.
up?
No, wait. We need all three of us to play an event together, and then
Oh,
we'll
sure.
crush it. Or
All right,
or
I'm
come
definitely
second.
down to team up at some point
We'll, we'll,
if they're
we'll,
teaming.
we'll take applications for other people that have come in second. Oh, Edgar. Yeah, we'll take Edgar.
I think he has a trophy though, doesn't he?
I don't know. I'll take
And
his word for
Cannon
it.
is heavy. Get out of here. Oh, we've got a very talented chat going on right now. Love each and every one of you.
Yeah,
Looks
it's
like we got
great.
a Rafine's informant is gonna go ahead and can I hear now? Let's say trigger. We're gonna run out of cards here for Carlton. Oh, this can't be countered. I forgot about that.
Right,
If you have to
yeah.
pay, yeah. You don't have to actually pay that.
The classic.
Yeah. That doesn't come up in the games that I've played against that card. I actually hate the fact that it has ward discard a card on that card.
Yeah. The coolest thing I feel like I've done is like discarded extra phoenixes so that it's like, oh, I'm killing your thing, and along the way, here's more phoenixes.
That's actually really sweet whenever you get to use the card for yourself. I have a feeling though in Standard and in Pioneer, there's a chance that thing's going to die to Liliana a decent bit going forward when that gets put into the format.
Hmm. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I feel like Liliana of the Veil is very much a. I feel like the upper echelon of players start realizing that Liliana go, and then that's when I'm afraid.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna. I mean, this is one of the decks that's gonna fit in pretty well. And you would think I'm talking about the red black deck. Now I'm talking about the Greasefang deck.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
Liliana is gonna slot pretty well into this deck. All right, so we have a Fabled the Mirror Breaker. Nice little goblin token. I wonder if you got one of those from Jim Davis for this weekend. It looks like a Jim Davis goblin token.
Yeah. Yeah, those are sweet. Do you know what unset that's from?
The OG one.
Yep. Yeah. So
Yeah.
unglued. Yep.
Again, I don't know the name.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
Okay, so Carlton's still with Dan tapped out here, so being able to do anything, but you feel like if there was a way to get Greasefang into play, you would just see it jammed here. So just trying to figure out how to make some inroads on the board. Life totals are kind of close, resources are that Dan has like a pretty stacked hands given that they missed so many land drops, so seeing there it is.
Yeah, we have a barge sighting, so it's gonna go ahead and take care of the 2/2 token that makes treasure from the Fable, and some damage is gonna get pushed across there. There's gonna be a trade from Dan, but he's gonna go ahead and take 4 from these cat tokens. The card that y'all can't see is Sky Sovereign.
Yep.
Yeah,
Council flagship.
yeah, that one.
Yes, but Dan here, able to use the second chapter of the saga, is going to be able to filter through the hand a little bit quickly and maybe be able to string together some things that can fight this a little bit better. So minimally, you can try to kill the 2 cat tokens and then just hope that there won't be something that can crew the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign's crew 3, I believe. So there's, it could be another Rafine's Informant or, Greasefang's obviously great, but it's with Dan at 7, not having another braid, it's actually kind of hard to kill the Sky Sovereign. I think you just have to kill the creatures.
Yeah, he ended up picking up a 4th land here, but it's one that comes into play tapped because it's Den of the Bugbear. Plus, he picked up an Unlicensed Hearse, a card that's very important in this matchup. Now, I think he can Hearse plus, he's got a Fatal Push here,
Yeah.
but he's got to fade so much to not die if he does that.
Yeah, the Sky Sovereign's a 6/5, so would go to 1, so not the end of the road if that happens, but still you're feeling kind of, treacherous at that point. But I do think it cuts off a lot of lines for Carlton.
Yeah, absolutely. Does look like he's going to take that line here.
All right.
Unlicensed Hearse, another card that's getting played in every format.
So big draw set for Carlton.
Like it was a land.
Yeah, I think it's 2 lands. So if that's the case, just attacking with a cat, which oh wait, oh, it's a Satyr Wayfinder. Okay,
Yeah,
well
the card that we mentioned earlier. Yeah.
that's good then. So with the Sky Sovereign having crew 3, uh, being able to hit is pretty good. So probably sending in for 6. Um, oh, okay. Maybe just
He didn't mill the 4th card.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he selected the land before. Yeah. So it looks like we're going to crew this guy's over, like you said, put Dan down to 1. Now Dan's in a really rough spot now. He's got to answer every permanent pretty much on the board for Carlton here.
Hmm. Yeah, so here if you're Dan, you probably just remove the vehicles.
Yeah, it looks like I think that's what he did. I was supposed to have missed
Yep.
it, but it feels like that's what he did. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still the chariot that was milled off of the most recent Satyr
Mhm.
Wayfinder, but you can just address that
Mhm.
later.
All right, so now Dan's got Kiki Jiki, but it's not active just yet. Let's see if he's going to be able to amount enough. It looks like he's going to be able to play 2 more creatures. So he will have like 3 blockers, but none of which are going to be able to stop the Sky Sovereign, right? So it looks like he's going to activate a blood token, digging for a way. I think a braid might be his only out.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to remember if they have any instant speed, like targeted removal that can hit the boat,
Well, it could still just be any removal
the creatures in
for the
play, right?
creatures, yeah.
Mhm.
And I think that's really what Dan's trying to dig towards.
It looks like he's going to blood cycle again. Looks like just a bunch of fables, and that's not going to be good enough. The early mana development definitely hindered Dan that game. I think if he's able to like double spell a little bit earlier in the game, maybe the game goes a little bit differently. But Carlton had a pretty good draw this game as well. Very redundant one, which is what
Mhm.
the deck really wants to do. The Greasefang deck.
Yeah, so chat points out that Kolaghan's command would also be good when there was 3 mana available to Dan for being able to kill the Sky Sovereign.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good one for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, well, one thing that also helps Dan here is that since it's really the 2-drop into 3-drop optimization that the Rakdos deck wants to do, it's a little bit easier when you're on the play to make it all work out. Um, Whereas when the Greasefang deck gets to be on the play, you're just on the back foot so early, or there's just so many times where you have to say, like, if you have it, you have it sort of thing, which isn't usually the situation you want to be in. I think Carlton's looking to board in some duresses for game 3 on the draw. So one thing that's interesting is in your sort of like synergy combo-ish deck, you only have so many slots that you can actually put in interaction at the cost of. So you saw like Abrupt Decay that game.
Diluting your deck too much, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The diluting. But also, one philosophy I like is I do like discard spells on the draw because you punish mulligans harder when the opponent's on the play, and you like pseudo have like extra cards, and you can break up curves a little bit easier. I don't know if I necessarily would do it against the Rakdos deck where all the cards are just kind of generic good cards. But it
Yeah.
is true if it's like cards like a Braid and Graveyard Trespasser in particular that seem to shine, then I can see having cards like Thoughtseize and maybe even Duress in certain scenarios. Like if you can hit a Hearse on turn 1, that might be pretty good for you.
Yeah, those are all. I mean, all those points seem pretty good to me. And like you said, I think hitting Hearse is the ceiling. The highest thing you
Mhm.
want that card to do, and you'll feel really great if that happens. But I mean, if it trades for anything that breaks up the curve from Dan too, like even just like hitting a removal spell for your Greasefang, or just stopping a Fable of the Mirror Breaker that Dan really needs to like filter his hand with or something. Lots of stuff that it can hit for sure. But I do like the point that you made too. That's just like, I joked about this deck being mopey. It's just because like all the cards just do all the things. That's what makes the deck good, right? It's just your prototypical like mid range deck. Like
Mhm.
it's the sum of its parts. Like the Greasefang deck, like obviously is really good when it has Greasefang, and if you take care of Greasefang or you keep them from having vehicles like they did in game 1, you see the deck doesn't really function, right? You can still do it a little bit. It's better than, a pure combo deck. But when you look at Dan's deck, it's just, yeah, I'm just going to play with the cards I have. It doesn't really matter what you take most of the time. Yeah, he's going to have sideboard cards that are relevant, right? Like this Rending Volley is very important. The Unlicensed Hurst was very important. That's a Lifebane zombie as well
Yeah.
in Dan's hand. That's an oldie but a goodie for a lot of the people at home.
So if you were to play in this tournament and you had to play Pioneer, what deck would you play?
I would be playing Dan's deck. I would be playing the black red deck or mono green, whichever. A lot more moving parts in mono green, but I'd probably shy towards the black red deck. What about yourself?
Uh, I think for some reason, I mean, I roughly know the reason, but I think Vampires like fell off the map. But I think with so many decks being mid range, I think Vampires is actually one of the best mid range decks. So I would try to like metagame that with like a bunch of like go blanks, maybe in the main. I'm not really sure yet though, but yeah.
I have a deck list I need to show you when we're done with the tournament. It's one of my friends has been playing in the format. I think you might like.
All right, I look forward to it.
So it looks like we got a mulligan here from Carlton, but this is a deck that mulligans pretty decently, right? Looks like we're gonna go to 5 again, just like game 1.
I mean, the 5 in game 1 was actually really good. Like, if Carlton didn't miss on getting any vehicles in the yard, I think Carlton would have just destroyed Dan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've seen the problem that can happen in this matchup, right? Like, all the pressure is on Dan. Like, he has to present a clock, and he has to interact with Carlton on, like, all the important axes, right? Like, the turns that he has Grease Fang, like, he needs to interact with his graveyard, and there's so much redundant from Carlton. Like, I can see why people think this is a good matchup for Grease Fang.
Mhm. Yeah, it is like kind of interesting. Like when my opponent mulligans, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, like they're down a card. That's pretty sweet. Other times I'm like, oh my god, they have the discipline to mulligan. They're definitely gonna have a good hand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like the Tron thing you were talking about
Yeah.
earlier. Like yeah, and Greasefang. I mean, it's not at the same thing as Tron, but I was about to say this deck probably mulligans a decent amount, like
Mhm.
aggressively. Obviously you have the hands that are gonna mulligan no matter what. You're like my hand does not function, but so it does look like he's gonna have one of those interactive spells here. It looks like a Thoughtseize here on turn 1. Seeing a Rending Volley, a Fatal Push, a Kalidas, and a Lifebane Zombie, and 3 lands. So Dan's hand's shaped up pretty well here. Let's see if this Thoughtseize is gonna be able to poke a hole in that.
Right, so no 2-drop, and then if you have Grease Fang in your hand, you lose the to Life Bane, but then if you don't take Rending Volley, that's not great, and then Kalidas is like quite the threat, so one thing I like doing when someone plays Thoughtseize against me is I try to figure out what's in their hand, judging by what they take, or even
Right,
in,
yeah,
like their thought process. Like some people move around like cards and stuff, and I like try to read very heavily into that.
Man, I'm gonna have to pay a lot of attention the next time you and I play. I'm gonna have to like bluff. I'm gonna have to bluff it. I'm gonna bluff you out of your shoes. I'm gonna get you real good, or I'm
Uh,
gonna be using all my mental energy on that and mess up in the game. So
I I have had to spend time like not overvaluing it and stuff. Well, it's actually Magic Online that helped me the most with that. Like I try to pick up on tells a lot, but if I realize even once that like I'm being led by my opponent, then I just play like how I would on Moto.
yeah, exactly. So nothing on 2. One of the problems that the Rakdos deck can definitely run into in this format is sometimes it
Ooh.
just doesn't really have anything active to do on turn 2.
Yeah, so it's no green mana with a Satyr Wayfinder in hand for Carlton.
Yeah, this is another Thoughtseize though, so he's gonna be able to poke even more holes in Dan's hand.
Maybe you
You see, he
just
takes
take
the
all the
life.
threats.
I was supposed to say, yeah, he took the Lifebane Zombie first. I think I would probably just take the Kalidas here and be like, look, I can slug through removal. I don't know if I can keep up if Dan's
Like
actually
this
attacking
hand
me as
is
well.
really bad against a card like Azeka's Chariot. So I really like just saying like, hey, you don't have that much velocity in your deck when you don't have like Fable of the Mirror Breaker or Blood tokens. So I
Yet,
just want to
yet, I think he's
live.
gonna top deck it right here.
Oh yeah.
Nah, that would have been. That's one of the moments like when I hate playing cards like Duress or Thoughtseize because like you get to watch your opponent top deck
Ooh.
you.
All
Oh, it's a
right.
huge draw for Carlton here.
Yeah. So Carlton also has the one Sky Sovereign again in their hand. And okay, and have some nice grease stain setup. Oh, milling one card at a time feels so much different than if you could just mill all 4 at the same time. Like there, you're on like the 4th card, and you're like, please, I just need I need a land.
It was a green one too, so that's really important. And speaking of important, Dan top decked that card I thought he would last turn. There's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So both players getting really good turns for their last turn here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Carlton's definitely going to be firing on most of his cylinders are. What was that a big draw there? I missed. Oh, it was a Witherbloom command. Okay, I thought for a second it was a Grease Fang. I thought it was a multicolored card.
Yeah, it's tough. A Grease Fang would be hit by the Rending Volley that he knows about, but sometimes it just can't be helped at some point. Dan, making it past the third land for the first time in this match, so has a little more options at his disposal.
Yeah, I was about to make a reference to that, like this is the game where he's going to actually make all his land drops, and he might not want to because he might flood out. But at least one of the lands in his hand is the Takanuma, so he can get back one of his threats this game if the game goes really long and he has mana open for that. We'll see if the game drags out enough for that to be relevant.
Yeah, the Fable also allowing you to rummage twice might also be relevant.
And I was going to say, if I'm Carlton, yeah, I was going to say he's going to go ahead and fire off this Abrupt Decay on the Fable, and that's why I wouldn't want my opponent to rummage. By the way, I like that you used the correct keyword there, even though it doesn't have a keyword. Is whenever you have to do the discard first, it's rummage. It's not loot. So it looks like we're going to get attack for 2 here from Dan. That's going to create a treasure token. So
Yeah.
Dan's got all the mana that he could want this game. He just needs to find stuff to do with it.
And the treasure token's pretty big because before it was just Rending Volley that the Grease Fang would have to go through, but now if you just leave treasure up, then it would have to be Fatal Push as well because of being able to trigger the Revolt.
Yeah, that's a big thing to talk about. Like that's a small mistake I made with the deck the few times that I played it at first was not remembering, hey, I've got Fatal Push in my deck, and I should probably leave this blood token around, or I should leave this treasure token around just for in case. And here we go. This looks like a little Sky Sovereign into play yet again. So I think you said he boarded this in this game, right?
Yep.
And this has been really good in this matchup so far.
Yeah, I know there's one on the board. I'm not sure if there's any in the main as like the 9th vehicle, but with Dan's hand that Carlton knows about, there is actually just no answer to the Sky Sovereign.
Yeah. Speaking of no answer, so this is a pretty good Kalidas here as well off the top for Dan. Not only is it a threat, but it's something that survives the Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, and the lifelink allows some interesting counterplay where the fatal push on say a card like Satyr Wayfinder now turns into a zombie, which could be eaten by Kalidas, and now you're able to race the Sky Sovereign. So the Sky Sovereign might not even be enough here if the Kalidas is allowed to stay in play.
Yeah, it was a really good top deck for Dan here. Still holding up that Rending Volley to take care of a Grease Fang if it were to be played by Carlton. I think there's a Witherbloom command in Carlton's hand, but I think I'm not sure what the other card is. So
the command would be nice if you're able to crew the Sky Sovereign here, because then you would be able to deal 3 to the Kalidas and then use the Shrink ability on the command to.
it's -2, -1, right?
I think it might be 3 and 1, but
yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I have no idea what this card is.
Oh wow!
Is it a land? Okay, I think it's the green-black land. Okay.
Yeah.
He's got the
probably
dark
one of the pathways.
What is it called? The smoke inner sleeve, I think is what those are.
Yeah, there's like a few variants these days, but yeah, it's you gotta be safe if you're gonna use the checklist cards. Like I haven't played with checklist card lands yet, but I know for my Delvers I use the checklist cards.
I don't. I just put them in the sleeve. But I use sleeves that have dark inner backs. So
yeah, I actually use like a clip sleeves too. Like I make sure in so many levels I just never want it to be a problem.
let's make sure that Satyr
gets
Wayfinder gets
exiled.
removed from the game here, gets exiled. Because
Yeah.
it definitely happened from the Kalidas. He's got the zombie that should not be in the graveyard. But I don't know if it'll be relevant, but
Yeah.
hopefully Anurag can hear this. He's there. I don't know if this is live, I believe. So
Yeah. No, it's fine. We'll see. In the grand scheme of things, it probably doesn't
There we
matter.
go.
Okay, there we go. Nice.
Yep, it looks like Kalidas going to get some life total put up here for Dan. And you got to feel a little bit for Carlton here. These games, I feel like this is a decent enough matchup for him, but these mulligans to 5 have left him just missing that one piece that he's needed. And these games, he'd be like, well, he's having 4 mana here. What do we got? Is this a Chariot? That would go a long way. Okay, this is going to be Takanuma. What is this targeting?
Like Grease Fang.
Does that only count legendary creatures to make it cheaper?
I always
Is
forget.
this
It might
does,
be
does
creatures
Sky
and
Sovereign? Yeah,
Planeswalker.
does Sky Sovereign make it cheaper? Is what I'm asking. I can't remember the exact clause and when it becomes cheaper. It's something to do with legendary. It might be planeswalkers or creatures, but I'm not sure. Because he would have been able to also play the Grease Fang. It's only when it's a creature. Okay, so someone got me that in the chat.
Okay,
So
nice.
because he's got to slug through all this stuff eventually, right? Like he knows the Rending Volley is there, but you know, eventually you have to cast some stuff. But let's see, he has a precarious life total here, being at 7. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with a string of things. Hmm. Like even if you were able to have your grease fang go well for you, like the problem is partially like Carlton also like can't even say what if you had all lands in hand because
He
they're
knows, yeah.
there's still the Rending Volley. Doesn't know about the second Fatal Push because the previous one was played on the Satyr Wayfinder, but still knows about the Rending Volley. So it really just caps off like what Carlton's able to bring to the table for this turn.
Yeah, conferring one of his teammates here. I think they're trying to figure out like what's the best line to possibly win from here, and it does look like he's talking about possibly doing something with Witherbloom command, maybe to semi gain some life here on his turn. You know, shrink one of Dan's attackers a little bit to take a little less damage. But it does look like he's going to go ahead and do this now. So it's probably drain and then maybe mill and get a land.
Yeah,
All right, that's a decent hit there.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get Takenuma back. Okay, that's kind of cute.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 recursive things to do here.
So Dan finding a Fable there, so able to deploy another threat and still leave
Yeah.
up Fatal Push and Rending Volley.
Right, now this does put Carlton down to what, 4 here?
Mhm.
And so he is going to be able to, like, if he wants to, he would be able to crew the barge turn, kill the token, but then Kalidas could possibly eat the token if there's 3 mana left over, which looks like there will be with the treasure. And so Kalidas will still be lethal, plus there's the other token now. So here we go again. Carlton's got to find a way out of this. See, what can he top deck from here? Looks like a Duress. Oh, maybe we were seeing the praises of Duress earlier, and this is not the spot you generally want to draw that card.
Yeah, in theory, if Carlton had a Grease
Cool.
Fang in hand, it could have been like, oh, I could take your last Rending Volley that I know
Right.
about, hope the other 2 are lands, but here probably just and with Grease Fang in hand, so
Yeah, we knew this at the Grease Fang in hand, and we knew the Rending Volley, but he didn't know about the Fatal Push, and you saw the kind of like the shoulder slump, you know, because he was like, oh, because I said, yeah, it's not a good top deck here because of the known information. Obviously, it was going to be a very good top deck, but I was like, oh, shrug, play this. Okay, well, before combat, kill this thing, and
yeah, sometimes reality just sets in, and
yeah, it's unfortunate for Carlton here. You know, putting up one hell of a fight here with this 5-card hand, but he's gonna fall to 4 here, and it's not gonna be enough. Yeah, they're gonna take the token from Kalidas as well. That Grease Fang is removed from the game. He's gonna barge, kill a token, and he's gonna die on the way back, unfortunately.
Yeah, kind of just going through the motions and extends the hand.
So it does look like Dan's gonna put his team up a match here in this pivotal match for these guys. Carlton's team still, you know, we don't know the results of the other games, but they're 9-1. 9-2 does not eliminate them from the elimination rounds, I would have to believe. But this is a big step forward for Dan's team because they have that draw. I'm not sure they can afford to take a second loss here. We'll have to see. It looks like we're going to go. We saw that game 1 went over to Harlan. Game 2, it does look like went to MCLEOD on Doomsday. So it looks like we're going to get into game 3 here. It looks like Harlan is leading on a Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah, and leading on a Carpet of Flowers is pretty interesting. So it protects Harlan from Michael having, say, a Thoughtseize to be able to take the carpet. But now Michael can also lead with a land sequence that is aware that there is a carpet, so maybe being able to lead on Swamp or something like that. But in your average case, you're still going to probably make a mana or 2. Maybe Michael leads on a fetch land and delays it by a turn, but the Underground Seas end up being very important for the Doomsday deck. Vermin Catacombs, the first play here, so kind of what I was alluding to, just leaving it up on fetch lands and then making your move later. And Harlan's deck is not going to come out the gates super quickly. Like maybe you see a Stoneforge Mystic, that's probably the fastest draw, but with those lands, not able to make white mana.
See, Harlan looks like he's conferring over his teammates here. How often have you played against Doomsday? This is like one of my actual blind spots on Legacy. I just like never get paired into this deck ever.
Yeah, I've never played against it, but I've commentated a few Doomsday matches, and I love seeing the deck play. Like it's a pretty cool like one card combo deck that almost is like Delver combo in some ways. Like it gets to play like Daze and some like cantrips, Force of Wills, but then instead of playing a Delver Secrets or like Murktide Regent, it plays Doomsday.
Mhm. All right, Michael is going to put an island into play. It's going to turn that Carpet Flowers on just a little bit, but it does look like he's going to get to cast a pretty good card and powerful one here in Brainstorm and start to fix his hand just a bit. I see a lot of duresses in his hand. I think I saw an Infernal Tutor.
Yeah, so there's Daze Ponder,
Mhm.
yeah, two Duresses, and really just going for it here. So I think this is the spot that you choose. You're probably going to get Swamp with this
Swamp.
one
Yeah, I was
if
say,
you
well,
can.
maybe not. Yeah.
It could be possible that Michael doesn't play Swamp also, but um, probably going to fire off one of those Duresses here. So at some point you have to be like, okay, you can have all the mana in the world, but you might not have the pieces that you need.
Yeah, I was say at some point you have to try to do something here.
This
No,
is a
I
pretty good hand to see off of the Duress. So you're able
yeah.
to take the Narset, which really stymies some of the development.
Also, knowing the Force of Negation is there is going to help you a little bit in the future as well. The only card draw Harlan's got available to him after this is that Ice Vein Quaddle. There's no like if you saw this hand with like say one of the lands was a cantrip as well,
Mhm.
that would actually be really rough. If there was like a
Yep.
Ponder or a Brainstorm, but in this spot it's completely fine. And
Ooh,
Harlan's gonna have that dazed as well
really,
here.
really good days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that days was very close to just being turned off by what Carpet's able to do. But now Harlan just kind of sitting there with Force of Negation, and I think Michael's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he's got that second duress that we know is going to be coming down real soon to take care of that Force of Negation.
Yeah, we might see Harlan cast the Force of Negation to just conceal the extra card, but it depends on how much Harlan values the fetch land in play. Because if you draw a card like Brainstorm, you'd rather leave the fetch and play uncracked.
What would
That way
you
you don't.
do in that spot? Would you let this resolve if you have no other card?
I'd let it resolve. I
Yeah.
think you have so many stinkers in your
Yep.
hand.
I think
Yeah,
I'd let it resolve too. Yeah. I
yeah.
think having
So
the Ice Vein Quaddle makes it just academic. Like you have to let this resolve at that point.
yeah, even if it was another land, like sure you have a fetch land, but you want to be able to brainstorm into 3 bangers, and then you put
Mhm.
back like the 2 lands in your hand.
Absolutely. I think it's like I think it's a discipline thing at that point. While like technically, yeah, it's probably correct to just cast the card and conceal the information, especially if you don't have something else to cast a turn. Like, having the Quaddle like really incentivizes him not to cast it, right?
Hmm.
But if he was in a situation with the 2 lands, I think it's just you're just supposed to do this because you're supposed to give yourself the best chance to win from that point.
Hmm.
And I think the higher percentages, what are my best draws versus him having this slight bit of extra information.
So LED was the draw for Michael. So not necessarily the best from the hand, but could enable some really interesting sequences. Should Doomsday be able to roll off the top and lead to an interesting sequence?
This Minsk and Boo is throwing me every time I see it. If I don't know who the card is, I just assume it's Minsk and Boo or whatever it's
Yeah.
called. So it looks like
And
we got a Ponder here. Very good draw from Harlan.
yeah, so Minsk and Boo would actually be pretty decent, just in terms of putting a clock on the Doomsday deck. So Doomsday typically doesn't have the best Delver matchup because of the life total. But Doomsday is able to play more discard spells against the control decks. So some interesting sort of like rock, paper, scissors sort of stuff where like a lot of the basic, I don't know, like 20 to 30 cards are like the same between these blue decks, but it's really what you're rounding it out with and what your overall game plan is.
And like this, like you were saying, this clock isn't super fast, right? Like this is a Quaddle attack if you're one now. Harlan did keep a red elemental blast here or a pyro blast, and this is a brainstorm from Michael, and it didn't get blasted. I'm wondering what he's waiting for. Is there a specific card that he's trying to snag here with this blast?
So you usually can't go after the Thassa's Oracle post board because they will set up cavern lines with no cards in deck, so they don't need anything in play after casting the Oracle to win. But you can stop maybe cantrips after they Doomsday. So like if they set up some sort of, I don't know, like ideas unbound or consider line or something, you can buy yourself a lot of time by being able to like pyroblast those.
Mhm. Yeah, that's kind of where I was wondering. Is like, is this a thing where you're trying to snag the Oracle? But
All right, go time.
here's the scariest play in all of Legacy, by the way. Every time my opponent casts a Dark Ritual, I just know I'm dead.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, walk us through
All right,
this.
so Doom. Oh, geez. You really put it
Oh,
on me. So
I'm
Thassa's
sorry. You
Oracle
don't.
and Cavern. No, it's fine. Thassa's Oracle and Cavern are definitely two. There's a few different variants. You can see Consider with a Deep Analysis where you like mill the Deep Analysis and then you flash it back. It's a little bit harder when you lose half your life because you're losing half your life, then you might be taking some hits and then paying 3 life after that. I think we saw that Michael has Ideas Unbound, so that's able to save a little bit in the life department. LED is already in the hand, so you don't have to worry about getting that. We actually see Thoughtseize as the 5th card. So here, okay, interesting. So instead, it's that there are 2 Thassa's Oracle, no Cavern of Souls, which is a little bit scary, but instead Michael's going with an extra discard spell, potentially. It definitely involves Ideas Unbound, and Michael has a bunch of extra cards in hand, so it isn't even that bad if you can't go off that turn. We see a Lotus Petal in the pile, too. Getting the Lotus Petal is primarily because you already have the LED in hand, so you just have access to a bunch of mana. So kind of just thinking about how the sequence kind of flows, the times that Harlan has probably just one counter spell, given that you've already played discard spells, but you really want to be able to stop multiple if possible. So with 2 oracles and a discard spell, you should be able to beat 3 counter spells, but you're not really doing all of that in one turn. So here's the LED. There's also, oh, Edge of Autumn. Okay, so really just being able to go for it this turn. So you see Edge of Autumn cycled, in response, sacrificing the LED, then playing Ideas Unbound. This is going to get the red blast.
Yeah, and so this is what he's kind of been waiting for. Yeah, so this is Harlan's time to pounce.
We should make sure the life totals are
I was-
properly updated, that Michael should be at 8.
Yeah, I was just about to say the light those are actually different here.
So Harlan's trying to just figure out, especially if Michael won the previous game, uh, should be able to figure out what Michael's remaining 4 cards are.
Yeah, because he probably solved most of the deck, if not all of it, right? So,
Yep.
Snapcaster Mage, a really good draw here for Harlan. Definitely a card that he's looking for.
Yeah, so despite not playing the Pokemon TCG and collecting a lot of the cards, I was watching some of the Worlds yesterday, and what happens is in that game, you deal out like 6 prize cards, like face down cards in your deck that are just not in your deck, and there's tons of tutors. So when they play their first tutor or two, they try to deduce what the 6 face down cards are, and I'm like, wow, like that's way too much thinking for me. But I feel
Fifth land and Force of Will for Harlan Fury here, by the way.
okay, yeah. So Michael kind of just taking a little bit easy, and
He also just picked up a Pyroblast too, so he's gonna be able to, like, if there was a discard spell here, he's gonna be able to deal with that.
yeah. So the life totals look like they're wrong. It should be 16, should have went to 8, so Michael should be at 7, because of losing half the life from Doomsday.
Yeah, look, Harlan's gonna go ahead and fetch twice here. Is there a reason to Force of Will over Red Elemental Blast here? Like, what's the reasoning behind which one you use?
Just mana efficiency, but also say around discard spells. But I think it's really just you want to cast the Force of Will. It makes your Brainstorms and Ponders a little bit worse, but this game's being played for so few turns. So I think Michael's next 2 cards are Thoughtseize and Thassa's Oracle. So it's going to come down to the wire, really. If Harlan's just able to find one more interaction besides this Pyroblast, it's going to be over.
His draw steps have been so good so far, so we'll see.
So you're saying it averages out and the next one's a blank? That's not very
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. But he's been 2 for 2 so far, so can he go 3 for 3?
That's
It's
a
a brainstorm. Oh my god, that actually does it, right? Wait, because like if he thought seizes, couldn't you just?
Yeah.
Well, never mind. It's not going to matter. He picked up another Force of Will and another red.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much the best case scenario.
Yeah, so he's going to have 2 Pyroblasts in his hand here. It's just Harlan's. Not just say he could, it's the reason he won this game, but the top of Harlan's deck.
Yeah,
Wow.
you got to feel for Michael a little. I mean, you got your combo piece off and like things were humming along fine, and then you're gonna get triple red blasted out of the game. Ugh.
Yeah, it's just the top of Harlan's deck has been just pure fire these last couple turns, but that's why he puts those cards in his deck, just to draw them, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so Michael's still playing correctly, so just waiting the most amount of time before, just in case so you could fire the Thoughtseize off this turn, and then it's not like Harlan's playing a card like Daze, so you know that the Thessa's Oracle is like probably going to be fine, so you can just wait to do it all in one turn just in case Harlan drew it exactly on the last turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does he have Cavern here, or is it Thoughtseize?
I thought it was Thoughtseize, but maybe it's a different art cavern, or a different art, yeah, cavern. It looks like Thoughtseize to me though, but maybe I'm failing myself now.
Harlan's gonna go ahead and what is that? Another Ponder? Yeah, it looks like a Ponder. Using this Carpet Flowers mana.
Yeah, part of me hopes that I missaw it because, like, you know, I feel like a lot of the decks do play Cavern, and like, you know, just being able to see it really pay off here would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be sweet.
Yeah,
it does look like
it
it's
was
gonna be the
about
Thoughtseize.
these. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that's gonna be it. Heartland Fear and okay, he's gonna make him cast it. Yeah, sure. Cast it. There's the fist bump. Heartland Fear's team's gonna move up to 9-1-1, and the other team's gonna move down to 9-2, still in contention, but they're gonna probably have their backs against the wall. Probably can't afford another loss here. I think both of these teams are probably in that spot now.
Yeah. So if you're in that situation and you're the Doomsday player, and then you don't concede and you just pass it, if you're a Harlan, do you attack or do you just pass the turn back?
I probably take as many game actions as possible. I probably like cast my brainstorms, cast my ponders. I make them wait the 3 minutes or whatever, and then I confer with my teammate, and then yeah.
Love it. Okay, so we'll be cutting over to a quick ad break. It looks like the timer's reset, so we're gonna be pretty quick. But you know, grab your fluids, get some stuff to eat, and we'll be back shortly.
sometime now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away again.
Hey, and welcome back here for our coverage of the SCGCON Baltimore and Tannon Grace. As I've been all day long joined by Jonathan SUKENIK, and I think this is going to be our last round here, unfortunately, Jonathan. It's gone by so fast, it feels like.
Yeah, but it's been fun, and we've been telling stories, making new memories, and this round I'm sure will be awesome too.
I miss you, buddy.
I miss you too.
I was saying, I'm trying to figure out. I'm going to get to something sometime soon. We'll try to
Yeah.
meet up. It's been too long.
It'll be great.
Yeah, so we're gonna, I think, still be following the team of Ross Merriam, Harlan Fuhrer, and Dan Jessup. We have not seen them lose yet today. They've been doing pretty well and making that push towards those coveted playoff spots here today, and some of that nice prize money, a nice $7,500 to the first place team, along with a regional championships invite. Second place taking home a cool $3,000 as well. So a decent bit of cash on the line, but the invite and the pride are what a lot of these guys are playing for as well.
Yeah, definitely. And at this point, it's just so close, and you really don't want to like screw up and stuff. So we might see players, take a little bit more time and just be a little more methodical with their play. So we're starting off here with Dan Jessup. So the Astros is because they're the team that we've been following against Jimmy Heitzman, who's actually a friend from my more local area. So it's great to see him doing well as well. But I'm unbiased here. I just want to see great magic.
He's a friend from work. Yeah, no. We're gonna see what I think is like one of the premier matchups in Pioneer, and one I think we're gonna see quite a bit of. This is Rakdos mid-range versus Mono Green Devotion. This is probably the two decks that get talked about the most if you were to say like what are the best decks in the format. And these are the two that are probably going to be the most common answers. So it's gonna be nice to see them playing against each other. What is Dan gonna have to do to continue this run that he's been on today, where he's just been kind of beating everybody?
Yeah, it's kind of a battle here of consistency on the Rakdos side versus the explosiveness of the Devotion side. So, depending on whether or not Jimmy knows the matchup, might keep hands without one-drop creatures, but it really just depends on who's on the player draw. But if there's no one-drop creatures, it actually can make a lot of Dan's removal not great. So there's this sort of like, I don't have, the Ponder and Brainstorm we've been seeing Harlan play, and I just need to hope my cards line up in a certain way such that I'm able to present enough threats.
Speaking of presenting a threat, got a turn 2-1 from Dan here. He's going to get a blood token for his troubles. It looks like we're going to get the first play of the game from Jimmy. That's going to be a 4/4 Old Growth Troll. I have to be careful when I say that one. If I try to say it too fast, I just like mush mouth it. Like I just say it as like one big, I just say it as one big syllable. Like,
yeah. So Old Growth Troll's pretty interesting because
see, it's not easy
because it can be kind of like an accelerator when it dies, and that it goes into land, and then it just has a ton of text, but it's still just a 4/4 that's kind of putting the brakes on the Harvester here. So we're gonna see another Harvester and a third land. Okay, so Jimmy kind of just, that was kind of the first point. It's just like, hey, I mulliganed, and you kind of have cards that are doing nothing too, and I was able to blank that with this 4/4, so that's good. I feel like the major key turn is turn 5 onward for the Mono Green Devotion deck, so whether or not you have Cavalier of Thorns and then Storm, but here instead it's going to be a Planeswalker to kick it off. So I wonder if we're going to see maybe an artifact land here, or just something that allows you to ramp, do something a little more consistent. This also can give Dan some information as to what's in Jimmy's hand by what gets added.
So it did actually go after the land that you're talking about here. I fully appreciate the version of Karn that he's using here. These are my preferred versions. I love the alternate art, like Japanese art from War of the Spark.
Yeah,
I think some people call it like the anime art. It has a like anime feel to it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, as people can probably guess from my caster slot, I'm like super into Japanese stuff, and I actually don't have my hand on most of these like Japanese planeswalkers, and they're a lot more valuable now, but maybe one day.
I do have my set from day one. I knew, I was like, these are probably not going to stay cheap if you want to get them at some point if they're played. So I was wondering if Dan was going to do this last turn, but it looks like he's going to possibly do it this turn, where he's going to possibly kill the old growth troll, be able to take care of Karn here with an attack. But this, like you said, Jimmy's still ramping here. He's still getting some value out of his stuff.
Mhm.
Looks like we're going to have we're going to start our march towards Kiki Jiki here as well.
Mhm. Yeah, but Jimmy able to play a Storm with the land that he was able, the Darksteel Citadel he was able to get from the Karn. Darksteel Citadel is also interesting because if you're ever able to animate it, you then have an indestructible land.
Really good point, too. It looks like this is going to be Storm the Festival. It's going to let Jimmy look at a lot of the top cards of his deck and put 2 permanents that cost 5 or less
So there's a
into
Nissa,
play.
which
I was gonna
combos with the Darksteel Citadel.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's a Nissa. We haven't that's one that we haven't seen a lot recently. That one's been kind of not being played in mono green as much recently.
Yeah.
The planeswalkers of choice have been the 3-mana Kiora,
Mhm.
and then some variation of some weird planeswalker. We've been getting a lot of Nicol Bolas. I think which one's that one? The God Pharaoh, maybe the 5-mana one.
Mhm.
And then lately we've been getting Teferi, who sets the sun, has been like the new hot tech.
Right, so the combo with the Chain Veil for that one. So Nissa only able to animate Force, unfortunately can't animate the Darksteel Citadel there, but still just being able to shove in for 3 and present a threat that if Dan doesn't have a card like Dreadbore or just something that's able to really pressure this Nissa, it's going to be really difficult. Yeah, I thought Nissa could animate anything. Okay, good. Chat getting me back. Yeah. So yeah. I just thought that the Darksteel Citadel would have been animated. Okay, all good.
Be more sure of yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Believe in
I
yourself.
believe it.
So it looks like Dan is going to go ahead and filter 2 cards here. I'm sorry, rummage 2 cards here. Maybe trying to find some of those cards you were talking about, some way to interact with the boards a little bit. But it does look like he got rid of 2 Fables and drew 2, what is it, Cave of the Eye Tyrant? Or I'm trying to remember the exact name of it.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So some more lands that come into play tapped. But not having a Dreadbore or anything like that here could be a massive problem for Dan. This Nissa is going to be a big problem the next couple turns. These lands are going to tap for so much mana.
Yeah, and with Storm of the Festival already has something to do with it. Okay, so chat pointing out that might want to save the Darksteel Citadel from when the Blood Tithe Harvester is off the table, since the Harvester gives -X/-X, so good call.
Edgar's always right. Damn Canadians they're too smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born in the wrong country. I didn't realize it would cap me off.
It looks like
Okay.
we're gonna have a Thoughtseize here. Well, it's a
Jeez.
pretty decent Thoughtseize. It's gonna be able to pick off this Cavalier of Thorns, but there is still, the Green Ponder sitting around possibly to help out a little bit next turn. But Jimmy running a little light on action here.
Well, besides the Storm in the graveyard, though, so if the Nissa's
Right.
not addressed, you're able to just flash that back, and
Does
we
he-
already
does
saw
he-
how.
Does he have enough for? Okay, so he's got 3 forests. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's enough. Okay,
With the Nissa
right.
on tap, definitely enough. Yeah.
Right. Oh, that's right, because you could do the double. I forgot that it untaps the land. It's been a little while for me. But that's a huge play for Dan here. Graveyard Trespasser is going to take care of that storm out of the graveyard.
Mhm.
Someone's pointing out there's an unglued forest. A lot of unset has been represented today in our feature match area.
Yeah, kind of great. It's nice to see the throwbacks. So there, it's the Sylvan Caryatid that was drawn, but the Nissa's still in play, so we're going to kick it off with an Oath of Nissa. I think that's a Karn as the first card.
Yep. Got a mana floating here.
So I wonder if you can get something like, what's the name of the 6-mana card that makes everything cost more and deals 1 end of turn? I mean, you can
Bolas's statue?
Mm.
Something along those lines?
Statue of the God Pharaoh. Yeah.
Statue of the God Pharaoh, yeah. Because it's Bolas in the picture for sure.
Yeah. So, but you might even be able to do something better than that.
Well, let's see what Jimmy's going to do. So immediately up, he's going to wish. Go for the sideboard.
Maybe just Meteor Golem.
Yeah.
That one's one of my favorites. Oh, the Barge. Yes.
We just keep getting more. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I especially like Sky Sovereign because you could just animate it with Karn, which is pretty sweet.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, so just trying to figure out the mana situation. So let's see, the Oath had one floating, therefore, yep, the sounds right. So there's no floating now.
I'm just gonna take down the Harvester.
Not sacking it in response. Can you only do that as a sorcery?
I think it's
I
only a
don't
sorcery, yeah.
these cards have too much text. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, and so this is where the green deck really is a problem. The fact that it generates so much mana every turn that you're gonna be double, triple, and then quadruple spelling, and Dan's deck is resigned to play, one, maybe two spells a turn, and he didn't interact with them enough early in this game that
I mean,
stops this from happening.
in some ways, even though it's cut from a slightly different cloth than Harlan's deck in Legacy, it's like all the cards outside of the mana creatures are just 2-for-1s. Like the Old Growth Troll on turn 3, like end up being an accelerator after being answered. And then each of these planeswalkers, like when they came out, did something in addition. The Storm was a 2-for-1. It was just a pile of 2-for-1s.
Yeah, and that's going to be enough for Dan. I don't think there's any way he could ever come back from this board state. The mono green deck really flexing its muscles there in game one, and up one game in this match. We'll maybe take a little peek in at one of the other games to see if Anurag's able to do that. We were last round, so maybe see an update, get a better idea of what's going on overall in this match. But
So one thing that's pretty interesting is that Dan's deck should improve more than Jimmy's deck because Jimmy has to devote so many cards to Karn, so
right.
not able to have that many options there. Whereas Dan can make the decks either curve a little bit nicer or the specific tools that he's able to use are better. So we saw Lifebane Zombie previously. We might see more discard spells because of the whole 2-for-1 aspect that I kind of mentioned earlier of all these planeswalkers are able to push this sort of advantage. So it'll be interesting to see where they go.
yeah, I mean that's the problem with playing something like Karn, right? Is the fact that yeah, you only get so many sideboard cards, if any. I remember when this mono green deck first got really popular, or when it was first getting fleshed out in Pioneer, you just had a 15 card sideboard. Because I remember I think it was the
Answer.
streamer Aspiring Spike. He won a big PTQ or whatever online with it, and he was like, "Does anyone ever won a tournament without sideboarding once the entire time?" And that was the joke. So, but yeah, you see a lot of extra removal coming in. What is that one? It's like Epic Downfall, I think is the name of it. It's a sorcery that exiles a bigger creature. So it can
Yeah,
deal with
that sounds right.
Old Growth Troll, and it can deal with the Cavalier of Thorns, and
Mhm.
exiling them is very important.
I mean, even some of the sideboards looked a little bit interesting. So I think Dan might have boarded out Chandra Torch of Defiance. So maybe just thinking like not enough time for that type of card, but it's hard. I mean, it pretty much says kill a creature on, and there's a lot of creatures you kind of want to kill, but you probably have to make your curve a little bit leaner. So
Mm.
a basic sequence that might happen more is that you're hoping for discard spell in turn one, but even if that doesn't happen, you have to play you might have to forego your 2-drop to kill a mana creature, or maybe on turn 3 you have to play 2-drop plus 1-drop either discard spell or removal spell. So your whole curve ends up being filled out with all these ones to keep up with their ones. So it does make sense at the end of the day to not play a 4-mana card when you're taxed in that sort of way.
Yeah, and the stuff that's gonna be killing is probably already giving you value if you're Jimmy. You're playing stuff way ahead of time. Your 3 drops are technically 2 drops, et cetera, and you're in Dan's seat casting a 4-mana planeswalker that's doing one thing. And it's funny to say that it's just not going to be good enough in this matchup on average.
Mm-hmm.
It's a card that's going to be, I think, fine when you're ahead, and then not good enough when you're behind.
Yeah, I'm just always interested in seeing how the first turn cycle plays between discard spells. Is there a mana creature? Is there an answer to the mana creature?
If Dan has mana, I think if he has 2 lands here, this hand's actually pretty good.
It looks like it's Urborg Swamp, so not the ideal, but a lot of black cards in the hand. So there was a Thoughtseize, I think a Lifebane Zombie, and a Harvester, Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, I saw a Bone Crusher as well. I think I saw a Fatal Push as well.
Yep. Yeah.
I think this might be one of those ones you have to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know.
doesn't.
I'm
It
I'm a
doesn't
little
feel
loose on
great,
my
but
keeps. Yeah, I'm a little loose on my keeps. So
yeah, that's why I have to play Tron to learn.
yeah. All right. So yeah, it is going to be a lead on Thoughtseize.
And this is a pretty well-rounded hand for Jimmy. So it's Llanowar Elves, Old Growth Troll, the Haven, Storm the Festival, and 3
Wolf Willow
lands.
Haven.
Yeah, yeah.
I
You
got that
got me
one
on
right.
that one. Yeah,
Which I
nice.
think is actually going to be the pick here, unless he wants to take the Storm the Festival. But I think it might be it's either going to be the Troll or the Wolf Willow. I think because he's got the Fatal Push to take care of Llanowar Elves.
Mhm.
So how does he want to poke? Like, what hole does he want to poke in the hand here? By the way, I think I gave you the yips now. You like can't say Old Growth Troll at like a decent
Yeah.
speed anymore. I got you.
Yeah, I think I was fine before, but now I'm just
Yep.
really conscious.
Because I just did it at a decent speed and did fine. But when he makes you self conscious or whatever, yeah, okay, I
Yeah.
think I got you real good.
It's a real thing though.
hmm
You can't underestimate the yips.
There is a card in the other game that I do commentary for in Flesh and Blood that I cannot say it. I have to extremely slow down. I just
What
cannot
what
do it.
what is it called? I know nothing about Flesh and Blood, so I just want to hear
No, I'm not gonna make fun of myself this bad.
it. I'll have
It's
to
okay.
tune
Okay,
into the commentary.
the card is called Earth Lore Surge, and I just cannot say all that together. Oh, really good top deck from Dan here, a mountain off the top. So he's gonna get to use this Lifebane Zombie to take care of the Old Growth Troll. Look, quick and easy, right through it. But also the red mana is gonna be super impactful here too.
What was it? Lore Sage? What was it?
Earth Lore Surge.
Earth Lore. Oh, I see the
Yeah.
problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Earth Lore Surge.
It has something to do with like the syllables being too similar, and like when you're talking really fast, it just I don't
Well,
know.
no, it's like the long O into the surge. Like our
Yeah,
mouths don't do that in
sure,
English. Okay,
that makes sense.
so Cure is pretty good here because it's kind of hard to take down right away, and then you might be able to once again just replace it by being able to like in terms of being able to use this passive to draw a card should you be able to play a large enough creature next turn. But that would involve the drill step being a little bit kind to Jimmy. And still some mana off from Storm the Festival, even with the ramp.
It looks like the Bowtie Harvester is going to get added here. Blood token to be left over. I think the leftovers for Dan here are, it looks like an Urborg and a Bone Crusher Giant, I believe, are left over. So if Jimmy gets any more 4 momentum here, he's actually not in that bad of a spot considering how good Dan's hand lined up against his early plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Lifebane Zombie are
big
really
top
good.
deck here.
Yeah, Lifebane Zombie are a really good find for these decks in this matchup because like not only is it disruptive, but it's also a threat, which is exactly what the Rakdos deck needs.
Oh, Langa's not what Jimmy wanted. Definitely hoping for a card like Cavalier of Thorns or something, but instead we're gonna see just a passing of the turn and looks like
Filtering going on here, yeah.
yeah. So Dan still knows about the Storm of the Festival, so Jimmy's not even feeling too bad here. Just seeing what the damage is until he can hopefully play this pseudo Collected Company style card and just deploy like a pretty good board. But Lifebane Zombie having Intimidate is going to make every point count.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Dan can actually like start to attack the life total a bit here if he wants to this turn, because he can send one of the threats at Kiora and one at Jimmy, and then he's got Bone Crusher Giant to help pick this off. You know, he gets to get the extra damage in here, right? And then he gets to have Bone Crusher Giant pick this off and then play as a 4/3, and then just add a bunch of power to the board. So Jimmy down to only 17 here, but now there's a ton of power in play. There's 10 power on the board of Dan, and Jimmy has nothing going on. So it looks like we're going to add some more mana to the play here. It looks like a Llanowar Elves into a Besaju getting added. So making moves towards that Storm the Festival, which could be important. And Dan's leftover just lands here, so everything's going to be face up for Jimmy here.
Drawing a Den of the Bugbear is pretty good, so you could play the Den and you can activate Castle Locthwain, so you still have a lot of threats in play.
So he's going to go ahead and just activate it now.
Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's because if you draw a 2-drop, you might want to play that instead, and not really caring as much about the life total.
So,
Hoping to be able to take the Storm of the Festival, and he did, but there's another one.
yeah, I think you can see the way he just kind of like threw the thought seed to the art. He's like, "Come on, man!" you know.
Yeah, I've seen Dan play enough, just like understand. Like I can even view the facial expression he had on his face when he saw the second Storm.
The
of
grimace.
Festival.
Yeah, the grimace is there. Yeah. So it does look like the 10's going to get through. Jimmy down to 7.
Dan's one of those slightly raised eyebrow kind of guys.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
when he
yeah.
sees it, yeah. You know the look I'm talking about.
The Ushka look, yeah. All right, so land up the top here means the land where else can stay untapped to have another blocker possibly, but like you
Cavalier
said, yeah, there was a Cavalier and a
and a
Karn.
card. Wow.
That's not what you want to see. You see Jimmy do the, speaking of body language, you see Jimmy do the sit up immediately when he
Yeah.
gets to the card. You're like, oh no. You're like,
Yeah, I'm a guy that normally like sits on my foot, but sometimes
mhm.
I end up with both feet on the ground. But if once that happens to me, like I'm sitting on my foot again. I just like raise
Yeah,
up and so not
I'm
going with the
definitely like
Karn
it too.
though. Okay, so probably wants to set up the flashback on the storm.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point. So he's gonna get another land here. So he's got what, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's got 9 mana here. This is a really tight play here from Jimmy. I've been
Well,
really impressed with this play in this round.
there's the Nykthos also,
Mm-hmm.
so that's able to make some
True.
extra mana.
Yeah, because he's probably thinking to himself, I might lose one of my threats here, but it's hard to lose the Cavalier. Yeah, someone made the point. If he gets Karn, he dies to the Den. Yeah, I forgot about the Den being in play. That's a good point.
Okay, so
Yeah, Dan might be able to like shove a bunch of damage here and make him lose the Landwar Elves. I think it's something, he's probably weighing like how aggressive he has to be this turn.
yeah, if I'm in Jimmy's seat, I actually just don't even think of anything. I just let them figure out. Let me
Yeah.
know when I can declare blockers.
Yeah, let me know when I have priority. Like,
Yeah, I'll be there drinking my water. Maybe even I'd like look over at my teammates and ask if they want help. Like I have no decisions to make right now.
yeah. I mean, he is the Tron deck, right? Kind of.
Yeah, in some ways.
And so Dan's gonna make this play that we talked about, where he just makes all the aggressive play here. So look, we got this block here, and some chumps have to happen. So it looks like 4 damage is gonna get through here.
Yeah, so
So I
not gonna
put
be able
Jimmy
to
down to
flash back
3.
storm then.
Yeah.
So gonna need a really good top deck, especially with
Well,
the Lifebane Zombies Intimidate.
so if he draws a 1-drop, can he? We'll say it doesn't do its mana neutral.
And the Lair of the Hydra doesn't really help. It's really just another storm. That's a
Wait,
Nykthos.
that's a Nykthos. Does that? No, that doesn't actually work because it doesn't. It's neutral, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like we're gonna be going to a clutch game 3 from Dan here, maybe. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that doesn't actually work. 7, 8. He's 1 short, right?
Flashing back storm is 10.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, he's 2 short. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I thought it was 9. Yeah.
Well, like the land in hand would have been fine. Yeah, it's all good. So going to game 3 it is pretty interesting. I do think the discard spells from Dan are a little bit better. You're not able to necessarily apply pressure as efficiently outside of things like Life Vein Zombie that do it along the way. But if Jimmy's able to get a turn 1 mana creature and it's not answered right away, that's really just what Jimmy's looking for. And it could be the spot where Dan might not be able to mulligan just to hope to be able to have an answer for a turn 1 mana creature. So it really puts Dan on the squeeze. And I think it's just really hard to figure out how you want to mulligan. Whereas when you're on the play, you have cards like Dreadbore, like Stomp, where you're able to still answer the mana creature.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of agrees with you here too. He's changing his deck up just a tiny bit on play versus draw. Looks like a Fable was coming out. I didn't see what was going back in, but
It might be a discard spell, so I think your discard spells are more important when they have less resources from being on the play. Like another strategy you can do instead of answering the mana creatures is you just try to dress all the payoffs and cross your finger for the next 2 cards.
yeah, just fade the top of the deck. Yeah.
Mhm. And then Jimmy with a very minimal sideboard, I imagine, doesn't really change between play and draw in this matchup.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of different versions of this deck. There's another one that's been popular a little bit lately where they play green black lands in their deck,
Mhm.
and they have like fatal pushes
Mhm.
and stuff to like help out with the mono white matchup that's been pretty rough for them. Apparently, the mono white humans deck is apparently pretty good into the mono green deck because they just don't interact with you the first 3 or 4 turns of the game, and you
Mhm.
kind of just get to have your way with them and attack for just tons. So that's something I've seen. I think Corey Baumeister was playing it in this tournament as well. I think he was streaming it a little bit yesterday as well
Mhm.
and stuff. So, but I don't know. I kind of like this version that Jimmy's playing, just the kind of like the old school mono green one. It just seems really good and powerful.
I really like the Nissa's in it because I think it makes her Karns better.
Yeah, don't try to reinvent the wheel too much. You know what I mean? Sometimes
Mhm.
the new stuff is cool, like the Teferi tech and all that stuff.
This is like 2 lands, 2 mana creatures. This is like the best hand you could ask for. Like,
Yeah, I
and
think
maybe
Dan's
not
is.
literally the right like threats or anything, but it's like
Yeah.
it's the composition you would want.
I think Dan really needs to draw a land here. I think he's keeping a one lander with like multiple good spells for match. Or no, I think that's two actually. Yeah, he's got two
Yeah,
lands. Okay.
right. So there's a pathway along with this Blood Crypt, along
Yeah.
with having Fatal Push and Blood Tithe Harvester. So pretty much the best start he could ask for.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't see the pathway at first, and I was like, yeah, this hand seems good enough to keep.
Oh, 2 more mana creatures here, and there's a third in Angies.
So it looks like that old growth troll is going to happen next turn, no matter what. I think that extinction event might be what came back in. Actually, 'cause I think I saw
Mm,
Dan take that out after
okay.
game one.
Yeah, so this one's a little bit hard. So it already asked the question, do you want to play Blood Tithe Harvester or do you want Dreadbore one of these? I think, yeah. It's really a hard call, but at some point I think you do just have to go after the payoffs. And this is good into something like Karn, where Jimmy won't necessarily be able to protect it.
It looks like that's what's going to happen here too. Well, maybe not. I was going to say maybe he's thinking he doesn't want to just give it up to the harvester if he goes and gets something. There's the Nicol Bolas we were talking about. The old
It
mono
is.
green deck with the black, red, blue card.
Yeah, jeez.
It
So,
looks like he's
yep,
going to go get the land. Yeah.
yep. So the Karn's pretty much just trading for land drop and some life here. But that kind of shows the flexibility of the Planeswalkers. Jimmy has Storm of the Festival, Old Growth Troll, and Nicobolas in hand. So just hoping to draw a land or an Oath of Nissa. Just a lot of things can go pretty well. So from Dan's side, just trying to figure out how to proceed. I think Dan is stuck on 2 lands, so already doesn't have a lot of options there. And then there's this Abrade, Dreadbore, another Blood Tithe Harvester. So one possible consideration is to throw your Harvester at an Elvish Mystic and then throw another Dreadbore because since Jimmy had to get the land, you probably figured that there's not a ton of extra resources, but you just really like typically want to get the planeswalker off the table, especially one that's trying to, kill your blood token next turn or something.
Mhm. It does look like he's going to just attack Karn down. He's going to activate the blood token
Ooh,
here, get rid of. Okay, nice payoff here for Dan. He's going to go ahead and find the third land. That was a huge draw for him.
right. That was a play to try to win the game versus try to
Yeah.
not lose.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and abrade one of the elves down. He's going to leave himself with a Dreadbore and some. I think he's going to Fable the Mirror Breaker as well behind this, but stymieing the mana development from Jimmy is big here.
I mean, drawing another land and would allow Dan to extinction event
On
on
odd,
odd. Yeah,
this is going to be huge if there's a land here.
it's a
Oh,
Lifebane zombie.
it's a decent enough draw for the turn. An untapped land would have been just the bee's knees right there.
Yeah, so it's really interesting how Dan wants to proceed from here. So it depends on what he thinks the threat might be. So it wasn't Cavalier. What's your best play into Storm the Festival is probably the question. Or can you just not even beat Storm the Festival? And how do you beat everything else? So you know it's not Nissa. Like you just know a bunch of things that aren't in Jimmy's hand right now.
Yeah, so you're like not incentivized to what do you call it here, right? To play the 3/1, the Lifebane Zombie, because you
Yeah.
know that there's not a Cavalier here.
Hmm.
So he's gonna go ahead and use the Blood Harvester to take the mana away because I think he's got the correct read that it is Storm the Festival.
Right. But it's starting to get to the point that you might not even be able to beat that with that discard card. So you might just have to play Fable this turn and hope to fade one more time. The Lifebane Zombie feels like it doesn't have any hits here. Like there's no 6-drop green creatures, I
Right.
believe, that the deck would play because that doesn't really combo well with Storm the Festival. So I think you have to Fable here. And that also helps with part of your mana problems. Against a subset of the Storm the Festivals, you can just Extinction Event because you could chump attack with the goblin that Fable makes.
Yeah, and get the token for the 4th mana. Yeah.
Yep.
I was gonna say if you don't hit it on the rummage here. Those look like Land War Elves came off the top, the exact card Jimmy didn't want here.
Yeah.
It's like
It's,
one
it's
of the few misses.
yeah, it's kind of getting a little bit treacherous here. So we'll see.
Dan done an amazing job, I think, of sequencing this game. Like, not taking anything away from Jimmy. I think he's done, great with what he's had, but you see why Dan is such a good teammate to have in these spots. Like, I've just been super impressed with the sequencing this game.
Hmm.
And like you said, just reading into all the little things that have gone on to get little bitty percentage points. Because I'll tell you this, if I was sitting in the dance spot, I'm probably jamming that life bane zombie at some point and then realizing afterwards that, like, yeah, this was just wrong to do.
So it looks like no discard off of the Fable, which can't feel good from Jimmy's
Oh, that's
perspective.
scary.
But still with the Storm in hand, and the extinction event being cast there makes it feel like that if the Storm hits pretty decent, might still be in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Dan does get to push through a little bit of damage here. Gets that
That's a Nykthos.
yeah, that's a Nykthos. So here comes the storms. Let's see how good this is.
It's funny that Oath of Nissa is one of your better draws.
Well, he
Here-
hit a Cavalier Thorns, hit two
Two
Cavalier
Cavaliers.
Thorns. That's huge.
Wow.
Extinction event in the yard for Dan here too. Ugh. That was huge for Jimmy. I think it was like one of the better storms he could have hit.
Hmm. Yeah, especially because with the Nykthos in play, if these Cavaliers are allowed to live, you're able to storm again next turn.
Yeah,
Just
this was it.
storming off.
And then even exactly right. What's the storm count at? And then even if he kills the Cavaliers here, if they're not exiled, they're going to get back some other thing that's going to be very good. Like this was, I think, the best possibles for Jimmy here.
Mhm. So the Fable, turning into a reflection of Kiki-Jiki, is able to copy the Blood Tithe Harvester, which maybe
Well,
not
not
right
yet.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe not right away, but over time can lead to a spot where the Blood Tithe Harvester, you have enough blood tokens and you can start throwing the copies at creatures, but not enough time for that. So you might see the Dreadbore on the Cavalier, but then the Cavalier's leaving the battlefield or dying trigger is able to set up next turn.
Yeah, put the card on top and you go get something like the Karn or whatever out of your graveyard. Yeah, Jimmy went from way behind to, like, I think probably in front here. If we had the advantage bar, it would have been a massive swing on the advantage bar of the last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Dan going to familiarize himself with that dies trigger.
Yeah, and so like as you identified earlier, just like Dan being able to navigate with the like kind of the fair parts of the game and really stop Jimmy from being able to play that storm earlier. But now that the storm happened, it's just, oh yeah, I paid 6 mana. Here's 10 mana worth of things. And oh, by the way, my mono green deck, here's Nicol Bolas. Yeah, if a Cavalier dies, you might just put Oath of Nissa on top of your deck.
That would scare the hell out of me if that's what he picked.
I could see it though.
And trying to piece this all together. He probably asked him, like, what's in your hand? Because he might just be conceding from the spot, or their match might be over, actually. There might have been a result in the match.
Maybe. Yeah, you kind of see
This
that
is a team
sometimes.
event, yeah. Because they're
Or
talking all this out with cards
or-
face up.
Or Jimmy might just be saying all of what Nicol Bolas does.
Yeah.
It sounds like it was actually describing what Nicol Bolas does. Come on, Oath of Nissa. I think it was Storm.
Which is almost like an Oath of Nissa.
I don't like it as much.
I like the slow
Yeah.
draw on the card we know is there. Yeah.
No, I just flip it over.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just have it face up on top of the deck.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this a whiff? Is this land Wolfwillow Haven? Or just two Wolfwillow Havens?
Come on, that's why you had to get the Oath of Nissa. It's okay. There's still the flashback on the Storm.
Yeah, when I said whiff here, it was in quotations.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a whiff. But I mean, this does open a window for Dan, where if, like, let's say he has a removal spell this turn for the other Cavalier, then he can start getting damage through, and maybe there's a way he cobbles together a win here.
So with Bone Crusher in hand, so you can use the reflection to copy the Harvester. Then you can use the copied Harvester to then give -4/-4 to the Cavalier. Then use Stomp to clear it out, and then you can attack with the rest. So that would be 8 damage, and then you
And
could
I
play
think, yeah, I
the
think
Bone
that's the
Crusher.
line. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna start with the blood token activation. That's fine, obviously.
Hmm. Well, now your Harvester copy won't give as much minus though.
Oh, true, true. Hmm. That's actually a really good point. So let's see. Looks like he's going to copy. Maybe he's just copying the Lifebane zombie and attacking for a
Uh,
ton, but no.
mm, okay, that
Yeah.
wasn't intuitive to me, but just fighting the game on different axis. It is true that Intimidate is a very intimidating mechanic.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what line. I mean, So this gets in. So this blocks the 3/2. So this gets in 8, and then you've got Bone Crusher here. I guess you just cast the. Oh,
Yeah,
can you
you
do
Bone
both?
Crusher face, yeah.
Yeah. So you get to Bone Crusher face and cast it here.
Yeah, so it could be possible that Dan kind of felt like I might be able to, I don't know, either way they're storming, right? Like
Yeah.
whether it's flashback or cast. But here they
Yeah.
get an extra
I
draw
think
step.
so. This is actually pretty good too, right? Because this puts through a ton of damage.
Mhm.
When we get Jimmy's life total up,
Yeah,
and
so
copying
8, 9,
Lifebane might
10.
just kill him again next turn. Like
Right,
he has
so
to find a way to stop Lifebane.
right, it was 10 damage on the previous turn, so that should bring Jimmy down to 5, I believe.
Well, there's Kiora,
Oh, with Nykthos.
but okay, so he's gonna be able to storm he's gonna be able to have a lot of mana this turn.
A
Okay, so this
lot.
is
Yeah, so 3, 4,
3,
5,
4, 5,
6,
6,
and then if you
7. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stop trying to count up all this. Yeah.
it's fine. So
So there's
6.
6.
You actually want to probably storm first before, so you could have just used the rest of the other lands. Um,
Yeah, so this is gonna go up to 10, right? Yeah, down to 4, up to 10.
yeah, so if you use the other lands to storm, the advantage to that is that your Nykthos will make more mana when
Right.
you untap with Kiora, but this is better if one of your hits is Kiora, because then you get to untap it again.
Does Karn have anything that stops the Lifebane zombies?
You could get Sky Sovereign, if you have a land drop for the turn.
So yeah, does he have enough mana for all this? Yeah.
You do draw a card off of the Old Growth Troll.
Hey, you're getting better at it.
I was fine at it, and then I
Yeah,
was
no, I
ruined.
kind of got you.
Yeah. Sometimes you get got.
All I
So,
wanted to do today.
so let's see. So
Yeah, I
for
think
4
he's
mana,
realizing he
is
might
there
be short
anything?
on mana here. Yeah, I think I kind of like your idea of like possibly not activating Nykthos the second time.
Yeah. So now you have less mana, so you can't play Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Uh, if you get Shadow
Well,
Spear,
you can
that
get
might
I
be
was gonna say you can
fine.
get Shadow Spear here, yeah.
So Shadow Spear, and then
Flip
you
Cavalier.
gain 6, but then your Old Growth Troll is able to block the Bone Crusher Giant, then you take 8. Yeah, yeah, Shadow Spear is fine. There's no creature lands in play. Reflections of Kiki-Jiki, copying. If it copies Bone Crusher instead, then that is 4, 5, 6, 9 damage. Yeah, yeah, Shadow Spear is fine.
Game feels like a game of Commander.
Oh wait, can't pass. No. Hmm.
Yeah, I was say
Well,
wait.
that's
He,
not good.
yeah, I was say he needed to attack there for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Wait, did he? Yeah, because I was say that could attack, right? That didn't come into play this turn, right?
yeah, Dan's just making sure it doesn't remove Intimidate.
Yeah, I know this does some weird thing when you activate it. Yeah. Okay, double check. I love this. This is something I would do. I'd be like, because like
Yeah,
whenever something like this is face up, I was like, am I the dumb one? Like, did I mess up? Like, like.
yeah,
Yeah, looks like Jimmy has conceded. Or I'm sorry, yeah, okay.
yeah,
So it does look like Dan pulls that one out in one hell of a match.
yeah. Quite a grind, and lots of decisions to be made along the way. So it's definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we have an update on what happened in the match, but that was one hell of a game. I'm glad we got that one on coverage. That was one of the better ones we've seen all day today, and maybe finally settles the debate on what's the best deck of the format. Maybe it is just red black beating the mono green deck. If we're going to use empirical evidence that we have from the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll see if we're able to tune into the legacy, or it's a little bit harder for us to see how the tournament's humming. But yeah, nice, and we get to see some death and taxes. So this is another classic matchup.
This is also at 1.5 speed, possibly.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is game two. It looks like Michael was able to win game one, so it's kind of interesting. Harlan, by playing so many basics, is able to play around cards like Wasteland, but actually becomes more susceptible to other cards like Rishadan Port.
Yeah, I mean, your basics giveth, and your basics taketh away. You know.
Okay, so the voice of God has told me that the players are actually just playing very quick. It's not one and a half speed.
So I was actually going to say this is either 1.5 speed or they just finished a long game one and they're trying to finish as quickly as possible.
Yeah, yeah. So I much
That is
appreciate
fun,
that this is actually just their human speed.
Yeah, because I was about to say, because like at first, they were moving very fast, and then it kind of slowed down. I was like, is my vision that bad, or?
So Harlan has a force well in hand, so it'll be very interesting to see how he decides to proceed with this one. So he can force and still activate Stoneforge this turn, and that sounds pretty good to me, but it's still a pretty tough call. Okay, so instead going with this line, so instead just Sword Zang, and then you can still force a will and not crack the fetch land.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be fine. Yep.
I feel like Snapcaster has been the most common pitch for Harlan in this tournament.
I mean, Semi is one of those cards in Legacy. It's either very, very good, or like it's like you said. There's so many blue cards in the format that I feel like I've pitched them to Force Will more than I've done anything. Like more than I've ever cast them.
I mean,
We got a hamster sighting.
yeah. I do wish people played more bad blue cards in their deck that would have more pitchables, but the really narrow, like, the one main deck back to basics sort of
Yeah.
thing.
So, did you have a hamster as a kid?
I did not.
I did actually.
Oh,
Growing
really?
up. I had one hamster. Yeah, we named him Gizmo.
Oh, like Gizmo and Gadgets? Like the game?
Uh, yeah, I think so. Is it that, or I think was that the name of the thing from the what was that movie Gremlins? Wasn't that the name of the
Oh, wow.
Mogwai? Yeah,
I don't even remember.
I'm old. I'm looking this up because I'm pretty sure that's what it was from. Give me a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yep. So the little okay, so the movie Gremlins is a really bad little crappy horror movie. And it's like this little furball thing, and if it gets wet,
mhm,
like it creates monsters.
mhm.
Or whatever. And so we named it after that. Yeah, the
Oh.
cute one. There we go. Yeah. The one that looks like my dog. Yeah.
Your hamster that looks like your dog?
No, the Gizmo, the Mogwai, I think is what they're
Oh,
called. Yeah.
okay.
Bad crappy horror movie. You know what I mean? Come on. It's like it's not a work of like cinematic, perfectness. Obviously it's great. Like
Oh wow, so this is going to be a lot. So Boo, still left behind,
mhm.
is going to be wearing the Jitte, and then the Jitte is able to kill the Skyclave Apparition. The Apparition doesn't bring back Miskin Boo, but instead it brings back a 4/4, which might be just as good.
Yeah. That's actually a good point. Let's say chat loving this. They came in to see Legacy and Pioneer, and instead we're gonna talk about Gremlins.
Yeah, we could talk about Boo from Monsters Inc. I'm ready.
There you go. I mean, like Boo looks like a gremlin, kind of like I mean, he looks like he would if you got him wet. Or what is it? You can't feed him after midnight. I think is the thing too. And like that always got me. It's like, do they know what time zone they're in? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so that 4/4 is subbed out for this 4/4. So that's another thing I do when I pick my tokens. Like I would have a Skyclave Apparition token ready. Like I have illusions ready, even though I'm
Of
not
course you
playing.
would.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things. One person I used to borrow cards from,
Mhm,
who lives in Las Vegas when I lived there.
mhm,
Whenever I would give him a list, I'd just be like, let me just borrow the whole deck because I could just hand it back to you. He would hand it to
mhm.
me in a box. It'd be sleeved up. He'd have beta basics in it because he knows I'm basic like that. And
Mhm.
then it would have all the corresponding tokens like sleeved up,
Oh,
ready to go.
wow.
I was like, you're just the best.
You're just good to go. Does it come with the deck list filled out too?
No, 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 no. I'd have to do that. But- which is worse for the people because like I should have been a doctor. My handwriting is atrocious.
Mhm.
It looks like we're gonna save some time here and go to game three. Nice little early
I
scoop
love
from
it.
Michael here to give him. Yeah, let's say you want to make sure you can get this third game in. A draw is probably very bad for both teams here at 9-2 and X 1-1. And I think we're gonna get to see if the players can actually play at 1.5 speed because I've got to believe the clock is going to be coming into effect here in game three.
I have faith.
Yeah, Faith. Okay, I
Yeah.
do too. I've seen Harlan play quickly before, and he can do it. My favorite is whenever Ross has had. Okay, well, it looks like we just time jumped. My favorite is whenever Ross has to play quickly because Ross is a very deliberate player, and you can see it like pains him.
Yeah. I mean, Michael also played like fast enough for us to think I was being played at 1.5 speed, so I'm not worried.
Yeah, these guys know what's going on.
But yeah, I know we can't have Ross on camera right now, so I know you're just taking every opportunity to bring him up.
I gotta make fun of him when I can. It's
Yeah,
really funny when people find out how much older I am than him because he just seems so much older than me
yeah, yeah.
because he's just like an old curmudgeon, you
I
know?
run into that problem too. Like I'm within a year of the same age as Kellen Pastor. That's one that people get messed up by.
Mhm. Oh yeah, you definitely don't seem like you're the same age. Yeah,
We also looked exactly the same as we did like 10 years ago.
I'm starting to look at my age. I had that for a while, but I'm 5 years older than Ross. So like, or like 4.5, and it's just
Mhm.
most people think he's way older than me. So
Yeah,
what kind of planes are those? I think those are Portal.
the Three Kingdoms, yeah.
Yeah, these Three Kingdoms. So Michael's a man of very discerning taste.
Hmm. Wait, yeah, definitely, yeah, definitely nice stuff.
Is it PK3 or whatever,
Yeah,
or P3K? Yeah,
Portal Three Kingdoms, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I don't even know how people have that many of that planes.
You probably order them. I actually went to order them at some point. They're just hard. You have to like mostly get them from overseas. It's just difficult to get a lot of the
Mm,
same one, and
okay, so some Jitte action. Love me some Jitte action.
I like it when both decks have it too. I feel like we've transported back in time to. I mean, we mentioned the Kamigawa block earlier,
Hmm.
so people didn't realize how good this card was back in the day when the Legend rule was different.
Yeah.
So in that format, depending on what deck you were playing, you didn't really have a way to kill Jitte except for like there was a mono blue deck at the time that in the sideboard just played 4 Jittes to kill the opposing Jitte. Because
Mhm.
back in the day, for everybody at home, if you didn't play then, the legend rule is that if your opponent had a legendary permanent, this is the second iteration of this rule. If your opponent had a legendary permanent and you played a copy of it, they just died. Like both of the copies.
Yeah, it was like my favorite was being able to phantasmal image my opponent's Geist of Saintcraft.
Yeah, to kill it. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a really sweet one. Or you could play 3 mana Jace to kill 4 mana Jace.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, that was a wild time. The Callblade decks had 8 Jaces, 7 or 8 Jaces in them. Yeah, it was really wild time. Speaking of Stoneforge Mystic getting stuff, we see a Cauldron Complete added here. If Michael doesn't have does not have a removal spell here.
Yeah, and the Germ token, even though Kaldra Complete is legendary, the Germ token's not legendary, so it's not like Caracas is gonna be able to help out there.
It will help against Minsk and Boo if that happens again. I was gonna say that's
Ooh.
got to be a legendary token, right?
Yeah, yeah, it
If it's
is.
in, I mean, come on, what's more legendary than a named hamster?
So it looks like Michael's trying to set up a Solitude here.
People did play Minriki Gustari, Chad. Yeah,
Yep.
that was a thing that did get played. Yeah, just it wasn't very good. Look, they're gonna have a Solitude get played here.
So probably gonna force out the Kaldra then.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think he pointed at the Stoneforge Mystic.
Yep.
Jitte and Harlan's Hand as well here, but that one's a lot easier to cast and equip with just your mana. Looks like Batterskull.
Batterskull.
So he's got Harlan's got the rainbow here.
Interesting.
He's got everything,
So Batterskull,
including a great token.
so there, Batterskull has definitely helped out a little bit by its vigilance, whereas Cauldron Complete kind of just has to either completely turn sideways or not. So I think that's why we see the Batterskull here, and giving up a little bit of information, but I think that's ultimately fine if it's the better card.
Makes sense. I wonder if that token is actually Harlan and not what I said it was earlier. It's very
Mm,
possible.
I don't know.
Is that Aura of Silence or whatever it's called in Harlan's Hand?
Uh,
I think it is.
yeah, like Serenity.
Is that what it's called?
Uh, Or of Silence is a different card. It
Yeah.
makes like
No, you're
things
right.
cost 2 more, and then you sacrifice to kill one thing.
Yeah, you're right. I think.
It's okay. It's Serenity now, but Insanity later.
Oh, I like that. That was a good one.
I don't know many Seinfeld references, but
Mhm.
that's an easy one. Oh, so many Solitudes. And that one's actually pretty good because now you can pressure this Teferi. The Teferi is probably just going to draw a card now. Or maybe bounce the mother. Yeah, yeah. So bounce the mother, draw a card sounds like a pretty decent line. Probably don't want to bounce the solitude.
No, I don't think so. Balance your mom.
Wow.
You got to get to your mom joke in when you're playing when Death Attacks is on. Come on. That might be a little too much for Twitch chat. Sorry, but look, I'm sleep deprived. Allow me this, okay? Okay, so it is the Anderson token. That's what I thought. It's Anderson, his fiance, and their cats. That's adorable. I need to get
Yeah.
one of those.
I also want one.
I need to
I would
find out
like
if anybody at this event is going to France this week and be like, "Yo, get me one."
I want one signed by Anderson made out to me. That would be the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Anderson and
That
I
would be amazing.
also go pretty far back, so we have
Yeah, we go back, but mostly from Magic or whatever. But I'm
yeah.
I'm a huge fan of his.
Mine's also for Magic, but
Mhm.
uh,
It's funny you mentioned it. He was a Tron guy, so he used to ask me about Tron and stuff.
yeah, I actually played his Tron deck in a tournament once. And then we
Like
played
his physical cards or his list.
no, his list. And then we
Wait,
played
wait. Was this what I walked up and
yeah.
y'all like?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, so what happened was that it was the last round of a team event in Philadelphia or Valley Forge, and then we both boarded out all 8 of our Karns, and then we played.
yeah. Because I remember I walked up and I was like, "What is going on?" Because like there was just face up Karns everywhere, and then y'all explained it, and I think I walked away.
Yeah, yeah, it was great. So Mother coming back down and Serenity being able to go off here, not choosing to pick up the Batter Skull.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, could you bounce the Batter Skull in response here?
You could, but maybe you're just too tied up on mana. Like,
Also, he's trying to play as quickly as possible, so
I mean, he definitely knows the interaction. I think it was actually
Yeah.
just like, I have Cauldron complete, I have Jitte, like, I'll figure this out later. And the
Yeah.
Jitte is pretty huge here for answering Mother of Runes.
Jitte, your mom.
So one thing that's interesting though is this Vista can only make so many colors of mana. I think it's just Mountain at this point.
Yeah, I think he's just being held almost just purely for brainstorm fodder at this point. What is this?
Batterskull? No, it's
This is
Yorion.
Yorion.
Yorion that
Okay,
was
so
picked out.
yeah, the Yorion was picked up last turn, so here we go.
Oh, I'm really gonna get that Ice Fang Coatl.
I say Quaddle is so gonna die.
Yeah. Oh, and the Canonist.
All right, and he gets to reload the Caracas here too. If something crazy happens with
Well, that's just good because you get to save your Yorion if it were to die.
Yeah.
And you could bounce this. Oh, wow.
He's got the
That's just
Minskin
huge.
Boo even too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not-
for everybody at home, they're playing as quickly as possible. When the concession happened in game 2 to get to game 3, there were 10 minutes on the clock. So like I've got to believe they're extremely close to time if they didn't just reach it, because it kind of seems like everybody slowed down a little bit. And they're trying to ask, you get what I'm saying? The pace has definitely just dropped all of a sudden.
So I'm the kind of person that doesn't love foils that much, but companions, that can definitely be foils. So I like the Swirl Yorion a lot.
Okay. I have a question for you. Let's say I were to play in a paper tournament tomorrow.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And I played with a companion.
Yeah.
What are the odds that I get through the entire tournament with that companion in the companion zone before every game? I think it's not 100%.
Yeah. So what I would do is I would have it in like the appropriate sleeve and then put an outer sleeve on it. That way, if it shuffles into my deck, I'll just take out the outer sleeve, but it'll actually just be thicker than all the other cards.
I would just do it in a different color sleeve. If it somehow gets put in my deck, I'll just take care of it then.
Well, I like the outer sleeve though. That way, it actually sticks out too, like like being thicker.
All right, instant speed, prismatic ending. Thanks to Teferi, it looks like it's going to be able to free up Harlan to play multiple spells this turn, which means the Snapcaster is going to come into play, bringing the Source of Plowshares, and now the Snapcaster is probably going to block as well.
But what you described actually happened to me when at like Throne of Eldraine with adventure cards. I kept on forgetting that I can cast my creatures.
Oh, nice, yeah. The big one for us was you ever played a high level event with Morph?
Oh, sure, sure.
Yeah, we would just always take it out of the sleeve because if you didn't reveal it at the end of the game, you got a game loss. Like,
Yeah. I actually just never didn't take it out of the sleeve.
so
I
as soon as I would morph a creature, it would just come out of the sleeve. So I'd remember at the end of the game. That way, even if you pick everything up, you can just turn over the cards that were unsleeved.
I do like that. It's
Yeah.
a lot of work, but I like it.
Well, I mean, it's better than getting a game loss. See if I can get update on time here, but I don't think we're going to be able to. I'm not even sure this is 100% live. So,
Okay, so being able to get Flicker Wisp, which is just it starts to be a lot of value with Yorion.
Mhm.
So, so that's pretty exciting. But unfortunately, the Jitte having one counter is able to kill the Flicker Wisp when it comes in. So you might instead just see Flicker Wisp. You can still see it on Yorion because Yorion does it all in the same time, and like the Recruiter could get another Flicker Wisp. But I guess in theory, if you just kill the Recruiter, then that stops the chain. So that doesn't really work.
yeah, he's good. Sure. Sure.
All
All
right,
right. Sounds like
cutting
we're
to
going to be
ad
cutting
break.
to it. Yeah, it sounds like we're cutting to an ad break, and Ross's team won.
Yeah, and this will be it for Tannen and me. So it was, great hang out with you, Tannen.
Yeah, of
And
course.
and
Thanks a lot, bud. I'm glad we got to have a little fun today.
yeah, and we'll be maybe not upgrading. We'll call it side grading to Drake and
Lateral
Joe.
movement.
Yeah, lateral movement. So
We'll see how many cards Joe gets wrong.
again. quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. Here we go.
All right, here we are. New caster substitute in. Drake, Sasser, Joe LOSSETT here to take you down through the rest of the afternoon. Thanks for being here with us, and thanks to Arog for inviting us in. Drake, I think we're moving like momentarily into the round, so here we go.
Yeah, we're just diving right in. I don't think we have any time for pleasantries. And wow, there's already kind of a lot going on, it looks like. We got Flip Delver, Dragon's Rage Channeler that does not appear to be delirious, some cycled street race stuff going on from the Doomsday player.
This is a lot to happen in turn one. I mean, has Delver ever flipped before in turn one in history?
I guess my Delvers flip all the time, Joe. You should try it. It's really powerful.
All right, so I guess we're on turn 4 here. Attacks coming across from Bob Huang. Looking pretty good here against Michael.
Oh, wow. Look at that hand by Bob. Just like double force days. We got stuff.
And Michael's only got one land. Michael is a Doomsday player that we saw a little bit of a couple rounds ago, coming up just shy. So his team's at 10-2 though, against Bob's team's at 9-3. So trying to win their way into the top 6 here for both sides.
Potentially an end of turn brainstorm going on here. That one's going to go ahead and get pyroblasted. Sure, we have that too. Why not? Bob will going to go to the graveyard. And I think that does turn on Delirium for the Dragon's Rage Channeler, which does present lethal next turn. That is a relevant clock shift.
No, absolutely. And yeah, Michael, I mean, Doomsday would put him down to 2 anyway, so it'd have to be a win immediately Doomsday pile, and that's, I mean, it's been a long time since I played Doomsday, but 1 land is not a lot.
No, it is not.
No
What if we
land,
sacrifice that?
it's more than 0 though.
We could sacrifice that land. That's a perfect victory for Bob Huang here in what we assume to be game 1, Delver over Doomsday. And yeah, wow, that match did not feel like, or sorry, that game did not feel like it took very long at all.
No, well, it's tough when you come in on turn 3.5, but such
That's
as
fair,
it
but even
is.
for Delver, I feel like a turn, whatever, 4 win is actually fairly fast, right? Like
Yeah.
Delver doesn't actually attack people like lethally that quickly, even if there's not very many lands in play and what have you. But that was actually just a very quick kill. Dragon's Rage Channeler alongside a flipped Delver that we have to assume a flipped very, very quickly, given the life total shift, was able to pack in that game really quickly. And Bob Huang, you have to imagine, knew the matchup. I mean, given the texture of his hand, was able to either figure it out very quickly and shape his draws with the Dragon's Rage Channeler to where he just had it all rolled up at the end with the hands full of forces and blasts.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of 1-drops and a bunch of forces. That's, I mean, we don't need to waste our time with lightning bolts, things like that. It's just with the good stuff. And I mean, lightning bolt's outdated anyway. Pyroblast is the new lightning bolt, right? And
Basically, that actually end on Holy Heat. You got to take care of those Ledger Shredders. So we see Delvers kind of shaving away from some of their lightning bolts. Usually you still play some, but really reaching for multiple copies of Unholy Heat, which actually aren't very good in this matchup. So Bob Huang drawing the correct half of his deck in this matchup. And the cantrips, of course, help fix all of that stuff. Brainstorm can get rid of the unneeded bolts. And it does leave the question, how many bolts do you want here? Because, you want some bolts to finish your opponent off.
Yeah, and also, Michael's combo relies on a 3 toughness creature, so the lightning bolt has to be good, right?
No, Joe. Like there's some other game mechanics involved in this interaction.
I suppose there are. All right, so it looks like 4 lightning bolts in this pile. 1 staying in. I'll tell you what, if that Pyroblast is not getting boarded in, then that is either a very knowledgeable player, or else this sideboard isn't the greatest. Because it looks like there's actually 2 blasts in the board right now, staying there.
Well, Joe, you have to ask yourself how many blasts you want, because these Delver decks, they play 6, 7 blasts at a time. I think that might be too many. I mean, there are forces that matter in this matchup, but at the baseline, there is like there's other stuff going on in the Doomsday matchup. There's black cards that matter a lot there that you want to counter, and having a pile of blasts doesn't really supplement well alongside actually presenting a clock with something like Lightning Bolt. So, and that's kind of why I asked the question, is like, how many bolts to blasts ratio do you want? That's the question I think Bob Huang's asking himself, as we saw him just fanning out 2 blasts and 4 bolts and being like, I guess I'll take a little of this, little of that. But I do think the blasts are obviously much better than the bolts, but you don't want to go too hard.
Yeah, and it is trickier now than it was a few years ago, because Doomsday used to be a full-on combo deck with, blue cantrips, but really, rituals and Doomsday, and, you can't counter Thoughtless Oracle a lot of the time. But now there's Doomsday lists with, Delver, Dragon Rage Channeler. There's Doomsday lists with Stoneforge Mystic. I don't know what's happened to this archetype, but it's like, it's not really like the 4 or 5 color decks. It's just black, splash, whatever you feel like, but only choose 1.
Yeah, no, the tempo Doomsday lists, as they've been coined, are popping up here and there with like Murktide regions, because Doomsday actually grows your Murktide region. Isn't that sick, Joe? That's pretty sick to me. But you have like all this stuff going on to help kind of, I guess, juke around the Delver matchup. You can try to people tried Malevolent Hermits. They've just done all kinds of stuff for this Doomsday list. And so you don't even really know what to expect until you've seen some of those cards out of Doomsday. You can assume base Doomsday, but like you mentioned, there is quite a few wild lists out there of Doomsday cards.
I saw
and we do see a force in hand.
I saw a screenshot this week. I believe it was from Marcus Ewald, who was playing Doomsday, and he was like, Dark Ritual, and they're like, resolves. He's like, haha. Use it to equip attack.
It's powerful stuff, Joe. Dark Ritual's a good card. Very versatile. A versatile card. As we're quickly going to fetch here on turn 1, grabbing a basic swamp, a little bit of wasteland on the radar. And I think we do see a wasteland among Bob's opening 7. And here's a duress. And this is kind of why you don't want to load up too much on blast. You can just kind of get your force duress, you're sitting on a ton of blasts, and then they cast Doomsday, and you're like, what am I doing with these blasts? And 3 Ponders, 2 Dragon's Rage Channelers, a very good poker hand.
Yeah.
We'll see how good it is against Doomsday, though.
Well, two pair not as good as a full house though, so we'll see if Bob's able to handle with what he's got here. No disruption, and yeah, so having to make the choice immediately. Do I want to get my clock going, or do I want to try and find some defense against spells here?
Wow, I like the thinking about it there and deciding to go with the ponder. There is some amount of implication with Michael's hand about fetching basic swamp, right? Normally, if you need to cast cantrips and stuff like that, you'll see the Doomsday player pretty aggressively grab their blue lands because they need to cast their duress, they need to cast their cantrips. But oftentimes, Storm decks try to cast the discard spells either on the turn they're going to combo off or the turn directly before. So Bob being like, okay, based on your sequencing on turn 1, the land you fetched, I think it's somewhat likely you're going to make an attempt on turn 2. So I'm going to see if I can find a piece of interaction. And he is rewarded with a Force of Negation here.
Certainly, yeah. So we see a second basic fetched up here for Michael. Probably all the ones in the deck.
Yeah, I have to imagine. And here is a Dark Ritual. Bob very skillfully sniffed out. Doomsday was going to come down here. And here is the Force of Negation he picked up. Now, I think Michael has a Force backup. He's got Force and
Daze. A Daze, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me. I don't actually know if it matters which way you sequence this, like leaving your land in play, like you're Doomsdaying. Are you going to put a land into play later? I don't know. But that is for Michael to figure out. Going to go ahead and take the more card-efficient exchange and daze that spell.
So we've now put a time limit on this game. It is not going to last more than 5 additional turns. So it's like the round is over.
Yeah, it is. It is like we're in time right now.
Yeah, and now, well, Bob may not have a clock yet, but Michael is losing half his life here. So the only relevance I think Lightning Bolts would have in the matchup is for post-Doomsday to finish off the opponent. But that's obviously that's not going to happen because they were boarded out. And Michael is going to figure out a pile here.
Yeah, and interesting to see what Bob's going to try to sequence his next turn with. He has 2 Wastelands in hand, which don't do a great job of casting Dragon's Rage Channeler or the Ponders that he had access to that we saw during last turn, although he did just pitch the last Ponder. So right now, Bob's just kind of staring at some Dragon's Rage Channelers and hope things work. I have to imagine that Michael feels pretty comfortable about his ability to take some draw steps here against literally no clock. A fairly high life total of 9, like even a Dragon's Rage Channeler, even a Delver coming down, you have at least 2 turns before that's going to kill you. So, I mean, you could take a slow pile here, maybe reach for something like the Cavern of Souls we see fairly often. That way your Thassa's Oracle doesn't get countered across a few draw steps. I think we do see it there, pulled to the back, and have a pretty clean kill in about a turn cycle or 2. I don't know if he needs 2 turns to get it started. That's once again, for Michael to figure out. I'm no Doomsday player, but I think we can have at least in a turn cycle or 2 have a Cavern protected win with Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, and Michael doesn't know this, but yeah, Bob's Ponder was kept because of the Force of Negation. The next 2 cards, the top 2 cards of his deck, this draw this turn and next turn, aren't actually very good, I don't believe. I think there's another Wasteland and some other inconsequential cards. So yeah, Bob may know he's out of luck here, even if Michael is still going to have to earn it. And Bob does get to look at Michael's sideboarding here, which is, pretty valuable.
Yeah, and gets to see what he might have put in the Doomsday pile. I think Bob's trying to figure out, based on the normal Doomsday lists, like this appears to be a fairly stock Doomsday deck. What does his pile look like? And I imagine you're doing it looks like there's some conversation here. He's probably like, okay, do you have 4 forces? Like, are all 4 forces there? Are all 4 dazes there? Like, I think he might be like just shorting it to try to figure out exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't know how much time you're permitted here. I feel like we've already kind of gone beyond what's reasonable. I mean, if you're in Bob's seat, you could take as long as you wanted until Michael calls a judge if there's not one standing by. But sorting your opponent's exiled zone is, legal, but you're not allowed to slow play, which arguably.
Yeah, I mean, what's the timer on making the next play? I don't know. If it's me, I usually just ask my opponent and trust that they're being truthful. Like, how many forces, how many whatever. Like, I'll just ask them how many are in exile while fanning through to like loosely validate and then try to piece it together from that. It looks like Bob is happy with the Force Days Street Wraith Pact determination. Doesn't really care too much about the non-interactive pieces, it seems. Delver of Secrets and Dragon's Rage Channeler among the bunch. Going to lead on the Delver. Does know the next card based on Ponder, so maybe knows this is going to flip.
Yeah, good luck with that. And I suppose Bob didn't probably spend any more time than Michael spent resolving the actual Doomsday. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah. I
probably
mean, when you're a
even.
Doomsday player, how are you going to call somebody on
Yeah.
slow play for one decision when you're resolving
No.
this card that can sometimes take upwards of 2 to 3 minutes to just figure out what's going on?
Mhm.
All right, looks like we have a force blue card among. So I think Bob did figure out that there's a force among the other cards. Brainstorm in the mix as well. Michael, maybe considering if there's a lightning bolt on top of Bob's library, what his turn looks like. Brainstorm going to be fired off. That is the only blue card for the force that we saw. So can't fight over it, but we see Thassa's Oracle on top. I think the last card in the deck is the Cavern, isn't it? But there's an Edge of
It certainly
Autumn.
could be. There's another Doomsday in hand. That's not likely going to do too much. Although I guess Michael could reset his deck with another Ritual Doomsday.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, you can just like try again.
Sure. Okay, so another pass the turn here.
And there is a lightning bolt on top. So Michael needs to make it happen next turn because you don't get another turn. And this is where we see the lightning bolts, maybe looking a little bit better than the blast. I don't know. I would have liked to have blasted that brainstorm potentially, but you couldn't really end play a threat. So who knows? The bolt looks pretty good. Does make Michael do it next turn, but I think he can with this Edge of Autumn.
And he almost, it's like even if he's playing conservative, it's likely this was gonna be his turn anyway.
Right, exactly. I think there's 2 Edge of Autumns. I think we're just going for this twice. All right, we have a black in our mana pool. I'm going to go ahead and represent that. Draw a card, float a blue. All right, we have a blue in our pool. We're going to sack that one to an Edge of Autumn. Draw that Cavern, play Cavern, name the Thassa's Oracle creature type, which I assume is Merfolk, and cast a Thassa's Oracle black floating. What you got, Bob?
Well, he's got
nothing
that's going to impact this. And Thassa's Oracle, doesn't matter if it dies when there's no cards in the deck. Michael is going to even up this match. So, all right. Lots on the line here.
Flavor loss for Thassa's Oracle. Like,
why?
The whole joke with the card is like, oh, you're devoted to blue and your devotion is rewarded with you winning a game. But like, if the Thassa's Oracle's dead and you have literal 0 devotion to blue, you still win the game.
You're bringing up these hypotheticals that didn't even happen.
It could die. It could have died, Joe. There was a bolt involved.
I guess, but I didn't see about gold cast or anything. I thought Thassa's Oracle come down with 2 devotion and win the game. Maybe in the design phase it was intended that you'd have like a variety of Jaces and like spreading season play and have like 10 devotion and win like on turn 20 in limited. But instead we're seeing it used in legacy and combo kills, and not everything goes as intended.
Fair enough. I spend a lot of my time these days playing some competitive Elder Dragon Highlander, and that Thassa's Oracle card, pretty good in that format. Pretty good.
I know you do, and I gotta tell you, I question my Twitter follow these days because I am just flooded with Commander, and it's not even like you all should follow Drake on Twitter if you don't, if you're into Commander, or even if you just think he's a nice handsome guy, but it's not even like, hey guys, here's my new Commander deck. It's like, hey, you Commander players are screwing this up theoretically, and you all suck. Why don't you see the obvious reality of the situation and play these other cards instead?
Joe, you make me out to be a really, really toxic individual.
I am trying to be. That's the conservative, friendly view of your Twitter account.
All right, that's fair. All right, fine. Maybe I could stand to be a bit nicer. All right, I'll let the wonderful viewers make their own judgment if I'm too toxic or not. But I hear your complaints. I hear your complaints.
This is not a complaint. It's just an observation. Viral Drake is a fine Twitter name. Toxic, I hate Commander players, Drake, would perhaps be more accurate, but
how can I hate Commander players, Joe? I am one.
It's the internet. You don't have to be truthful with your name, your screen name. Plenty of people, misrepresenting themselves. Maybe you're doing that too. I don't know. All right, so here we go. Game 3, getting ready to go.
We're here to watch the strictly better Eternal format Legacy as these players shuffle up for game number 3. Bob Huang on the play for this one. Very big for the Delver deck. Being able to get down, get your threat into play before you even have a chance to get discarded or anything. Huge game for the Delver deck.
All right. So, team of Huang, Bertarioni, and Zan Syed playing their 9-3 record. So even if they'll win this round, they'll actually only end up even with Michael's team's record. And then
it's interesting. I wonder if Michael has a hard lock winning in here to the elimination rounds, which I believe is a cut to top 6. And Bob Huang's team maybe looking to sweat a little bit, even with a W this round.
Yeah, perhaps. Drake and I don't have access to the standings of the event, but certainly there is plenty of teams in contention. Here we are on day 2 of the SCGCON Baltimore main event. An event, I must say, I made an offer. Even though it's all the way across the country. Honorog was like, hey, you want to do coverage? I was like, hey, if you want to play, I'll play Pioneer.
Ooh, what
I
was
thought-
that offer for me? I would have played.
And I was thinking like maybe Drake would want to play Modern because Honorog presumably would play Legacy. I actually was kind of like getting myself a little hyped up. I was like, I wonder if Honorog will go for this. And Honorog was like, you know what? I'm not that interested. Well, maybe I'm a little interested. Okay, I'm kind of interested, but no, I'm going to do coverage. I was like, oh, fine. All right. I guess I'm in for coverage too.
Very
But
reasonable. Very
that
reasonable.
would've
I
been
mean, I have
exciting.
2 events back to back on weekends after this. I don't know. I would have made it anyway. I think Harlan reached out to me and trying to get Zach Allen and the crew back together, but obviously ended up with his team of Ross Merriam and Dan Jessup that we've seen have great success this weekend. So I was not there to hold Harlan back. I apologize.
I guess
to all the
that's
viewers.
I guess that's a decent team to have.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I've been known to team with those individuals in the past. As here is a very quickly turn 1 Thoughtseize with the turn 1's Dragon Trade Chandler. 2 dazes for Bob Huang. Not interested in dazing this Thoughtseize. You can go ahead and take a look. Got to ponder to try to find a piece of a little bit more hard interaction for next turn.
Yeah.
Something
And
that
not the best mana development, but it's a threat and it has counters. So I totally understand keeping there, even if it's not, the nuts, but this looks solid. Looks something you can develop through.
Yeah, it's hard to mulligan like functional mana. You have a turn 1 threat. You got daze like on turn 1, which is good enough because you can daze even like a turn 1 threat and a kill. Like if Michael just went Dark Ritual here or whatever, you could daze it. And you have Ponder to kind of fix the hand based on how things develop with your draw steps. So hard to hate this hand. Certainly not the nuts like you said, but certainly functional. And we're going to see what Bob can make happen on his next turn. That Mystic Sanctuary looking a little awkward with the mana setup.
Yeah. All right, so iteration goes to the graveyard here. I mean, okay, maybe not the nuts, but Bob opened on a full house last game and lost. So, there's gotta be looking for better things here. Ponder into okay, that's a surveil.
So that to the graveyard. We see a question about how top 6 works. Yeah, the 1st and 2nd seed get a bye in the top 6, while the 3 through 6 seeds play the elimination rounds. So a little bit more incentive to not intentional draw in because you are playing for a free win in the elimination rounds, which is worth a ton. So interesting structure that we've seen kind of the SCGCon events move to throughout the course of this year.
Yes, indeed. All right, so still working through this here. So comments from chat like, okay, Sanctuary with Daze is great. I mean, Mystic Sanctuary with Daze is great on turn 7. Here,
Sure.
where your Sanctuary is coming into play tapped, it's not actually triggering. This is not quite the all-star level.
Yeah, not really what the doctor ordered. It looks like this Ponder just contains a lot of other cantrips, which is really relevant with this Mystic Sanctuary entering tap, because you have to ask yourself now, okay, Michael, once again, grabbed Swamp Thoughtseize, the same as game 2, where he went for the kill immediately on the next turn. If he goes immediately for the kill on the next turn, all you have is a daze.
Yeah.
You have nothing else. But we have guaranteed Delirium next turn, because I think we picked up a Brainstorm among the mix and a Delver. So we have a lot of pressure. Well, we did pick up a Force. That must have been the draw for turn. That's a good draw. Never mind. We're safe. So we can just save the cantrips and the threats. That Force likely to buy you at least a full turn, provided that Michael doesn't have the nuts of just like counterspell backup and can pay for days and.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly what he does have. Looks like some cantrips. Gonna go ahead and fire that off. Doesn't look like any protection for Michael quite yet.
No, but cantrips can find some, and he's got some time here. Question in the chat about the recutting of the deck. Yeah, and that's something that you see, like Bob presented, Michael cut, Bob cut, I think is what happened. That's something that, it's not proper, but you see it mistaken. Players get confused once in a while. You see that. This is round 13 in this event, and it's easily fixed by just reshuffling the deck. It's not a big deal. But I believe that is what we did see happen as this Ponder has worked through here for Michael. Looking for, knows about the 2 dazes, right? So he's probably not going to jam into Bob this
Double
turn.
days, yeah.
Yeah.
Try to get more mana developed. And now if there's a Wasteland in the mix for Bob, that is turned online. We didn't see one in the discard spell, so this Underground Sea is presumably somewhat safe. Obviously, cantrips can very quickly change that math, but you do need to get your mana developed so you can pay for maybe at least one of the dazes. Or even another copy of Dark Ritual. I think we saw a Cabal Ritual picked up. Those obviously help pay for dazes too. If you can just get your rituals fully functional and online, you can give yourself some insulation against the dazes and really only have to worry about the Force of Will card. But Dragon's Rage Channeler not online yet. I think we're going to see a Brainstorm cast at some point to get that card Delirium, make it a real threat for Michael. But after that, I mean, Bob's leftovers are really good.
Yeah.
Double Daze, that is known. It's not great that they're known about. Daze is obviously much, much better when your opponent doesn't know about it. But I mean, it's also very hard for Doomsday to play around. And if you can find some Wastelands, maybe you can make it to where he can't play around them at all. So Bob's setup here, really good. Thinking about this Brainstorm.
Knowing about Double Daze is, Michael may play around Double Daze, but then the fact that Bob has a Force of Will as well, Michael may feel like he can't afford to play around, he's going to play around the known cards and get blown up by the Force potentially. And then now the Brainstorm, so the knowledge of the Double Daze is kind of gone here. As long as Bob can shuffle, which I don't actually think he can.
I think you can do it the hard way with this Ponder.
Yeah.
Of course, Surveils can help with that mix as well. But I think you are somewhat incentivized with all of this permission to get another threat in play and slam the door in this game before Michael can establish the resources necessary to fight through all of the permission. Like, this is really good. All these counterspells are obviously worth a lot against the combo decks, but the combo decks are still successful in this format for a reason. They can play around this kind of stuff if given enough time. I really like just getting another threat in play here. And yeah, go ahead and just assume that what you have here has to be good enough. Let's see if these threats can get it done alongside my permission before he can get out of it. And that Duress, I think, is a really good pickup for Michael, as it's going to take away that Force of Will, and those rituals suddenly look to be worth quite a lot.
Yeah, well, leading on Dark Ritual here is great. This really puts Bob to the test. Because, I mean, do you want to force this ritual here? I mean, your dazes are a lot worse otherwise.
Yeah. Well, I think Michael has a Cabal Ritual, too. So if he Duresses and then Cabal Rituals, he has Threshold, right? No, he needs
He's
two more
short.
cards.
Yeah, he's short of that. But it's certainly a feature. And he doesn't have to win this turn. If he can set up a Doomsday pile that wins the turn he casts it, which becomes more likely, obviously, the further into the game you get. And he's currently looking at, taking 6 and 6 and going to 1. Then I guess Doomsday would kill you. So it's going to have to be next turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you assume, assume the 2 dazes are still there.
Yeah.
Can we even beat the Double Daze even if Dark Ritual resolves?
Well, Doomsday itself obviously costs 3. So there's an Underground Sea there, and with a Cabal Ritual in hand, that does handle the 2 days. That doesn't allow for the Duress to be cast as well. So a potential tripping point here for Michael would be if this Dark Ritual resolves, and then he plays a Duress, and then has to take the Force to leave the dazes, he might end up just having kind of wasted the ritual. But okay, the Dark Ritual does resolve.
We got a Force of Will, it looks like, alongside a Brainstorm in his hand. So we're going to go ahead and fire off this Cabal Ritual immediately. I think if you're not countering the Dark Ritual, the Cabal Ritual doesn't change the math. So we see that one go ahead and resolve. Going to go ahead and lead on this Duress. And that can take, if you know about only the 2 dazes, that can take a daze, and then you can pay for the other days. So this does line up with the Doomsday, allowing you to Doomsday this turn and not die on the Crackback, assuming the Delver flips. That resolves.
Yeah. So this is
you
gonna
take a daze still because you have a Force, but no, that still just kills you. You can't cast your Force. Yeah, this is tough. Ugh. That's a good hand to look at with a Duress. Michael maybe just a point of life short of being able to win this game.
This it's tough because obviously Michael didn't know how strong Bob's hand was going to be. But burning off these 2 rituals here on a turn that he may not be able to actually cast the Doomsday on. You may have to wait, and without the rituals, he might be able to do it next turn.
Yeah, this is really tough. And I think I think Michael's coming to that realization as well. Like the fact that the Force has a different blue card that isn't a daze to pitch means that you can't just take that. So you have to take the Force, but then you have to force one of the dazes and hope that Bob just does not have a spell on top of his deck. That's a
It's
tough
tough
ask.
though. I mean, I see Bob could let this resolve and potentially just win the game. He is not going to do that. All right, so there's a daze paid.
Yeah, I think
daze.
it's a little risky. You can go ahead and
Paid.
we know we want to keep the card on top, so no bother even surveilling. We know the card, we want to keep it. Flips Delver, and you have to hate to see that if you're Michael, because it's like, okay, he's not even looking to surveil. He definitely has a card on top. Last, we gotta go ahead and force. That puts us down to 12. The Doomsday will put us to 6. If this Delver flips, it's lethal.
Yeah. Well, this is probably Michael's only, even though it looks bleak, and Bob's just going to show.
He's going to go ahead and reveal the known
Yeah.
information. The Ponder is on top of his library. He knows about this. That's going to flip it. Don't even bother wasting your time finding this Doomsday pile. There's nothing that wins this turn with no cards in hand. You are dead. And that wraps up that first match there in the legacy seat of the team of Hoang, Syed, and Bertarioni.
Yeah, and reasonably well played on both sides. Looks like Bob knew what he was doing, didn't even bother surveilling the last turn, knowing that his Delver was going to flip. And Michael kind of like probably knowing he was screwed, but just not having a choice and having to go for it that turn, force that through, and then hope you get another turn, which is, a pretty bleak scenario, but then that was a lot of stuff to have to fight through.
For sure. Well, we came in hot on that match. Now that we have a little bit of a breather, I think we can go ahead and introduce ourselves as these players go ahead and shuffle up for, I'm not sure which game we're on, but looks like we're going to get a look at the modern seat, get a little bit of modern action on stream.
What is this? I was promised Pioneer and Legacy today. How do we have modern? What happened?
Sometimes you just need to watch modern. Could be the decider.
It could be. That's true. All right, so we have Scott Cottrell with 4-color Yorion versus Jeremy Bartorioni on Is It Murktide? All right, let's settle in for, like you're saying, potentially the decider match. Scott Cottrell up a game, which isn't shocking. There being quite a good collection of removal in these Yorion decks to deal with Murktide and its various threats.
Go ahead, very quickly land pass of the turn. I have to imagine that Bertarioni not having a threat on one, a little interesting. We have to probably see a cantrip here on instep, either consider opt. We've seen opt in some lists, but mostly usually just they play only consider. And looks like a consider will be cast. Another one on top of the library. Going to quickly graveyard that one. Looking for a threat, I have to imagine. This deck is designed to get a threat into play on turn 1 and hold up counterspell on turn 2. That's the play you want to make every single game. And we have counterspell up on turn 2, but no threat means that there's no actual pressure on Scott to run his spells into the counterspell and can potentially get a little bit of a holding before that counterspell can be truly effective.
Yeah, and so we have an adjustment of Scott's archetype to actually elementals, not just generic 4-color. So the only real threat that Jeremy would potentially be countering here would probably be running 6 on turn 2, because like things like Risen Reef cost 3, other cards are more expensive. So yeah, it's just a pass. If both players don't use their mana on turn 2, that's probably a trade that Scott would take every time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Scott has to be thrilled to see no threat on turn 1 or 2 from Jeremy, and potentially can just take the game at his own pace. I mean, the deck is designed to go over the top of even the 4-color control decks that don't have the elemental synergies involved. As here's an expressive iteration. Once again, almost certainly also looking for a threat. Has to be a 1-mana threat. Brazen Borrower does not qualify. Neither does Ledger Shredder. Wow. I'm gonna go ahead and hand the Ledger Shredder, exile that Otawara, and get rid of that Brazen Borrower. And once again, passing turn 3 with no threat in play for Jeremy. Just Scott has to be thrilled with the way this early game sequencing has gone for him.
Yeah, so now time for Scott potentially to get something going here. Risen Reef would probably be ideal, even though it's likely to die immediately. But at least Jeremy doesn't have red mana untapped, so that would be hiccuping his development a little bit next turn to have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, a Risen Reef here not only would replace itself in some capacity, but also, can't even be answered with any amount of mana efficiency from Jeremy, because he has no red mana up. So he has to do it on his next turn, which if he has something like Ledger Shredder, maybe he'd prefer to do that anyway, get a connive off. But, it taxing the Murktide player's mana when you're already past turn 3, I think is a fantastic exchange for the Elementals deck that, once again, he'd take basically every single time.
All right. Teferi would also be pretty nice here. It is a Risen Reef.
It is a Risen Reef, so we'll see what we get off that one. Any lands? No lands. Or if it is land, maybe just handed it. Who knows? But realistically, probably would put any land into play here, even a fetch land.
Yeah, it is. I feel like it's something that, okay, drawing cards is nice, but Risen Reef, you're probably rooting for a land most of the time at this phase of the game. And here is what you predicted: Shredder into probably a removal spell and a connive.
Now you have the choice. You can either hold up Counterspell, or you can try to fire off a removal spell now and connive. Oh, the bobble actually changes that quite a bit. The bobble means you can connive now and still hold up Counterspell, which I think is a great exchange for Jeremy here as far as catching up on mana efficiency. I'm going to go ahead and discard another bobble. That's going to put a counter on Ledger Shredder. Make that a massive 2/4. No longer can be killed with.
I don't know if I'd say massive. That's a pretty small dice, but I understand your point. The one issue here would be if Counterspell is held up and then a Cavern of Souls comes down, that could force a removal spell on the Risen Reef anyway. But let's see what Scott is able to bring to bear here. It is another Risen Reef. Well, that is one that Jeremy's not going to want to have resolve.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one resolve. I think that's a little too much value. Trying to fight with the removal spells is not the way you want to go with it. So we're going to see, I'm sure, some kind of on the stack interaction. We're going to go and see good old fashioned Counterspell.
Yeah, the fact that was debated over at all is interesting. But I suppose there is the option of kill the other Risen Reef in response. Okay, here is a...
In response, we're going to Solitude. That does trigger Connive.
You're right. It does. This is the second spell for...
We're going to go ahead and Connive. That is countered. Going to go ahead and see what we're going to discard here. Yeah, I imagine the discussion was about what to fetch. You know, would you grab a Steam Vents, or you grab a Snow-Covered Island there? That's going to put a counter on it. We're going to gain 3 life. And then play the Passeju as a land for turn. We did get a Wooded Foothills tapped from the Risen Reef trigger with the Solitude, which is pretty good.
Yeah, sure. And then after all that, one whole damage comes across.
Yeah, I don't think Scott's really looking to lay the smackdowns. Of course, you're not going to leave free points on the table, but I don't think the Elementals deck is known for its aggressive tendencies. I think certainly the Murktide deck is looking to be a little more aggressive.
You never know. I mean, we were checking in the coverage this morning. There's sometimes free points are left on the board. You know, you players have their own things going on. You're never sure.
It's what your priorities, Joe.
Iteration number 2 here for Jeremy. So basically, Risen Reef put Scott up 2 cards. Iteration has evened that up for Jeremy, putting him up the same amount, although with a little bit of selection.
Expressive Iteration, undeniably powerful. Maybe some of the draw to playing a mana-efficient deck like Murktide is being able to more efficiently use your iterations than a deck like 4-color. Obviously, 4-color gets better cards off of it, so it's better later in the game, but sometimes games don't last that long in the modern format with some combo decks and aggro decks and what have yous. Looks like Ledger Shredder is going to stay in exile. We're just going to pass the turn. Has to smell like Counterspell.
I would think, yeah. And so Scott perhaps not wanting to jam a spell in this turn, and well, Jeremy with a whole pile of removal in hand. Well, we are going to see something here. Oh, never mind.
Gonna go ahead and buy Yorion past the turn. You want to hold up Counterspell? Fine. I'm not going to let you use your mana. As here comes Unholy Heat for Risen Reef. Counterspell shields down.
Oh boy, Ephemerate would be real bad here. As once
Ephemerate
again,
would be powerful.
Jeremy has blue mana only untapped, but no Ephemerate there, and Risen Reef is out of here.
All right, so I think this is Jeremy's turn. You know, Scott didn't use all of his mana on his turn. We know there's a Yorion coming, which maybe if that's the best thing you can do with your mana, it's not super exciting. So Jeremy needs to put together a pretty good turn, I think. And Murktide Regent we see among the 3 cards. Yeah, very quickly going to point to that one. Thank you for the help from the team. Murktide, a powerful magic card. I think that one was added to hand as we played Scalding Tart as the land for turn. I think the Spell Pierce was the other card. Can't imagine we're super interested in that at this point in the game.
No, or even in this matchup at all.
I mean, it can be good on turn 2 for Ren and 6s.
Right.
But that's about it.
Yeah, it can hit Ren and 6 to Fairy in the very early stages of the game, and after that, not much. All right, here's a Ragavan.
Ragavan looks like it's going to bite a Lightning Bolt. Can't fight over that one because then you just die to whatever big thing Scott plays on his turn. It's attractive to fight over it, but you certainly cannot. Going to fetch a Forest here. Interesting on the fetch timing. Because I assume we were holding that for Omnath. It looks like we're going to cast an Eladamri's Call in step.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. We know.
And there's a spell
Okay,
pierce.
there you go. The
Okay.
spell pierce. Yeah,
Great,
works out
Joe. It's
just,
great.
just fine, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Is
So here
this a
comes
zero?
Yorion.
Wow.
Zero
That's
value, zero value Yorion. Go ahead and make a
yeah.
4/5. And suddenly I have to question, maybe is Elementals kind of taking an aggressive role here instead of being able to take the typically, hey, my cards are more powerful than yours, I'm taking a control role. All these expressive iterations Jeremy has cast have really actually amounted to quite a bit here.
Yeah. No, they have. And yeah, this Orion's gonna eat it here. Yeah, getting this Eldarmer's Call spell pierce, that was that'd be pretty discouraging for Scott's side. Jeremy will shock him with Steam Vents here and take down the Yorion. And I mean, Scott with 2 cards left, Jeremy with 3, I believe, including the Murktide that you spied, and a counterspell, looking very strong to even up the match.
With only 2 cards for Scott, I have to imagine that counterspell is not going to see much of a an answer. So Murktide is going to need 2 answers to beat that one. And boy, you do not get time when it comes to the card Murktide Regent.
No. All right. So Scott being at 16, let's see if we go the full 5 here. I imagine we will for Jeremy.
2-turn clock worth quite a bit. I think, yeah, it'd be pretty hard pressed not to grab the full 5 unless you also have another one. But even if you have another one, you don't have a land, so you don't want to cast it. So ship the turn back. We have a 2-turn clock. Find an answer. Scott doesn't even want to play anymore. I'm done. I'm done. I can't beat it. You have counterspell anyway. I no longer care. That's it for game number. We have to assume 1, given that spell pierces were in the deck.
I mean,
That was game 2.
Yeah, there was a tick mark next to Scott's name, so yeah, I believe that was.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so it's game number 2. Wow.
All right, so we'll go to game 3 here in Modern. And
here we are.
Okay,
Players
yeah.
already kicking it off. Looks like a pretty early Utopia Sprawl.
No breaks for casters, no breaks for viewers. The magic will continue here on the Onrog DOS Broadcasting Network.
More modern action, Joe. Just your favorite format.
Yeah, I mean, I will admit that out of the 3, Pioneer is absolutely the one I'm most interested in right now. But this is still good stuff. The issue with Modern, I think, that a lot of people have, including myself, is that the 4-color mirrors are just such a slog. But that's not what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I like this matchup. This matchup's fun and interesting to watch. There's a lot of tension in each draw step, and I think that's something that's extremely meaningful. Instead of players just kind of throwing their cards willy-nilly, card advantage and pitch cards like the 4-color mirrors, where nothing really matters until Omnath is stuck or Emrakul's stuck. We get to see like truly quite a bit of tension between. I mean, it seemed like Scott was ahead for most of game 2 there, and then Jeremy just resolved expressive iteration for 3 turns straight and was like suddenly ahead on cards.
Yep. Okay, so we see a Surveil a counterspell into the graveyard. We saw those play quite a role in game 2, but Jeremy not so interested this game, maybe not feeling like his mana is going to develop quite as well, or that he's just behind on mana because Utopia Sprawl and wants more active things, and we see Ragavan down.
Ragavan hitting the field, usually one of the better threats, significantly worse on turn 2 on the draw than it is turn 1 on the play.
Yeah.
Ragavan is a card that can snowball very quickly the earlier it is played in a game. But, in some situations, it can be a breaker once you're at parity as well. Here, we'll get to see exactly how effective it's going to be. Don't really know what color is named off of Utopia Sprawl, but even something like a Renin 6 that could be played around Spell Pierce next turn could pick off the Ragavan. That would be, I think, extremely backbreaking.
That would be painful, although I wonder. I mean, it takes a lot of discipline to have Renin 6 and not play it last turn. Okay, we're going to see an endurance during the end step. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, go ahead and pressure Jeremy's mana a little bit. If you want to try to answer this with the subtlety or something, I'll just get to redraw it. Otherwise, I have a 3/4, and your Ragavan's never getting through because your Unholy Heat just got completely reset.
All right, let's see. There's a Risen Reef in hand. Looks like a Bosechu.
Lightning Bolt. We're just going to have this Ragavan checked on all angles. See if we want to play Risen Reef now. Be hard pressed not to play it now. I like using your mana when you're in this deck that has like a bunch of 3, 4, 5 mana spells that you want to play. Go ahead and use your mana as often as possible, even if you're kind of running it into stuff. As long as the Murktide deck doesn't have a threat, it's okay for you to kind of trade down on mana and stuff as long as you're using your mana.
Yeah. No, I am on board with playing Risen Reef now. I'm a little surprised the Lightning Bolt was just fired off. I don't know what that really did. I played around Spell Pierce, I realize. So
Well,
maybe
also you
that
want to
one's
play
the
on
solution.
counterspell. Like if you pass the turn with it, then like
But do
suddenly there's
you?
a top for it to get counterspelled. Maybe
Do you
dispute
care?
coming down here. Whew,
Okay,
that's a
that's
good
pretty
dispute.
nice. But do you care? I mean, obviously things have happened now, but like, do you care if with endurance in play? What do you care about your lightning bolt getting counterspelled? Fragment's still not getting through. Anyway, we'll see here. Here's an iteration for Jeremy. That's the card he's looking for, and just pulling ahead in card quantity again.
Looks like a lightning bolt called out as a card we want. Go ahead, bottom a copy of Express Iteration, find a land, continue to develop our mana. Lightning bolt not going to be able to take care of endurance quite yet. Needs a little bit of help in order to get that done, but does help pick off things like Risen Reef, which is part of the draw of this Elementals deck, is how quickly those Risen Reefs can snowball.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see exactly what Scott wants to do with his turn. Looks like Eldamri's Call among the mix.
Yeah, you're not kidding about Risen Reef. I feel like once my opponent's Risen Reef gets a second trigger, I just want to kill myself.
Yeah, it's like,
oh,
okay, we're
God,
done.
this
Yeah,
is the worst.
we can pack it in. I've seen enough. Gonna go ahead and play Boseiju as a land, signaling potentially to Jeremy that is the last land in Scott's hand. Not that Boseiju gets channeled very often in this matchup, but it's always nice to have the option. You never know when you're gonna get Blood Mooned or whatever.
I suppose that's true. Blood Moon is a nuisance in this format. These Murktide decks do often play one copy in the board alongside sometimes the Magus of the Moon. My last modern RCQ, I did lose in the top 4 to the Blood Moon from Blue Red Murktide in game 3 of the top 4. Very discouraging, I must say.
You're not salty about it at all, are you?
Well, I would be more upset if I hadn't won a qualifier a couple weeks after that, but still, it was. I was feeling good about taking that one down, and the brakes were slammed on that plan.
Absolutely. Blood Moon, a card that's won me a lot of money in my day. Doesn't look like part of Jeremy's plan as he fetched a Steam Vents and very quickly lightning bolted Scott down to 10. So
Wow.
I have to imagine that we're setting up for a one-shot Murktide kill. I think that's what that would signal to me.
Yeah, there's
Like firing off lightning bolt so early as you're trying to use your mana efficiently, get spells in the graveyard to make your Murktide the full 8/8 and just one-shot your opponent.
Yeah, that is certainly a plan. Let's see. And I mean, the Elementals deck can deal with that. There are 5 line of play. Hardcast Solitude is available. There's Endurance as a blocker. We know Yorion's in hand. But all those are things that potentially could be answered.
Here's a Murktide Regent. I think only 3 spells available. So this will be a 6/6. Does not even kill with a lightning bolt. Gonna need a little bit of a fetch land help, as here's an Eladamri's Call. Saw that one get counterspelled pretty quick last game. Does not look like Jeremy has it. Does have Dress Down. So we'll see what Scott has in store, and if this Dress Down is going to shut down any plans that Scott may have for answering this.
It's going to be rough. if there is a Dress Down here, that would explain why. Because Jeremy could have obviously bolted Scott to make this Murktide lethal by growing it 1 more, but
smartly playing around the Solitude, both off the top and Eladamri's called for, having a little demonic tutor action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is okay. So Scott's gonna try and figure out the timing here. How do I get around potential counterspells? And the solution is
now is as good as later. Might as well jam.
And this is just gonna get
Dress Down. Now does stay in play, and Endurance can block for a turn. Maybe there's some kind of race action that can happen with both players here at 10.
Right. Yeah, Endurance can block, and even I mean, Scott actually isn't. I fully expect him to block here, but he doesn't necessarily have to.
Right. And like Yorion can reset the Solitude, so like there is some amount of tension. Scott's not just dead in the water here. Certainly not sitting great. Murktide's very, very large, and Lightning Bolt and Brazen Borrower. Brazen Borrower adds to the mix as well. Gonna be tough for Scott, but this game is not over quite yet.
No. So Jeremy does know about the Yorion, so options here on what the plan is. I mean, obviously Endurance could be balanced to get through a swing, or if an attack gets through, there's multiple ways to deal with the Solitude.
I like this. Ledger Shredder, let's remove the Solitude now. I don't want Ephemerate being added to the mix and being a real card. I don't want, whatever, even Yorion. Like, I'm going to kill this Solitude eventually because I can't afford for it to get flickered. And let's get some value off of it as well with this Ledger Shredder, which helps also pressure the race because it's a great blocker, kind of doing the same thing Endurance does, and allows you to kind of turn on the Abyss mode of Murktide Regent.
Yeah, okay, there's the bolt.
Bolt targeting Solitude. That will trigger Connive, which happens before Bolt resolves. Smartly doing that. Yeah, let's get rid of these lands. The Ledger Shredder, not where the pressure's coming from. Mostly planning to block with that particular piece of cardboard. And so no need to really discard spells when you'd prefer to keep your spells. Here comes an attack for 6.
All right, Scott. We know one of your 2 cards, which
No
is
blocks.
not really going to help.
Didn't get a great look. Potentially a Risen Reef, the draw.
Okay.
So we have Land Yorion Risen Reef. If I believe he used Jeremy used the lightning bolt, so Scott can fetch down to 3. It's still precarious, but not just dead.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he doesn't know for sure one way or the other.
Yeah, and no counter on the Ledger Shredder. So if Scott throws out Yorion here, I guess if he hopes Jeremy has nothing else, then the Murktide can't really attack. Instead, we're going to go with
Yeah, you have a
Risen
good
Reef.
double block. Yeah, I
Right.
like the Risen Reef if you're not like if you're playing just chump block with this endurance and try to get a little bit ahead. This plays to get lucky, I think. Triggers Ledger Shredder on the Abundant Growth cast. Discards Expressive Iteration. That card not really at its premium right now. Is the this game's about what's on the board. 2 lands and a Yorion. We're done here. I'm not getting through all this. So Jeremy Bertarioni's team is going to win this game and I believe a match.
Yeah.
Pushing them to 10-3 and looking at potential elimination round prospects. Not necessarily sure where the cut is. Obviously, we don't have access to standings, but winning is better than losing, and that's the math I got.
Yes. Yeah, that is certainly is the simplest way of looking at things, which is appropriate for you. The both teams going to end now at 10-3. Generally, the way tiebreakers are going to work, you're better off losing late. So if it's just between these 2 teams, potentially we'd see the team of Wang, Bertarioni, and Zensayed finish behind. But that doesn't mean that both teams aren't going to get in, or that neither will. We don't really know. Anyway, thanks for being with us. If you're enjoying the content, you should definitely follow Honorog's channel here. A lot of work goes into these events. That is for sure. Drake and I just kind of along for the ride. We come in here for a few hours in the afternoon. No big deal. Show up.
Big deal.
For this, shower not even required. This time out with no camera. Honorog letting us get away with a lot here.
is actually to scale. His head is actually that size on the screen. There's no like visual distortion. Oh my God.
He does have a big head.
Okay, you don't have to say it to like all the people watching. I'm right here. Anyways,
Can we clip that? Oh God.
without further ado, let's check out what we've got here from Dominaria United. It is, ta-da, Bortuk Bone Rattle. So I'll be very honest, I have not read this card more than a couple times here. But first things first, 4 black and a green for a legendary creature. It's a troll shaman that just, like me when I wake up in the morning, domain. When Bortuk Bone Rattle enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose target creature in your graveyard, return that card to the battlefield if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. Otherwise, put it in your hand. And on the right side, you can see it's a 4/4. On the other side, you can see some sweet, what is it called? It's like a mosaic art?
Stained glass.
Stained glass, yeah, that's what it is. That looks absolutely fantastic. And like you can see the artwork too, like how like the Bone Rattle is like summoning like, I don't know, I guess zombies? Something like that? Yeah. Very troll, very shaman. So, it looks like they're announcing the top 8 here, which is kind of cool. Toast, I would like to know your reaction to this card. Do you think it's hammer playable?
So, number 1, not an artifact, doesn't interact with artifacts or anything, is very expensive, not close to hammer playable. Second thing, not blue, not red, not Delver playable. I looks cool and limited, I guess. It is an uncommon.
You know, that's what I was thinking.
Which is relevant in exactly one format, which is limited.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of 2 things. The first is that, well, yeah, it's probably going to be like a really good, maybe a really good card in limited. I don't really play limited, so I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
But it's still like, I like a lot of things about this card. The other question is, and this is maybe for like Drake, who is our CEDH expert, is, okay, maybe there's like, there's like a different type of C, like casual EDH, whether this can see play there, depending on who your commander is.
It can be your commander,
It can be your commander.
That is something that is happening.
That is something that is to be happy about.
I would recommend against that because you only get 2 basic land types if you do that.
Oh yeah. So wait, is that how that works? I don't actually know the rules. Can you
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Commander has rules.
Okay. I'll defer to Drake's judgment on that final one.
Yeah.
Anyways, chat, I want to know what your thoughts are. Hey, Bob, come over here.
One thing. Nick Fit playable.
Nick Fit playable has been called. I think we've finally decided to find the home for this in Legacy and potentially in any other format where veteran exploring ball therapy are legal. Can you get Bob
Waste
the mic real quick?
is not a basic land type, so
I want Bob's opinion on this card
too.
too.
Bob's opinion.
This is Bob Wong, who just won the potential winner. Wait, did they announce the standings?
Yeah, we're 6th.
You're 6th? Okay, nice, well done. Did your opponents make it in as well?
Yes.
Okay, so we know both of the teams that we saw in the last feature match, both teams made top 6. So that is super cool. I believe Harlan's team is also in the top 6. After that, I don't know who else is in there because I just really couldn't hear anything. All right. So, all right, this is Bob. Congratulations.
What up? Thank you.
Your last match was kind of a sweat. I feel like in game 2, you had triple Ponder, double Darcy, and you just got completely rolled.
Uh-huh.
And Joe was actually doing commentary talking about how like you had all these pyroblasts, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why Doomsday might secretly be a lot better than it gets credit for, but the Delver matchup has never been good, right?
So you say that, but I find myself losing to it more than I feel like I should, I guess. But maybe I'm doing something wrong. But I asked my opponent, it basically comes down to Pyroblast and Lightning Bolt. Both of them either do nothing or win you the game.
Okay.
So you kind of just pick your poison.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's my preview card, and I want your raw, unfiltered, honest, say something good about it, impression. Let's go. So it's a 6 mana, this is Bortuk Bone Rattle. I'll let you read it out loud, and then I'll let you say something good about it.
When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose a card in graveyard. Equal number of basic, otherwise put it into your hand.
Actually, you know what? I'm also gonna. All right, once you finish, I'm gonna get Joe and Drake in here too because I want to hear their reactions.
To break it to you, but solid.
That's not. That does. Sorry to break it to me, but the really good thing about this card is
it's pretty good and limited.
Yes, thank you, Bob. All right, you really had to dig deep for that one, didn't you?
I was gonna lead on that, but yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think this is Nick Fit playable.
What?
At what mana cost?
Everything is Nick Fit playable. Okay.
At what mana cost would this be Nick Fit playable? I think
four
at three.
black and a green.
I think at 3 mana, potentially.
Oh, that would be really good at 3 mana. That'd be really good at 3 mana. Okay, wait. I'm gonna cue you out real quick, and then I'm gonna get Drake and Joe to give me an opinion here, because, well, they're smart people too. I need to move this over real quick, and all right. Let's see. Oh, oops. You probably need to go somewhere, right?
Yeah.
All right, you go take your picture because you did well in the event. Drake and Joe, you two are both hot mic'd up right now, so let me know your opinions on this card, and then we can talk about the teams that did well and maybe expected metagame for the top. You're gonna do me like that, huh? Turn 8. Okay. Hold up, you two are muted. I don't know what happened. Have they been muted the whole time? Did you not hear any of Joe's great jokes? Because that would be great for me, because Joe made some really good jokes at my expense, and I'm just glad that like something slipped on my side of things and like nothing happened, right? Hold up. I'm gonna try this one more time. Yeah, it's just not showing up here for some reason. What happened to this? All right, hold up. Let's try this. How about this? I'm gonna do this instead. Now can you hear Joe and uh-oh. Okay, you still can't hear Joe and uh-oh. All right, well, I think I just lost my... Oh, wait, hold up, because of this.
Honorog's breaking everything.
All right, can you hear us now? Now we're back?
I think we're back now. Yeah, we're back. All right, Joe.
Man.
Why don't you say your spiel on the card again? I mean,
Well,
you had a lot
I
of intelligent things to say.
We've just been censored. That's what you get here on the Honorog Broadcasting Network, is you bring in people who might have edgy opinions and then you censor them out of existence. Gosh.
The Magic the Gathering's already edgy enough, Joe. We don't need more edginess. I don't need any more of that.
Yeah, man. Anyway, all right. So my whole plan for LW's call for this card in Elementals to bring back Omnath at a discount compared to Eternal Witness. Now just, I mean, it's just not exciting a second time around, right?
But Joe, it doesn't synergize with your ephemerates. That doesn't do anything. What are we doing here?
Hey, you can ephemerate the card that I bring back from the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
I can bring back Yorion with all 5 land types, get Yorion, and then ephemerate that.
Yeah, you could. Sure, that's something you could do,
I don't get any
Joe.
bonus from blinking this with Yorion, but you can't have everything. And this card at 6 mana provides enough already, I think.
You just pitch it to Endurance. I'm telling you, pitch it to...
Oh, I accidentally cut you out.
What's it, Carador? Carador is another style setup that would be interested in something like this. And then you get more land types just on the house. You don't have to play things like Dryad. And you get to just kind of get those 2 cards working, and then you just have a true recursion engine just going. I wish you could flicker it and be more appealed on the flickering thing or reanimating thing to bring it back. That if you cast it line is holding you back a lot from the powerful stuff you can do in Commander. But I mean, I think there's still quite a few powerful things you can do with this card.
Yeah, let's not ignore the fact that there's also the clause of if you don't have enough land types, you just get it back in your hand. So if it's something like Emrakul, where it's a cast trigger, you don't even want it to go into play. You want it in your hand.
Want to
This
cast
card
it.
is like designed to maximize your ability to get cast triggers on Eldrazi.
Dude, you should definitely be getting paid for this because, like, this is what I did for the last preview card. I literally had someone else come up and just say like 7 good, different good things about it. I was looking at my list and I was like, well, it's got sweet art, which this card does have, and then you guys just made all the content.
Those zombies are badass.
Can you believe this, Drake? Unrock invites us on his show and then makes fun of us for the fact that we're not getting paid during the live broadcast. Jeez, which I actually thought we were getting paid, but I guess not.
Wait,
That's
you
how
are.
things roll here. Anyway.
No. Okay, but one thing I do need to mention, this is very important. I do want to say thank you to Wizards of the Coast for sponsoring this preview and providing it to us, just to have something to, like, nice content to fill the time as the players are taking their photos and things like that. Yet see any of the players actually make like some sort of sweet like sign. Oh wait, maybe they're trying right now and they just got told not to. Okay, I get it now. I get it. But yeah, thank you, Watsy, for providing this. Very much appreciated. And yeah.
Sweet. A powerful uncommon, honestly. That's a very powerful uncommon.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be a pick and limited. This will be awesome. I'll tell you what, Dominaria United seems like a cool set. I was kind of blown away when I discovered a few days ago that... Sorry.
I think they can still hear us.
I know they can hear us, but I heard
Yeah, I'm sorry, one sec. One of the judges came up. I'm going to let you guys handle this conversation. I need to mute something real quick.
Oh, okay.
All right, so it's back to us. Yeah. So anyway, Dominaria United comes out, I believe September 10th is the release date.
Yeah.
Drake, did you know that for the regional championship, Dominaria United is not the last set?
I did not know that, Joe. Actually, no, I think I did know that. I think people mentioned it was going to be like Pioneer after 2 sets or something like that. It's gonna be kind of wild.
It is.
Yeah.
I learned this like 5 days ago, that there is the regional championship, which is I believe starts November 19th in Atlanta. The Brothers War set becomes legal November 18th. So the day before the regional championship starts. That is going to be an interesting weekend, let me tell you. So if you're
that's going to be really sweet.
You're going to load up cockatrice, right? Test all the new cards.
Good luck getting cards, but I mean, sounds like a lot of fun.
I imagine for people like Drake, I mean, if you show up because there is last chance qualifiers on Friday, it's a new format for the last chance qualifiers.
That's wild.
Yeah,
it's actually very wild.
It's completely nuts. How many people are going to show up to the regional championship and with just having not played all of the new cards, because how could you, and then just scout around and watch the last chance qualifiers to figure out what they want to play the next day in the event?
I think that's wise. I mean, I was wondering how many players that are already qualified should try to play the last chance qualifiers just to get testing in on the new format.
Yeah, it is going to be something else. I'm excited to be part of it. You should too. You should try and qualify, Drake. I know they don't have Commander qualifiers, but come on.
Yeah, what gives? Come on, I have a competitive Elder Dragon
and Legacy qualifiers too. Also, I'm watching the chat right now, and I'm paying the casters, and there's no way I can afford to buy lunch. I definitely don't make that much money. I mean, dinner or whatever it is. You know, but awesome, cool. So I have a couple updates. So we have selected the feature match for the first top 8 match. It'll be Kane Reinhardt's team. So that's Kane Reinhardt, that is Namdang, and that is also Will Kruger. I know, Joe, you have an extensive history, honestly, with all 3 of these players, just on the NRG circuit and everything. But that will be the primary feature. And if you all remember, they were I think I did a really good job choosing teams this time around, because almost all the teams that we've seen on camera have done very, very well in this event. But yeah, it's Azorius Hammer, Is It Delver, and Is It Phoenix. And I think the last match that we saw Kane on yesterday, he had an insane Game 3 in the Pioneer Is It Phoenix mirror match. So, in fact, what I'm going to do right now is just transition over back here, and I'm going to mute the casters. You're welcome to stay. You can do. Oh yeah. Oh, you want the mic? Yeah, sure, that works too. So that's what we're going to do. So then the current plan is We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to try and get things set up as I think people are actually already on their way to play the top 8 out. So this is going to be like the fastest break ever because I got some stuff to do. So we'll get to that, and then we'll see you in just a little bit with top 8 action. Awesome. All right. See ya.
Some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
All right, we're back. Drake and I are here representing Honorog DOS Production Network Incorporated Systems, and we've got the SCG Baltimore top 6 on the way in. Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. And here we go. Let's, no reason to wait around. We got Carlton, Silvestro, and Kane Reinhardt playing Pioneer to kick things off.
And this is your favorite format of the three at the moment, right, Joe?
It is. I am fully invested in this format. It's been the majority of the RCQs that I've played in. There have been some in Modern, some in Limited, but I have played a lot of Pioneer. I am enjoying it a lot. My deck of choice is not represented in this match, unfortunately.
Sadly.
But we'll make do. Not everyone can handle the Lotus Field magic stuff.
It's an issue of not being able to handle it, right? It has nothing to do with deck power level or anything else.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I had to make sure.
Not everyone can, has the abilities to harness the mysteries of the deck. Drake, if you were playing Pioneer today, what would you be playing?
I mean, it's hard to disagree with Kane Reinhardt here. I'm a big Is It Phoenix fan. Love putting the birds into play. It's exactly what I would be doing. Kane and I actually usually align pretty closely with the kinds of decks that we play. Our preferences certainly are more in alignment than anything to do with Greasefang. Not really my speed of Magic at all.
Mm-hmm. Kane Reinhardt certainly, has some history with me in Pioneer. We played each other in the penultimate round of the original Pro Tour Pioneer in Phoenix in 2020, approximately 5 weeks before the pandemic shut down the world. We did play in a match. Winner gets to play in the Pro Tour Finals, and I'm happy to say I was able to win that day. But Kane Reinhardt has persevered and has made it into the top 6 of this event. We'll see how things go, facing down Greasefang.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure here on the Phoenix deck to have a removal spell available for Greasefang on turn 3. Obviously we just bench, we're able to discard our what is it? What's the name? It's Parhelion.
Parhelion 2.
Second, yeah, the second one. Parhelion's so good. Why isn't there Parhelion 2?
I don't know. But it's like there was no Sarpadian Empires 1 through 6 either. But
that's true. Just flavor fails all around.
But there is Parhelion 2. And it is in the graveyard, waiting for Greasefang to bring it back and put a hurting on Kane Reinhardt. So yeah, you were absolutely right that having a 3 damage burn spell is fairly significant to deal with potential Greasefangs.
Yeah, I mean, and the cool thing about this build of Greasefang is you see Rafine's Informant there, be able to interplay Connive. That's a 2-mana 3/2. Like alongside Stitcher Supplier, you can kind of do the mopey beatdown trick, as we're going to see here. I mean, an attack for 4 isn't nothing. And so the Greasefang, we're not all in on it, especially in the Phoenix matchup where your Greasefang's somewhat likely to die. There's a lot of red removal spells, the Fire Impulse and what have you, that can take care of that. As here comes another Rafine's Informant, going to connive again. Looks like Carlton having no shortage of spells to discard. We kind of have a real force here of beatdowns with just these creatures meant to put Parhelion in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a Phoenix deck. I mean, we can see Spell Pierce in hand. There's Consider there. There are cantrips. Everything that generates card advantage is sorcery speed. We have Treasure Cruise. We have potentially Pieces of the Puzzle. So those cards are heavier investments during the main phase, unless you can fill the graveyard up with cantrips, which Kane is certainly making an effort to do. But
yeah, it's one of those cases you have to ask yourself, what does Kane's hand look like, right? If he's not removing any of these threats, he's not casting any card advantage in the main phase, his hand has to be just a ton of these 1-mana cantrips. So we've seen Consider, Opt, and we see a Treasure Cruise among the mix. Painless mana for Kane, 3 Spire Bluffs in a row. There's no better feeling that when you're playing the Is It decks, Joe. You're so bad against aggression for the most part because you just don't have any life gain. Your creatures usually aren't very big. So when you're the Is It deck, those Spire Bluff canals just feels so good to have all 3.
Yeah, it is nice. These Arclights are not coming up on the right time, but maybe Kane can actually discard some to hand size here after a Treasure Cruise.
Not the traditional way to do it, but it'll do the trick here. This matchup actually not really about card advantage even.
No. There are some removal spells.
And Spire Bluff going to enter. That's the third. That's the last one that will enter untapped, but there is only one more in the deck. So more or less doing this the way we drew it up.
So Lightning Axe drawn. So that's another outlet to get rid of a Phoenix. So there's 8 cards in hand here. Yeah, pitch one to hand size and then pitch another one potentially during Carlton's turn, or just wait until Kane's next turn and then get those Phoenixes in the air.
And we get to discard one. We have another one for the lightning axe, so we can hold that up without losing any value, kind of have everything come up our way. But it is, you have to ask yourself, is it time to start respecting this beatdown plan? Because, I mean, suddenly there's an attack for, what is a 7 coming across this turn? Another
Yeah.
point of power added to play?
Yeah, it's something. Ooh, Takenuma is interesting, as that's a card that can actually pick something up from the graveyard. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, even taking another 7 here, Kane, if those Phoenixes come into play, they can trade with the Rafine's Informants, no problem. Although it will mean that Kane spends mana during his own turn, and then the door will be open potentially for Greasefang if Carlton can find one.
Right. And Kane not really looking at the cards that are good in this matchup. We see Lava Coil, that's sorcery speed, not really what you're looking for. And Spell Pierce among the mix, where all we've played is small creatures, and there's a threat of a Greasefang at literally every turn. So these cards not really lining up the way you want, even though we've had all the cantrips that we've resolved, we've been able to treasure cruise. Somehow our hand still doesn't look that good in this matchup.
No, it's really Thing the Ice would be nice, but Arclight's to block with maybe good enough. Takenuma does make it into play.
Go ahead and play another Informant potentially.
Sure.
It looks like that's exactly what it is. There's no sweepers in most Phoenix main decks. It's like Thing in the Ice is the only thing, literally, that does it.
And another Parhelion goes to the graveyard. So yeah, improving Carlton's hand once again. He's almost played as many card fixing cards as Kane has.
Yeah, I mean, which one of these decks is the cantrip deck? You tell me. And we're going to go ahead and fire off this Lightning Axe. I like this a lot. I don't think you can afford to wait any longer. The Greasefang hasn't come yet, and you're just going to die to these Informants. I think you're dead on board still. So we have to make something big happen this turn and start answering this board and just hope that Carlton never found it.
All right. Well, there's Lava Coil. There's Pierce. There's maybe another
Pathway going to enter the play. Going to fire off an Opt. Good way to start if you're trying to bring Phoenixes back.
Yeah, there's not anywhere near enough cards to be able to treasure cruise effectively again.
But Fiery Impulse might do what we wanted to do here. Can't bring Phoenixes back and hold up Fiery Impulse for Greasefang. So I think we're just going to have to kill some Informants this turn, bring the Phoenixes back. And once again, like I said, just kind of pray.
Yeah, I mean, 2 mana being considered there. It could be Lava Coil. It could be Thing in the Ice. We'll see.
Potentially. Looks like Lava Coil.
There is Coil. So this will allow one more spell to bring the 2 Phoenixes back, which will leave Kane vulnerable, but will clean up his board disadvantage.
Yeah, I think it's just time, right? Like you're losing this race so dramatically. You're probably dead to a Greasefang. Like if Carlton has this draw against the Phoenix and you have your cards, if he has a Greasefang at any point, you were never winning anyway. I don't think there's a better way to sequence your cards. I think you just can't continue to respect Greasefang. Like what are you gonna wait, take an attack for 5, not have birds in play? Don't love that. Kane seems to disagree. The Treasure Cruise might be swaying his vote here somehow.
This is gutsy. So yeah, just accepting 5 damage here. Even next
looks like Carlton has Rafine's Informant number 4, so we can do this all day. How long do you want to do this for, Kane?
Wow. I mean, even Cruise next turn, there's only 4 non-Phoenix cards in the graveyard. Obviously, Kane can exile the Phoenixes, but then that's kind of, removing the whole efficiency of the deck. And Carlton's now consulting a teammate here on how to proceed with this turn. How much damage? So there's no win here without a Greasefang. There's no combat pump effects for Carlton.
Yeah, if you're Carlton and his team, though, what's the rush? Like Kane's just moving cards around. Maybe killed some Informants that cycled or whatever. Like a bunch of 1-for-1s, more or less. Like playing scared around the thing. What's the rush? Just continue to attack. As here comes Traverse the Ulvenwald. That would find a Greasefang.
Yeah, this would be fine to Spell Pierce too, just because it would delay the game for a turn. But if the Fire Impulse is still in hand, then that will work fine. There is Greasefang. So there's been lists of Greasefang, of Abzan Greasefang with 4 Traverse, with no Traverse, and then just recently I saw some with 2 Traverse. So not sure what Carlton is running here, but Traverse of Ulvenwald, certainly as a light splash instead of like a main focus of the deck, is a nice way to go. We see Greasefang into play here. If it triggers, Carlton to win the game, but I don't think that's going to happen.
So maybe that's some heads up play from Kane here. I think we were assessing things as if information was face up, but the way Kane sequenced, he didn't even kind of pump fake or anything. So I think he kind of incentivized Carlton to make a mistake, right? He incentivized him to go for it, thinking, oh, yeah, if Kane had another spell, he'd probably fire it off. He wants his birds back. And so that's something that would go through Carlton's mind. So he's like, yeah, I can jam. And Kane can take this hit, go to 3, and then if Treasure Cruise is good, he can get his birds back into play, and there's no more threat of Grease Fang at all. So
I
potentially
don't
some
think-
really heads up stuff going on.
I think he might just die on the. I don't think he has a way to get these Phoenixes back. I think they're stuck in the graveyard. He's going to have to.
Kane's fanning it out right now. How much do I have
Yeah.
to pay? I think if you can get rid of 1 Phoenix, I think Kane's
Okay.
realizing that as well. 6
Yeah.
cards, 2 mana. Like you could still potentially assemble something
Mhm.
and get some birds, but I mean the cards need to be good. Like Lightning Axe has to be part of the mix, and probably another removal spell alongside that. Ledger Shredder's not it. Charter Course could be. Temporal Trespass is a little late to the party.
Yeah, this is the graveyard has been taxed at this point. So is it Charter Course, hope for a land and a spell?
Yeah, Charter Course
That-
land removal spell does it still. So there's outs.
I mean, there's just Shredder to block. Chump
But that's
block.
the chump, right? I don't
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. And now Wither Bloom Command would finish things up.
Another copy of Grease Fang, obviously very lethal here.
Yeah.
But I think if you're traversing for 1, you don't just have another one unless it's another traverse, right? Like
Right.
that's usually the last thing you want to do is use your tutor. But this, I mean, these beatdown plan, I was kind of making fun of it. I was like, yeah, this is the strength of the deck. This is part of the thing it can do, and it just looks incredible right here. As that's Esika's Chariot, very hard one to beat at any point in the game, especially right now while you're staring at 3 life points.
3 is more. That's not updated. He's at 1.
Oh, he's at 1. Oh, I'm
He
sorry.
just took 2 damage from. And I have criticized Citrus Supplier as being kind of just a garbagey card in these decks, but it's got through for like 7 damage this game.
Yeah, I don't know. They've been like lightning bolts plus mill 3s, Joe. I think you play that card in mono black. I think paying it back for that is absolutely on rate. And we're gonna see what we can hit. I can't imagine a sequence in Phoenix, but no point in not looking.
Right. All right. So there's another Phoenix. So 2 Phoenix is no longer enough. But maybe a removal spell could be found. And then there's also the Chariot and 2 more. Yeah, this is just, how is this possibly going to work out? It's
not
probably us moving on to game 2. But
I think the
okay.
door is closed on any outs. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and pick the cards up. And a impressive showing from the Grease Fang deck here in game 1. Traditionally, I like Phoenix, especially in game 1 setups against the Grease Fang deck. You just have so many instant speed removal spells for it. A lot of times your threats are big enough to shut down the mopey beatdown plan that we saw work very effectively for Carlton in game 1 because Ledger Shredder's huge, Phoenix's block well, things like that. But Kane just kind of had like a cantrip hand that spun a lot of wheels, and at the end of it all was still looking at a bunch of cards that actually aren't very good in the matchup.
Yeah, no, it's impressive when your deck's kind of like C plan takes down a game.
Yeah, I mean, Chariots, you could say, is plan B, Grease Fang plan A, Chariot plan B, and no, we're just right on Rafine's Informants, as we're going to get a look here at the Legacy match, a Doomsday Is It Delver rematch. We saw that, I believe, last round. 2 different players this time. A lot of Doomsday. No, I'm sorry, it's the same Doomsday player, different Delver player.
Yeah,
correct.
So Michael Yue versus Namdang here. It looks like we're in game 2 with Nam up a game, and we did, you said Delver's going to be favored against Doomsday a lot of the time, even though Bob Wang said he was having issues with it some occasionally.
I mean, it's like most Legacy matchups, right, Joe, where there's a lot of play to it. If either player screws up, I think you're basically lose on the spot. And so as a result, there's a lot of differing experiences. And with the variety of builds of Doomsday that exist at a baseline, it's hard to even know what's right sometimes. And you saw Bob was questioning with Honorog the same things we were, which how many bolts, how many blasts? That's the big question. Because they either are blank cardboard or win on the spot. So that's quite a floor and a ceiling.
Yeah, and it's just, it might be hard to play Delver against Doomsday. It's just hard to play Doomsday in general.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Michael missed a land drop here and passed the turn across. Missing land drop's not the end of the world for a deck that with Dark Rituals, Cobalt Rituals, things like of that nature. But
much of your mana development is supplemented by spells that make mana. And we're going to go and daze this expressive iteration. I love it. I love it. Absolutely not. Take that somewhere else. Going to go ahead and beat down for what I imagine is 3. Missing land drops. No real cost to the daze thing. Just gives you a land drop on your next turn. LED, Force of Will, blue card among the mix. Looks like we might just be waiting on a Doomsday. I didn't see a copy of that card. The namesake for Michael. It looks like this game's about finding Doomsday because I think Michael only gets one more turn to do it before he has to also win that turn.
I mean, we saw Greasefang win mostly without Greasefang. That's not going to be the case for Michael Yue's Doomsday deck. He's not going to win without Doomsday. Ever.
True. Very true.
I mean, maybe in the whole history of the world it's happened twice, but even that I might not believe.
I mean, with the Murktide builds, I imagine that Murktide changes that math quite dramatically.
You're right. I'm thinking of the more but Michael's list, we haven't seen.
Yeah, he doesn't have any of that noise.
We've seen parts of 3 rounds with Michael. I haven't seen a non-Thassa's Oracle creature yet, I don't believe. But you're right. There are creature versions. We even talked about Stoneforge versions, Dragon Rage Channeler versions, but.
And Michael taking a draw. That's the namesake. That's a Doomsday, but we cannot cast it. So we pass the turn back. That's an attack for 3. Puts Michael down to 6. Now, I think with a Dark Ritual, we might be able to start everything immediately. We might be able to, because I think there's a Brainstorm. We can force if we have to. We can Brainstorm immediately. We have Lion's Eye Diamond. I think Michael's still drawing live, even though he can no longer pass the turn post-Doomsday.
Well, if there is a Brainstorm, that's some discipline here to wait on this. We'll see. But yeah, there is certainly a mana production. There is now a Doomsday, but Namdang, and there's a Force of Will, but Nam has Daze Pyroblast at least.
Yeah, I mean, the Brainstorm is important for being able to kill in the same turn. And when there's an Edge of Autumn drawn, maybe we actually Edge of Autumn does it? Can we? No, there's no way, right? We need to like hide the Doomsday.
I don't know if there's an actual Brainstorm, but
okay, maybe not.
If there is Brainstorm, I mean, if there is, then it is possible because Brainstorm into hide Doomsday, break Lion's Eye Diamond in response to Edge of Autumn. I mean, then you're defenseless. But
yeah, I think being defenseless is not quite what the doctor ordered. And once again, Michael able to go down to 3 here because that does not kill, but that does. So we need to answer that one. I think there's a Flusterstorm in hand. Pulled that one to the front very quickly. Maybe use Brainstorm to try to build it up, make that bolts very, very hard to defend.
And that would work.
And here we're seeing the ceiling of Lightning Bolt in this matchup, where it is worth an entire extra turn. Also pulled Force Daze forward. Now, if Michael forces, are you forcing back from the Izzet Delver side? You have to imagine so, right? It's literally the game, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think. I mean, if your opponent is pitch casting a Force, wow.
Wow, the discipline. I like it a lot because this makes you use like your mana and cards on your turn where you want Michael to have to like fight on his own turn to tax the mana a little bit. It might not matter in some cases, but with cards like Flusterstorm, it matters a lot.
Fetch land drawn for Michael, which he actually, I believe, cannot use, as that would make Doomsday lethal. Oh, there's another Gutsy. Okay. And that's not going to do it. So
yeah, because we don't have enough mana to start it up and do everything. So we're going to go ahead and finish that game up as it looks like our Pioneer players are still in the process of taking mulligans.
Maybe they're doing that for our benefit. Maybe they're just slowing things down until we're ready to go. Kane Reinhardt's willing to give up a couple cards on mulligans just so we get to cover the full match. Very gracious of him.
Very kind, very kind. Kane, a very kind individual himself. You see the star representing, I believe I've come to the conclusion that represents the teams we are following. For those of you in chat that are curious about the asterisk, those are the teams that we're following. I mean, this is the top 6. I mean, losing team is out of contention to win this event. 2 teams get a bye in our top 6 here. Looks like game 1 in Modern.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I was also unclear what the asterisk meant. But at this point in the tournament, we're following whoever wins. We are. If you can't handle it, you're out of here, and we'll just move on. We'll keep the other team. Carlton, Silvestro, and your team. If you can win this match, we'll follow you next round.
That may not even be true. You know, we get
no
2
promises.
I know.
There's other. I know. Honorog is choosing the matches however he feels will provide the best viewing experience for you all at home. Hopefully you appreciate that. In addition to him just, crossing the country in order to cover this event and provide this for all of us, it's awesome as we see a duress as the open here for Carlton. If this whiffs, well, I would be somewhat surprised.
I imagine if it whiffed, you're probably actively very excited as the Greasefang player. This game probably will not be close if this card is whiffing.
All right, so choices are a cantrip, a potential 2-for-1 that is actually just kind of a cantrip plus a filter, and a lightning axe.
Well, I mean, the take here from Carlton is going to really signal exactly what his plan is this game. If you're on a, like, okay, we're going to try to, fight a fair plan and win with Eska's Chariot, that Lightning Axe doesn't actually matter too much. But if you're trying to do the Greasefang thing, Lightning Axe is one of Izzet Phoenix's best tools at stopping that.
Mm-hmm. There is a Thoughtseize in Carlton's hand also. So, if, you could take the opt and then Thoughtseize the Charter Course next turn and leave Kane with just his Shredder in play and a Lightning Axe in hand with very few cards. Like, that's reasonable. Yeah, an opt is going to be the choice here.
Well, looks like that might be something on Carlton's radar. Lightning Axe, very bad when Kane's on a mulligan, right? That's you don't want to be spewing more cards as Ledger Shredder enters play. Duress the pickup. Well, we'll just take the rest of the hand. You don't even get cards. Have a nice 1/3 flyer.
Yeah, that's tough though. I mean, giving Connive away isn't great. Even though it's tempting. So yeah, okay, we're just gonna see the Duress here. Revealing.
I mean, sure, you give Connive away, gives an extra point, but you get to take whatever card he draws, right? Unless it's a land.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna be a
more disciplined approach, Carlton. What's the rush? Just go ahead and pass the turn back.
Paid off. I believe the draw was Treasure Cruise. So
that's even you're gonna want to Thoughtseize that one for absolutely certain.
Yeah, whenever Carlton gets around to Thoughtseizing here, it's going to be great, whether it's now or later.
I'm going to lead on Satyr Wayfinder here. Going to have a look at lands. Not particularly interested in taking that Lightning Axe quite yet. And there's 2 more Duresses, so I think we're out of... No, I'm sorry. That's he just added it directly to his graveyard. I thought those were the flips. Never mind. Then we whiffed on lands. Thoughtseize, Traverse, Parhelion, Satyr Wayfinder?
Yeah. Well, as long as there's a land in hand, I mean, at least Parhelion went to the graveyard. If there's not a land in hand, well, that's kind of a beating.
Yeah.
But I do believe there is a pathway.
It looks like a pathway, yeah. Which is great. I mean, that's great for Carlton, right? Like, you get to basically 2 mana, put a 1/1 into play, and entomb a Parhelion, and then still develop your mana. Can't be too upset with that one.
I'll tell you what I am upset about are these double face cards where the reverse side is just black. I mean, sure, come on.
Joe, if your sleeves aren't opaque, which I believe those light colored dragon shields actually are not, you're required to use those. Otherwise your sleeves aren't opaque. And you could do the thing, Joe. You have to use those. You're required.
Is that a checklist card? Is that what you're telling me?
No. Well, I mean, it could be a checklist card, but it's a dual face card. And you can see
it's a dual face card, but like the front of the sleeve is still transparent, and yet that's all we can see, is what I'm saying. What are you saying? Sure. I don't understand. Is there
that's a pathway. He wanted the backside of it, so he.
No, I understand. Is that what we're seeing there? Is that the back of an inner sleeve?
Yeah, the reason it's so dark is it's like one of those Dragon Shield smokes or whatever. One of the dark backside ones that allow you to play dual face cards in non-opaque sleeves without having to use the checklists.
I see. All right. I don't know anything about this. I just know it exists. I don't know where it comes from, but as a commentator, I don't like it.
All right, Joe. Old man yells at clouds. We got it, Joe. It's okay. As here comes Thoughtseize looking at 2 removal spells and a Treasure Cruise.
We're still playing a game of Magic. I'm just focused on this card.
You're just shouting at the sleeves, just so angry.
Wow. Impulse.
All right. Fiery Impulse. Can we do the Greasefang this turn and take both? No, we can't. I was like, yeah, if we Greasefang, then you actually get to make him use the last 2 cards. And if you have like more Greasefangs dialed up, that's actually just great. You just put him handless. But if that's not the plan, then you're really disrespecting this Treasure Cruise's ability to fire it up. And Pieces of the Puzzle is a big pickup for Kane as far as establishing card advantage. Unfortunately, only 3 mana means you can't play Pieces and hold up any interaction. But I mean, if this game continues for much longer, that piece is going to be worth a whole lot.
Yeah, this was kind of alluded to a little bit in the first game, is that, the sorcery speed card drawing spells can kind of get in the way of how the deck wants to do things. And Greasefang is a draw.
And we have Takanuma to try again after a turn cycle or 2. And we have Thoughtseize to take the removal spell. Looks like we've just, cast 100,000 discard spells. Eventually this Grease Fang is going to work. And
So
yeah,
I think Carlton is going to be willing to trigger the Connive this time around.
I have to imagine that what he's doing is worth triggering Connive just once. Now that does give Kane some outs.
Yeah, sure. Here is the Grease Fang. And
All right, Connive. Ledger
Oh.
Shredder, please. Even an opt is okay. Nope, that is neither
Denied.
opt nor.
And now-
even-
So Kane is going to get blasted this turn, and he still has to think about which card he wants to discard because that's not easy either.
Yeah, all his cards are good. Like the last land represents something meaningful. The pieces could hit a series of like Arclight Phoenixes and stuff, and maybe give you blockers for these 4/4s. Like, there's just a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, so Kane's going to take 14 this turn, believe it or not, if you're unfamiliar with the deck, given that there's only a 1/1 that doesn't have Summoning Sickness right now. But trust me, it's 14.
The beatdown.
Yeah. And this Ledger Shredder is tapped as a 2/4, which wouldn't be able to successfully block anything anyway.
They could block
And
the
here we
1/1.
go. Well, sure, it could block the 1/1. All right. And here comes Parhelion 2 in for 5, 2 Angels in for 4 apiece, and Wayfinder.
Yeah.
It's a healthy turn.
It's healthy. Now, Carlton doesn't have it by miles, right? Like, if Kane can find a series of removal spells or something, he could potentially claw back, right? Because, like, Parhelion's going to go back to hand. There's no more Parhelions already.
Sure. I mean, those 2 Sarah Angels are sticking around. But, okay, all right. So if we're Kane to get out of this, what do we actually need to see here? We need to see...
We need a 5th point of toughness on this Ledger Shredder
so
for sure.
much. It's
We need,
so
like, 2 removal
much.
spells, right? We need, like, Treasure Cruise into 2 removal spells or something.
I mean, the treasures cost 3 mana.
That's not great. That's not great, I admit.
Okay, if a cantrip was drawn to start the turn, then maybe I'll believe. But it's gonna be Cruise to start with, and I think this just kind of locks up the lock. No, it doesn't. Okay, 1 removal spell, and then a block. You're right. No, he'd still die.
Yeah, he needed 2 removal spells. He needed to draw a removal spell, cast it, then Treasure Cruise, and then hit another land removal spell. And I think he's actually alive as long as he has a spell to discard the Ledger Shredder. It's a lot, but it's not. It's not game. It's not lights out. But I believe based on those 3 draws, those are not going to do it. Shock lands, no red spells in sight. I don't think there's any sequence that gives Kane's outs. And the Grease Fang putting up quite a show. And a matchup that going into this, I legitimately thought was favored for Kane.
Well, I mean, maybe it is, but that was a lot of discard spells and
For sure.
decent development from Carlton, and then just once there's a window, that Grease Fang, it doesn't take many turns for it to end the game. Especially into deck, it's not like this is mono green or Lotus Field where Kane can win outside of combat. Taking a big beating and then having Carlton develop a significant board presence, Kane just has to fight through it all. I suppose you could, in the ice and reset it, but that wasn't the case this time, and it's just over. So Carlton Svestro picks up the match for his team, and we'll see if we have...
I think we're cutting to a break. Modern is still in the process of finishing, so we're going to... It looks like we're going to cut to break, and I don't know if we're going to get any of that Modern action, but for the time being, that's going to wrap up that match from... Or at least that match in the team match. So many games, so many matches, but Kane... going to be down a match there.
I see. Yeah, that's tough. All right. Well, okay. So we're gonna have to wait for their match to finish off camera. All right. Such as it is, we will. The vagaries of coverage. We have 2 of 3 matches covered, and unfortunately, the other one is the one finishing it up. What are you gonna do? All right. Well, maybe we can come back with Onrog, giving us updates on the progress of the Modern match. Anyway, we're gonna step away for a moment. Drake and I'll be back. This is Onrog coverage of SCG Baltimore. Thanks for being here. Stick around.
quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. sometime now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again. sometime now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. sometime now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Hello? Test? You should be able to hear me now. The battery on my other mic died. I don't know why though. Sorry. I literally just finished setting up the backup cam, and like this literal like. If you could see what I'm doing right now, you'd be like, wow, what is going on? But so as a heads up, after about 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, there's literal draw go. It was a really gummed up board state. The Vivian player had like bigger creatures, but there was a Hushbringer on the other side of the table, and it got really complicated. I think the players are going to take a quick break, and then we're just going to dive right into the top four. So as annoying as the ad break music is, I think we're just going to do that real quick. I'll set up stuff on my end, and then we'll be good to go. Drake and Joe, you're still there, right? Wonderful. Love you guys. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, Drake and I are back here. We've been ordered to stall for time and entertain you as we wait for the top 4 to get going. We're going to be starting with the Legacy match, it sounds like. But yeah, looks like we just saw Drake and I have been talking to each other as we've been watching and talking, as time's been passing. It sounded like Hushbringer basically 80 for 1 a Yorian Elementals deck there for Will Kruger to take down that match. Pretty wild stuff.
That was crazy to watch. I mean, I literally learned how that combo worked while we were just sitting there talking to each other.
Yeah. But all right, if you joined us during this longer than we would have liked break, that was because the 2 camera matches finished and we were waiting for the modern to finish it up, and unfortunately just lasted for a very long time. But we are moving into the top 4. I believe there was 177 teams maybe in the event. It started yesterday morning, and there are 4 left now.
Correct.
With a lot on the line. This is a 25K cash tournament at SCG Baltimore, and there's also, I believe the winning team gets regional championship invites. Is that right? I think that's true.
I don't know for sure. Maybe we might be able to get confirmation on that. But I mean, if nothing else, 25K. I mean, it's the big tournament, a lot of money to pay for. Yeah, it looks like
There
RC
it is.
invite for the finals team. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So the winning team will get to join one of Drake and I at the regional championship in Atlanta in a couple months.
How long was that wait?
Unreal. Just getting flamed.
Yeah.
Getting flamed by my
What are you talking
co-commentator.
about?
You're just really trying to get me out there to play. Like, we can just play in this event. You can help me qualify.
I didn't even say who it was. They could have just assumed it was you that was qualified. You just outed yourself.
I did. I've embarrassed myself.
But yeah, why aren't you trying to qualify? I mean, I certainly devoted a few weekends to it, and yeah, got in. I'm very happy about that.
I'd rather be here talking to you, Joe. That's what I want to do with my weekends.
Sure, but I'm here talking to you, and I'm already qualified. I mean,
I see. It's my other off weekends. I'm spewing equity. I understand.
Exactly. Spewing. What are you talking about? What would you rather be doing than trying to play Magic? Tournament paper Magic.
Right.
I mean,
you're right.
Come on, you got a free day. What are you gonna do? Go hiking?
I prefer tubing, Joe. In Alabama, we do a lot of tubing. You get on a river, get a cooler, drinking only water. Of course, you would drink only anything else on the river, and you just float down the river, Joe. It's very relaxing. A lot more relaxing than getting sweaty in a game shop somewhere, you know.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Oh, let me tell you, there's been some wild experiences playing. Now, I don't know where all the viewers, where you all reside and where you play your Magic, but I live in Southern California, and it has been interesting this RCQ season, letting stores control these. I have been to 3 RCQs that did not have a judge.
Okay.
That was kind of wild. Yeah, we had some stories that are gonna last for a long time. We had a sealed RCQ where they handed out paper and they're like, write down your pool.
Oh, for sure. 4x of the best mythic.
No checklists, no deck lists, nothing like that. Write down your pool. Okay. Yeah, so that was interesting. We've had judgeless RCQs. We've had RCQs without air conditioning. And by the way, it's warm here in the summer, as I'm sure it is in Alabama.
It is quite warm, yes.
Yeah, but we persevered, and some people are winning these things and qualifying, including me. It's been a memorable season.
I believe it. Getting back in the swing of things is always tough, especially after a long period of time with the pandemic and what have you. So hopefully, I'm sure that'll all get cleaned up. But that is quite wild.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of what you want to do with your weekends. I mean, some people want to go tubing. That's
nothing wrong getting on a tube, Joey. Nothing wrong.
I don't even know where to go to. I know you could. Let's see.
I would try a river, Joe.
Yeah, you have to go a ways away. It would not be convenient. But anyway, thanks for being with us. We're just kind of wasting time here waiting for the top 80.
I mean, we have a busted top 4 match, right? Like we're seeing the team of Harlan, Jessup, and Ross Merriam versus Nam. It's Will, right? Is it Will Kruger's team, or is it Zan's team? I don't even remember what the other team was, but I remember it was one of the teams we're following. I think it's 2 of the teams we've been following all weekend is the point, and that's a pretty busted top 4 match.
Yeah, absolutely, it sure is. So we talked about this like a few hours ago, just kind of casually off camera. So about this being top 6,
correct,
versus top 8 or whatever else is going on. So this is kind of something that I know that the SCG cons have been doing, because in individuals, I think they've been cutting to top 12, and teams are cutting to top 6, which is kind of the same thing. You have buys and then you have buys for the higher seeds to,
Right.
you know, encourage people to play. What do you think about this?
I don't know. I played in one, right? I made top 6 of SCGCON Indy alongside Zach Allen and Ivan Espinosa in the Pioneer seat, and it was really strange because we got in this draw situation. It was like one of those like awkward times where it's like, do we take the draw or just concede because we're super dead? But we have the draw. Does the draw leave us live? And it like the math wasn't as clean as it normally was in previous SCG events, so we couldn't really figure it out. We did end up conceding to our opponents, right? And this is in the penultimate round, I believe. It might have been 2 rounds before. But either way, it was like in the one of the final 3 rounds. We proceed to win the next 2. I believe the team that we just conceded to lost 1 of the next 2, right? And we made it, they didn't. They got bubbled out on breakers. So there was a ton of people that missed on breakers. We got in at exactly 6th, and I think there was like 3 other teams competing with us for that slot. And somehow our breakers shaked up really well. And like, I don't know if that's better or worse. I mean, obviously intentional draws are problematic for coverage or what have you, but it can be a pretty big feel bad for some of the players having these breakers matter so much. So I don't know. Just don't lose. Just don't lose.
Does it matter? But does it matter anymore if it's cut to top 6 or cut to top 8 or cut to top 18? I mean, some teams are still going to miss on breakers, right? So does it make a difference, really?
You know, Joe, I can't really say that because there are certainly times with events where it's very clear, you know, everyone with a certain record is locked in to be able to draw in. So basically that more or less makes the tournament one less round because the rest of the people are just kind of playing for the slots below the elimination rounds, which is fine. It lets people play more Magic, and I think that's valuable. But I did like the cleanness of being able to say, if you have this record, you're guaranteed, which is not just a strictly undefeated record. Because obviously, if you don't lose, you're in. But I don't know. I think I might be the old man yelling at clouds. I definitely think Swiss could use some adjustments here and there. But top 6 is just such a strange number that doesn't seem to have a lot of rhyme or reason. But I do like the buys in the top rounds, the elimination rounds. So who's to say?
Well, I'm with you that when it ends up clean and nobody misses on breakers, that's obviously ideal. And that feels good when that happens. But I also like incentivizing the teams that really were on top of the standings, you know, during the whole event, and them getting a bye, like, seems, you know,
it seems like it's worth playing for. Yeah,
I mean, it
actually
seems like a big reward. It's not just a small reward. Like going first, winning the, you know, getting the choice at the beginning of the game. That's a decent reward. Getting a bye is huge. When something is significant on the line, like RCQ invites or RC invites and money. And here we are getting ready for our top 4. So we do see Damn Dang and Harlan Fear, and you see the seedings there, 1st and 5th. So Harlan's team did get a bye. They were the #1 overall seed.
And the play. And every single match, nobody will be on the play against them. They are the 1st seed, which is a great spot to be, especially if you're playing a slower deck like Harlan is, right? Like 4-color control, not known for its blistering speed, being able to be on the play, get out the gates a little bit faster. You have the more powerful cards. So I have to imagine Harlan pretty excited about being on the play, especially against Is It Delver. Now, the open deck lists for each other, they do know each other's decks. They know what they're playing against. So we should see some informed mulligans and, various decisions throughout this match.
Yeah, going first, and then not only that, your whole team gets to go first, which is so huge because you.
There's no deck list apparently. Okay,
so it's not open deck list, but your whole squad getting to go first is just so overwhelming. So we'll see if Namdang et al. Are able to come back here, as they're, I mean, certainly down at the opening here.
Yeah, I think both players on black sleeves too. Don't love that. You ever mixed up your opponent's deck with your deck? That's why it's important to use fun colors.
I have never done that, but I did have in a Grand Prix once. I had my opponent draw off of my deck by accident.
That's so sick.
We weren't even. We weren't even using the same sleeves. And I look at my opponent, and he's got like 4 black sleeves, 1 blue one in his hand, and I'm like, hey. And he's like,
just draw some of them cards. A little shared fate action.
That's mine.
Yeah, I've never had opponents do any of that for me. I always use matte red dragon shields, and usually people have something else, usually like black or blue or whatever. So I'm usually alone in my sleeve choice.
I see. All right, so we do see a mulligan here for Harlan.
Mulligan. Yeah.
Okay, so my
pants too. Look at those pants. Sorry, I know about something useful, but I really just want to talk about Harlan's pants.
No, I wasn't going to talk about it. Your pants comment is more relevant than anything I was going to say. But yeah, those are colorful. certainly.
I only
No,
ever wore like boring jeans and sometimes
Mm.
whatever jerseys with sponsors and stuff, and like I never had anything fun on. And I regret that in hindsight, Joe. I regret that. I would take an effort to look more interesting in my future
so
top 8
you
photos.
sold out for the sponsorship money instead of wearing the flashy clothing. That's what you're saying?
Well, I mean,
That's what it
pants.
sounded
You
like you
weren't
said.
required to wear logos in your pants, Joe. Come on.
I'm just interpreting the words you're saying. It sounded like that's what you said. But I'll tell
That
you,
is what I said.
my sleeve story from this season, at RCQ, and I'm playing as a Pioneer one, and I have, I'm playing Lowesfield, so I have Balaged Recovery in my deck, which is the green double face card. And I, before the event, so judge is like, oh, does anybody want to have their sleeves checked? So I went up and have them checked. And he's like, oh, you have to replace these. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you can, I can see through the back. And I was like, ugh, this is annoying. He's like,
At
I'll
least,
take.
at least you checked.
So I'm like, all right, fine. You pick out some sleeves for me that are acceptable. The judge is like, okay, buy these ones. So I buy some sleeves, open them up. It's the same ones I already had.
No way. There's no way. I
It
don't believe you.
absolutely happened. It
I do
absolutely
not believe
happened.
it. That is
Sam
ridiculous.
Lewis is the judge. If you wanna follow up on this, you can. He's the guilty party.
You
All
just
right.
you just remembered. All right, turn 1. Prismatic Ending going to take care of the Delver. Looks like we're going to bobble Harlan on end step, potentially hiding the card for various reasons, potentially get more information later. Harlan might be looking to fetch a Prismatic Ending, might not. Looks like a Brainstorm to be fired off here. Fetch already at the ready for a little perfect Brainstorm action.
Yeah, and really getting the card advantage going. Brainstorm here to clean things up, and then with iteration in hand for the turn 3. So a 1-drop either here or next turn would be ideal to continue to put pressure on the board after the first one gets picked off. Because, I mean, this is a Delver can do all the fancy stuff they want, but when the Planeswalkers and such start coming down for Harlan Fear, it's going to get ugly.
Absolutely. And Stoneforge Mystic obviously can be extremely problematic as well. Not a lot of answers in Delver to the card Cauldron Complete, as that card is both indestructible, and it doesn't matter if your Murktide's bigger. If it deals damage, it's exiled. So good luck. Race that thing. Oh, it also has haste. Have fun. Good luck.
All right, so Harlan Fear, what have you got? Just a land drop, potentially.
I love the pacing with Harlan here. Being on the play has allowed him to play around days every single turn. Like, it's not even that like Harlan knows there's a days or not. It's just you could just play around it. You could afford to because you're on the play. You have basics. You're not getting wastelanded. You can basically play this Harlan's deck in such a way that you can blank dazes. The days they might be able to pick up Mystic Sanctuary, whatever, but they're not countering spells.
All right, let's see. And I mean, the days do have other uses. I was thinking you could pitch the forest thing and shuffle back, but you're right. It is a way to effectively just, tax your opponent's cards. You just preemptively pay the tax on your own and get around a whole facet of your opponent's interaction. And there is one indeed still in hand.
Yeah, it looks like Nam looks like Nam has a pair of lands in hand at the very least. Think of Volcanic Island and a fetch. Gonna go ahead and use this fetch. I should use this fetch now if we don't have another one, because the Mystic Sanctuary has to be something that is appealing in this matchup. Could be looking to get cards in the graveyard for Murktide?
That would make sense. Oh,
3
mana being spent.
Yeah, and there is the Murktide. That'll be a 4/4 if it resolves. Harlan staring at Teferi and I think an Ice Fang Quaddle. 2 pretty good answers to Murktide. I can't imagine.
And a Pyroblast.
He's got that one checked.
Yeah, he's got it covered for sure. So with his choice here, so definitely options include trying to use the Pyroblast to resolve the Teferi next turn, although that would then run into days on top of Force or something. But
looks like a perfect Brainstorm for Harlan. Able to draw 3 cards, still have the Prismatic Vista. Oh, and the Swords too, in case you didn't think we were out of answers to this this Murktide Regent. We got it covered with the Swords too. All
right, question in the chat about the asterisk. So the asterisk is indicating one of the teams. So when we switch to a different match, Namdang's teammate will also have the asterisk next to their name. And there's a sword. So okay, this Murktide didn't have a chance, really.
Not a chance. Get that out of here. We're gonna fetch on upkeep, says Harlan. Go ahead and make sure we have our mana untapped so that we don't get any kind of shenanigans. It's just a good thing to have in your arsenal. It's something you see happen in Legacy a lot more commonly than a format like Modern, where you want your lands to enter tapped. Although you could do this in Modern, I guess. It's all basics. It's all just snow-covered basics.
Mountain for Harlan Fear here with the rainbow being assembled. Island, Plains, Mountain. That's good for Teferi. That's good for Pyroblast. Let's see. Is there a land? There is not. So Harlan does miss a land drop here.
Yeah, but you know your lands aren't going away. Like, you know they're not
Right.
getting wastelanded. So, you know, you kind of have time, right? Like, all your spells are cheap. You can cast basically anything but the Coatl, which I believe got shuffled away. So we can kind of operate off Jeskai mana here for a little while, just kind of weather the storm of the threats and just kind of eventually find, you know, your lands and your own threats and continue persisting. I don't think Harlan's necessarily in a bad spot.
No. No. And no land here there for Namdang. So both players on 3, which is okay. Here's the 4th one for Harlan. I was going to say both players being on 3 probably favors Nang, but once we get past 3, Harlan is probably sitting pretty.
Yeah, Harlan chose not to blast yet. Not a lot of pressure from a 1/1 Delver. Let's see if a 3/2 Delver is a little more appealing to blast. Harlan thinking before the draw. Nam able to go ahead and take a draw. See if Harlan wants to take a hit. Going to go ahead and use Swords to Plowshares. I think Swords is less valuable than the blast, so I like this sequence quite a bit.
I agree. It avoids putting another card in the graveyard as well. But the blast is just so capable of doing a lot of different things.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if Harlan is looking to blast things like Expressive Iteration in this matchup. That's very much how the Delver deck is going to look to keep up with Harlan on card advantage. So here comes Dragon's Rage Channeler. That one can't be blasted, so I guess I maybe spoke too soon.
I mean, that is a way for Harlan to be punished for his choice there. Let's see if Brainstorm can clean up, find an answer.
GT.
GT forced land. That's Huh.
It's not really what the doctor ordered, but this Channeler is also just a 1/1. There's only sorceries in the yard. You're not under a lot of pressure to really find anything. But yeah, none of those cards are really exciting. Could maybe just try to resolve the GT now and just leave it in play. Sure. Eventually you'll find a threat or whatever. Instep Coatl, untap. Like, that's worth something at some point in the game.
Yeah. Harlan does have fetch line here to clean up the top of the deck, but he actually went from having an abundance of removal and interactive cards to not being able to answer the only thing that Nam has out there. And Nam has the 4th Volcanic Island in hand.
Perfect. As we're going to go ahead and get a Surveil off Mishra's Bobble. That puts type number 2 in the yard, and Bobble represents type number 3. Suddenly, we're pretty close to making this thing a 3/3 and really showing the power of Dragon's Rage Channeler, being able to become delirious in a hurry.
Yeah, and getting a Daze out of here, which is not just something that Nam's going to want anytime soon. Here is reveal of the GT on top of the deck.
On top of my deck. Not doing very well with a lot of no threats in play. So
an attack for 1 here. So Nam not interested in using up a lightning bolt to attempt to mill a land here to get Delirium.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you decided that's not what the game's about, that's fine. Although I don't know, I probably would have fired off a lightning bolt just to make this one bigger. Although it is going to go ahead and eat up Pyroblast. We'll see if Nam is interested in fighting. He is not. That Pyroblast is going to clean up that card. 3 mana for 1 mana is a good trade, but this matchup not super about mana, much more about card quality. Still a good exchange for Harlan. Gonna need some powerful cards off the top. Something like a Stoneforge Mystic, I think, would put Harlan in a fairly commanding position, provided he can weather the lightning bolts that would follow it up. We see 2 copies in Nam's hand.
And that was okay. That was the upkeep draw off the Bobble, and then Harlan draws. I think he just drew the Batterskull. That's not going to do anything.
Perfect. At least that one brings its own creature with.
What is this supposedly high-powered format? It's like turn 6, and that creature is attacking for 1.
It's busted. It's busted, Joe. Look, see this deck here on the left? Nothing beats it. It's too powerful.
The mana base of Namdang is definitely more dollar value than Harlan Fear's side of 4 basics, but yeah, this is in fact the only thing worth anything.
Surveil. Let's see. Gonna try to finally turn this Dragon's Rage Channeler on. Gonna graveyard a second copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler. Would have liked to draw that one maybe, but also it's still just a 1/1 and contributes a lot to making it a 3/3. And just gets it out of the way because 1/1s aren't really worth a lot. See a lot of interaction in Nam's hand.
How are we at this point? There's another Murktide in hand to reset the graveyard again. He can run it out right now.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if it's even worth casting, right? Just running into another blast versus actually making your Dragon's Rage Channeler a real threat. But looks like we are going to go ahead and cast it. And Harlan says, all right, we can do this again. We just keep doing this. I have blasts. I promise I have blasts.
I thought Harlan drew the Batterskull. He must not have, because he has Tropical Island in hand. He could just cast it. Maybe he doesn't want to run into a Daze.
And there's our friend there on the far right. We can see him in Harlan's hand. Minsk and Boo. Card we've spent a little bit of time talking about actually off camera. and it's presence in Paper Legacy, but not online Legacy. Can't play against this one on Magic Online.
What a weird scenario Legacy is in right now with 2 relevant cards just unavailable on Magic Online. Has to be skewing results for some players. I mean, this is obviously going to just matter over time.
Absolutely.
But,
I mean, I'm a big fan of Maddening Hex and Delver. I think that card's incredibly powerful and meaningfully shifts a lot of the fair matchups as just a non-blastable threat that also just like kills combo decks too. So I agree with you. I think there's meaningful results skewed based on the 2 very prevalent legacy. I'm hesitant to say staples, but legacy fringe cards that are unavailable, as here comes a hard cast Force of Will on Expressive Iteration. Now, we theorize this is what Harlan was holding these blasts for and prioritizing them so heavily for. Unsurprised to see him go for a 1-for-1 exchange on this.
This hurts a little bit. I understand Namdang not wanting to play a land pre-iteration, but if he had Wasteland the Tropical Island or the Tundra and then gone to second main, and Hardcast Force would have be able to hit by 1 days instead of 2.
Yeah, well, the Mystic Sanctuary is found, so we're going to go ahead and be able to have that untapped and put the iteration right back on top. Powerful interaction from Nam, and the follow-up appears to be a Delver of Secrets.
Yeah, I mean, that fits.
All right, Minsc and Boo time. Here we go.
Right.
Oh,
So,
what does that do? We have a reader. You see it makes
no
a 4/4.
shame there. Yeah, so Minsc and Boo, 4 mana Planeswalker, comes into play, or during your upkeep, you get a 1/1 hamster with trample and haste if you don't already have one. It is legendary. There you can see it. And then it can sacrifice a creature to shoot for the creature's power, I believe, and you draw cards if the creature's you draw cards either way. And then its other ability is to put 3 counters on a creature with trample or haste. I can't read that on the screen. I think that's correct.
Yeah, you put 3 counters and then you give the creature, or no, you put the counters on a creature with trample or haste, I think, and then the Boo card has trample and haste, I think is how it's worded. And you can, of course, get the Boo on upkeep as well. So if it gets killed, you get another one on the next upkeep.
Yeah.
Why not? Keep running that one back. I'll keep taking my my little hamster guy. Now, I don't know a lot about the D&D lore and stuff like that. Apparently, this character is pretty well beloved in D&D campaigns and what have you, and there's some real flavor parallels there. But the card appears to be very, very powerful here in this Magic the Gathering game.
Yeah, no, I'm not up on Dungeons & Dragons lore either. Basically, anything that happened after the first few R.A. Salvatore books on Drizzt, I don't know anything about. But yeah, this card is means business. It's it makes 1/1s. That's kind of innocuous, but it's already traded for a Delver, drawn a card, and this Planeswalker is still in play. So it's 3 for 1 at this point, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah, maybe making Expressive Iteration looking a little to pale a little bit in comparison to the 4-mana Planeswalker. And this is exactly the situation Harlan is trying to line up. Yeah, Expressive Iteration is powerful. That's undeniable. But he has copies of cards that are more mana. And, he has these basics to play them off of, as he does get Wastelanded. But, they're more mana and they're more powerful. So, we saw Minsc and Boo worth 3 cards there. I think Harlan has a copy of Batterskull floating around. That card's worth a ton in this matchup. So,
yeah,
Harlan looking to be a little bit bigger, despite not having really, relying on Expressive Iteration as much as the Delver deck does, being a little bit clunkier of a deck. We get to see him leverage his more powerful cards to actually have a little bit of an edge in this Delver matchup. Here comes Expressive Iteration number 3 cast. Only number 2 cardboard wise, but third one cast thanks to Mystic Sanctuary. Another hard cast Force. We saw this exchange earlier. And Nam gonna force back. And if you're Harlan, I think you have to be pretty excited about this.
Yeah, piling up the card advantage at this point. Iteration gives the cards back, so this is a net even for Namdang. But Harlan gained 4 for 1 off of the Minsc and Boo. Okay, lose the turn to Wasteland here, but no pressure from Namdang. And this is just exactly where the control deck wants to be. 11 life is plenty.
Yeah, not in range of bolts. I think we've been through 1 or 2 already. One gone face, the other one cleaning up the Minsc and Boo card. As Harlan going to go ahead and fetch with Prismatic Vista. That one has to find a basic. Don't know how many basics he has, but clearly the answer is more. We'll see if he's Batterskull time. I think it's Batterskull time. Yeah. Here's Batterskull. Trigger. Here's a Germ. Check it out. I get to play all the weird tokens. We see a nice little Anderson and Aaron token made as another Wasteland is picked up for Nam Dang. Looks like Force of Will and Volcanic Island, the only 2 cards in hand. Not doing a lot against Batterskull. And yeah, like you said, Harlan exactly where he wants to be. I think I would have maybe considered forcing that if I was Nam. Ponder is a pretty powerful card at this stage of the game where both players are low-ish on resources.
Yeah, and Batterskull just, or the Germ, swings across for an 8-point life swing here, and I mean, 1 connection here, and I mean, this is tough. This is kind of hard to envision Nam getting out of this. I mean, unanswered Murktides, maybe? But how is this Batterskull going to die?
Yeah, it would have to be unanswered Murktides, although I think we've been through 3 of them. So blocking with Murktide Regents on the agenda. Unholy Heat is a very common card in the Izzet Delver decks that can take care of the token, but then you need to counter the Batterskull on the way back down. I mean, Batterskull, notably an incredibly problematic deck for the Delver decks. That's why Death and Taxes is known to have a pretty good matchup. You know, you have these really powerful threats, as well as, you know, you're not very susceptible to Wasteland. Harlan has a lot of these advantages going on in his deck too. And Life Gain also just generically worth a lot against Delver. As a deck that is full of bolts and wants to play a tempo game, Life is worth like literal turns. It's worth actual turn cycles, and that's where Life Gain begins to look very, very meaningful as Harlan's going to crash in for 4 more points.
Yeah, I mean, and Prismatic Ending takes out the Delver, which honestly may not have really even been necessary, although I suppose there's not much else for it to kill right now, as this Batterskull would raise the Delver just fine, even when it flips over.
Absolutely. A couple questions in chat about whether Harlan has Uro in his deck. He spoke in his interview a little bit. He actually doesn't like Uro at all in the format right now because it is so susceptible to blasts. Everybody has, 6 or 7 Pyroblast effects. Not really interested in trying to get his threats Pyroblasted, and that's one of the big draws of playing a card like Minsc Boo, as here comes an Ice Fang Quaddle. That one is going to eat the Hardcast Force.
Okay, that's something, I guess. Also comments about potentially there being 2 lands in the same turn. I didn't catch that myself, that seems like a very easy thing to miss as a commentator, even though it seems, well, of course you would see it, but, it's not something we're primarily paying attention to, I suppose. It just does get missed. I don't know if that happened or not.
I don't think it matters as
well
long as
now. If
there's as long as there was like dazes or anything part of the equation. I don't see it mattering, and it sounds like a simple mistake. But like I said, I didn't catch it either.
And it's something that like it's hard to because lots of times when chat points out something that may have been an error, and a lot of times it wasn't an error, and sometimes it is, and maybe it was or not this case. I don't know. We're just gonna move on. As the game progresses, Batterskull just keeps swinging in. It doesn't look like anything's happening, but that is coming across for 4 a turn.
Yeah, that's a lot is happening in that simple push your token and Batterskull forward as a full 8-point life swing every single time it happens. Looks like Pyroblast the pickup. That does not kill a 4/4 lifelink vigilant black germ token. So not looking good for Nam's chances of going down to 3. You see that happen right here. Harlan at a healthy either 25 or 29. Not sure if that's already been adjusted. Don't think it really matters. Functionally the same number at this point. And I beginning to get hard to imagine what Harlan losing looks like. Here comes Narset. That one can't resolve. Gonna fire off the Force.
Okay, that's something. I mean, that would have been bad for Nam if that were. Yeah, he's done. Okay.
Yeah, he's done. That's another land. Not going to do it. Harlan's going to win game number 1. And this is very much what Harlan was talking about. That exact game plan where he got to be on the play. He got to play around dazes to where it took 2 dazes to even answer a spell in the mid game. He did a good job taking care of the expressive iterations and was able to leverage his a lot more expensive cards way into the late game after using his cheap removal.
Yeah. You can see more copies of Minsc Boo in the sideboard there. As the players are getting ready for continuation of the match. We are in top 4 of the SCGCON Team 25K event. Modern, Legacy, and Pioneer are the 3 formats. We've primarily been covering Pioneer and Legacy. And obviously starting this match off with Legacy. So hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Give the channel a follow if you are. If you're really having a good time, you want to subscribe. I'm sure Honorog would appreciate it. Every little bit counts, as certainly running these shows is a significant overlay in terms of cost and just time and effort that he puts into this. I know he put together a nice little graphic stuff for the teams and for the commentators this weekend also. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, those look great. It's been a
Yeah.
great way to like meet the players, put a name to a face, like all that. I think that's very meaningful, and it's impressive work with Honorog. I love working with Honorog, being able to commentate some of these high stakes matches. See some of my friends working. I mean, Harlan and I, we have a friendship that goes back quite a few years at this point, and it's exciting to see him here playing in the top 4 of this team tournament alongside some other mutual friends. And I mean, in a high stakes match against good players, and this is exactly the kind of thing you want when you're watching coverage. Is you want good players playing well against other good players, and that's just a great way to learn. And this is awesome stuff to watch, and a pleasure to be able to commentate. Honorog does a great job.
Another little personal bit about Harlan Fear. I don't know if this is still the case, but it very well may be. I know in the past, you can see his hair is fairly long there. He used to grow his hair out pretty long. His cycle was just he'd grow his hair all the way out, and then it would be shaved off and given to charity for wig makers, and then just start again. Just process that recycles through. Another guy that Drake that you knew, Zach Cook, used to do the same thing.
Yeah, I used to the locks of love,
Yeah.
where you like grow your hair out and then donate it. Yeah, it's a really cool thing. And yeah, Harlan spoke actually at the beginning of the pandemic. He's like, I think I'm gonna grow my hair out again. I think I'm gonna do that again. And I was like, okay, for sure. And as you can see, it has gotten quite long. A beautiful mane on Mr. Harlan Fear at this point in time to match his pants. We just got the full fun look. We got long hair, don't care, got some fun pants. Just here with vibing, playing some Minsk and Boo with some teammates. You know. The simple things in life, Joe.
That Minsk and Boo kicked butt that game. I mean,
it's kicked butt every game I feel like we've seen. It just looks really powerful. A lot of questions about, okay, it's a 4-mana Planeswalker. Of course it's going to be good or whatever. But the actual game text on this 4-mana Planeswalker versus others has been incredibly impactful. The threat, being able to attack immediately, being able to grow, it's resilient. Like it makes another one automatically. So it's already a 4/4 again. So you can't answer it. It's just been very impressive.
Yeah, it is a very unique card as well. It is not... there was a several years stretch where like most planeswalkers had plus for some sort of card advantage, minus for some sort of removal, and then a game winning ultimate. And this is way beyond that normal progression of those things. So very, very neat card.
Yeah, it almost feels like you get 2 pluses. Like you get the plus of like make a token and the plus of make the token bigger and give it like these this huge power upgrade all in like immediately. And I think that immediate value is like a big difference when you're talking about Minsk and Boo versus literally any other 4-mana Planeswalker that you could play.
Yeah, I don't know if we have to even call that. I mean, it's kind of like the static ability on Teferi or Narset or Karn, except it's, I mean, would we call getting a token every turn a static ability? It's kind of different, but
yeah, that's different.
It's a freebie though. You don't have to activate it to get that, so it's similar.
It's very true. Also, I think you can grow the Cauldron Complete, which is not, irrelevant either, right? Like the Cauldron Complete having haste, like Minsk and Boo can put counters on that if you just need to make that thing bigger for whatever reason. Like it's just interesting that there is some other play with other cards, like say you sack your hamster to his ability or whatever, or the hamster gets removed. Like you have more things you can do with the card other than just do its own game text on itself. Interacting with the hamster and sacking the hamster is exactly what the card wants to do. But it does play some with Harlan's other cards. I think that's interesting to note as well. So here is a quick land drop play from each player. No turn 1 threat. Nam choosing to ponder instead, grabbing double Volcanic Island. No any kind of Blood Moons or basics involved in the Delver decks these days.
Ooh, well, look at that.
Temperature Balance.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
Card we've seen brought in against Harlan a few times, I think.
And it's just straight up resolved on the board. That is kind of an interesting card to play against nowadays without Dividing Top to always be able to protect and set up the top of the deck. And now you're kind of just trying to roll the dice on getting fortunate. And then also once the card's revealed, then you really have to time things so you can not get hit twice. Here is an iteration, and I mean,
you have a little history with counterbalance. What do you think of it here, Joe? Like, you should know better than anybody what a naked counterbalance looks like. Is this something that is just kind of a meme? Has this been potent? What do you think? Is this going to be a huge player in this match?
I mean, I think it's certainly a source of extreme frustration on the other side of the table for Harlan Fear in this case, as anything you play can just get blindly countered aside from, I don't know, probably Cauldron Complete. I guess even that can get hit by Murktide.
Yeah, Murktide. I don't think the 4 is counterable. I think Minsk and Boo is safe.
Okay.
Here comes
But-
a Ice Fang. We're just gonna play normal Magic. You gonna trigger that counterbalance, tough guy? Get some information on my turn. There's a Force of Will, 5 mana card on top.
All right. So now, what Harlan's going to have to do here is just jam every cheap spell he can. Stoneforge, Carpet,
Carpet
Cantrip,
Flowers is a start. Absolutely.
everything you can that doesn't cost 5. No
Yeah,
reason to
that's
hold
kind of how you
back.
have to play into counterbalance. You
Yeah.
have to let some spells get countered so you can learn what's on top so that you know what won't get countered. It's a song and dance that I think you've done multiple times and have had people do against you.
Yeah. So Carpet of Flowers here, in its Dark Ritual mode, moving to second main phase, generating 2 free mana. Looks like
That's gonna
white
make a
mana.
prismatic ending for 3. I think did he do 3 there or 2?
Two's enough.
Oh, but he needs a second color. It made white, I think. So
Yeah.
we still have a white mana pool because it only makes 1 color. I understand what's happening here. He just didn't show his mana left over afterwards.
Yeah. All right. So that counterbalance is out of here. So yeah, counterbalance as a sideboard card just finishes up in the Delver decks. I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, it's fine. The card that I like, I mean, a lot of people are playing some number of counterbalances, some number of Maddening Hex.
Oh, I love Maddening Hex. That
I
card
think
is
Maddening Hex is
nasty.
way more impressive.
Yeah, I agree. That card
It
is
also is more mana, which so arguably it should be better, but it is not.
Get a great look as to what that is. Looks like a Dragon's Rage Channeler based on what's being triggered there, but it's right in the glare. But yeah, no, Harlan cast Expressive Iteration using one of the white he made with Carpet and the blue land. That way it was 2 colors and was able to take care of the counterbalance. Then use the floating white and the planes he got to cast Stoneforge Mystic. And that's how we got everything done there on that last turn. As we're thinking about whether to graveyard this card on the Dragon's Rage Channeler trigger. Brainstorm kind of an interesting one with Dragon's Rage Channeler too. We talk about Brainstorm being at its best when you can clear the top of your library afterwards. Dragon's Rage Channeler can do some of that for you.
Yeah, it can absolutely. I mean, the Surveil is just. I mean, all these filtering options. Surveil, Connive, really just makes these decks so much more potent. Past turn 5 when you would start to draw more lands than you want, and you can just avoid that issue. You can kind of stop at 3 plus your fetch land for Mystic Sanctuary, and then just not go anywhere past that a lot of the time. And that's certainly something that just didn't used to exist.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of tough for Nam here, though, if he did not pick up a land and a removal spell for Stoneforge Mystic. That card, notably, I mean, we mentioned it before, very problematic against the Delver deck. We saw Batterskull go to work without Stoneforge Mystic in game number 1. I have to imagine that those interactions get a lot better when it costs 2 mana instead of 5. And is uncounterable.
Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, and I mean, even with Carpet of Flowers on the board, I don't think we've talked too much about that. That's generating 3 free mana now for Harlan during one of his main phases going forward, and it's doubling his mana supply.
Absolutely.
When you're playing against a deck with Daze, that's pretty nice.
I think Harlan mentioned in his interview as well, one of his plans for Delver is actually, it's a 2-card package with you have Carpet of Flowers and Savine's Reclamation are 2 cards that just allow you to plow through both on mana and card advantage over top of the Delver deck. And that's been a big part of his plan coming into the weekend. I mean, I have to say, I think Carpet of Flowers looks incredible here. Delver deck known for trying to constrict you on mana. You just mentioned that. Now it's making 3 mana every turn. Dark Ritual every single turn for 1 mana seems like a hell of a rate to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong. And we're talking about and praising a lot of what Harlan Fear is doing and his deck and his shorts and his hair and everything else that's been going on with him. Namdang putting up a fight here, but it's slipping away from him. Not necessarily that he's done anything wrong to put himself into bad spots, but it's just the way things have ended up.
If the counterbalance was countering spells, I think we would be singing a different tune here, Joe.
Right. But it is looking bleak for Namdang. Now, he does have 2 teammates that can help carry him, but he is down a game here, and it is not looking good for his outcome.
Agreed. Murktide Regent added to the mix. That one could be potentially very big. Does actually block the Batterskull well, but does not attack terribly well in the face of these Icefang Quaddles.
Yeah, also, let's just take a gander at Harlan Fear's hand, and you can estimate the likelihood of this Murktide doing anything at all.
I mean, we saw 3 Murktides in game number 1, and none of them even got a chance to attack.
Wow. there are 3 blasts in Harlan's hand right now. So yeah, Carpet of Flowers, all named red. I don't even need a volcanic island.
I will blast your Murktide 4 times. Please go away. As here comes Murktide number 1. Harlan got to be licking his chops with these blasts. Absolutely not. As we're leaving sorcery in the yard. Gonna maybe make a looking to make a 6/6. Yep. There is the cards exiled.
Harlan's like, oh, I'm just gonna shift my chair. You know what? I'm just gonna walk away and see if my deck can just win on its own autopilot mode.
Perhaps.
Sorry.
I mean, I think you could. I think you could just say cast blast, win target available for the rest of the game. Probably be okay, but
opponent each turn flip over 1 random card in my hand, aiming at your biggest blue creature, and then attack all. And it's probably enough.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure Harlan has something like a judge question or about. It looks like a judge question potentially. Looks like that was answered. Got to hook the bag back around. An unappreciated habit to get into is hooking that bag around your leg. That way it does not get snatched. As Harlan's finally going to respond and red elemental blast the Murktide Regent.
What do you think that judge question could have been? Like, Judge, if I absolutely destroy my opponent, do we get 2 match wins? Can I get 2 match wins if I really beat the crap out of him?
How many blasts is it going to take? That's what I want to know. Looks like Dan Jessup, we just got an update from the back. Dan Jessup won 2-0 versus Kane. Rakdos midrange over the, is it Phoenix deck we saw? A couple tough rounds here for Kane in the top 6 here.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, with Nam not looking too great himself, have to be, you know, on the ropes for the team of Dang Reinhard. I don't even remember the third. Oh, I should get flamed for this.
Oh, Drake.
I don't remember the third. I thought I knew the third. I don't. It's the one with the asterisk on it, Joe.
All right.
I barely know Harlan's third. All right. Attack for 5. We got the Ice Fang Quaddle back to block, and I think we still have a Blast backup. This is looking pretty grim because not even a Murktide Regent we know is going to work, given that Harlan has another copy of Pyroblast in his hand and a Swords to Plowshares. Why not? Sure. 1 mana removal spells and Batterskull. All it takes to clean up Delver.
Yeah, we could have had
Why
this
we
play
both
out
flip?
6 years ago. I mean, Murktide.
Chat informed me it's Will Kruger. Will Kruger, I'm sorry, buddy. We literally just watched you hammer somebody into oblivion with Hushbringer, and I still forgot.
Well,
that's coverage brain for you.
Yeah. All right. So here is another Pyroblast meeting a Murktide, and Dang's like, well, I was gonna delve.
I'm delving.
Harlan's like, I don't care.
It doesn't care. It does not matter. You can delve whatever you want. You can go back and change it all. It does not matter. Your next one's getting swords too. What else you got? Do better. Here's a Stoneforge Mystic. That's going to grab a Cauldron Complete. Cauldron Complete can interplay, and that is lethal. That will do it. Harlan's team of Harlan Fear, Ross Merriam, Dan Jessup going to win this match over the team of Nam Dang, Will Kruger, and Kane Reinhardt. I got it right that time, Joe. Be proud of me. And advance to the finals. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, so they didn't drop a game in Pioneer or Legacy. We don't know what happened in Modern, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. Will doesn't even get to finish his matches. The team falls apart around him. Good run from the team. Well fought in the quarterfinals. We got to see that crazy board state, but not quite good enough here in the semis. As Harlan's team going to show up with first seed in the finals. Has to feel good to be on the play in the finals.
Absolutely. All right. We've been informed. 5 minutes till the finals will be ready to go. I think we're going to step away for break. We'll come back. Maybe Honor will talk for a minute. Maybe we'll just be right back with Drake and I. Either way, finals on the way. This is SCG Baltimore coverage on Honor Doss's Twitch channel. Thanks for being here. We'll be back.
some time now just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Well, Drake and I were having a nice little conversation here for the last 5 minutes, but then Anurag interrupted us and told us we had to go back to work. So here we are.
Finals time, Joe. It's all come down to this.
All right. Well, we do indeed have the finals coming up. So 25K prize, the winners and second place and runner-up share of 25K prize pool, as well as the winning team, all get invites to the regional championship in Atlanta in November. So big stuff on the line. You can see there the prize spread. I mean, $1,000 a piece, not too bad for second place, but yeah, more money and the RC invites. Now that matters to varying people in different ways, I'm sure.
I got it with you. What? I see where you're leading into. We're not doing this. We're not roasting.
Good. No, we're not roasting anybody. I'm just saying, like some players conceivably already have invites, so that might not matter to them at this point. But some players does, and that is a nice cherry on top as a prize available for the winning team. So we are going to be watching. We've got the two matchups we're going to see in Pioneer and Legacy. We've got Rakdos Reanimator versus 4-color Control, and Bant Humans versus Rakdos Midrange. All right, I am excited. Drake, Sasser, which matchup? Our opinions, I don't think actually count for anything. But which matchup would you like to watch?
I mean, I'm addicted to watching Harlan do his thing with his 4-color control deck, especially after watching his strategy against Delver. I do want to see how a clunkier deck fares against a combo deck like Reanimator, right?
His strategy against Delver. What strategy did he have besides pound Nam Dang into the dirt? That's what
I mean, there was strategy involved there, Joe, and we are going to get my wish as here is Rakdos Reanimator versus Harlan on 4-color control. Have to imagine players both know what's up. You know, people finish up, they watch the top 4 or whatever. Looks like Harlan got to be on the play. Actually gets the second seed. So both teams with a bye and being on the play in the semifinals were able to make it to the finals. Does speak somewhat to the power of having both the bye and being on the play for your semifinals match, I think, here in the finals. So we're going to see a long-awaited match of the 1 and 2 seed from the Swiss, as here is a careful study. I was told this was Rakdos.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Unreal.
Wow.
This looks to be at least Grixis, if there is, in fact, red cards as well. And a very quick Force of Will. I like this a lot from Harlan. I like stopping the cards that put the creatures in the graveyard. There are less of those than reanimation spells. Put a stop to those.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Sultai and Sultai. I don't know what it is. There's changing a lot on screen in front of me. Here's an island and a passing of the turn.
I agree with you. That is, you have to make your choice, and you can't change your mind halfway through because then you just stuck yourself. So you have to choose stop the enablers or stop the reanimation spells. And Harlan chooses what I believe, I agree with you, is the correct approach, is to try and stop the enablers. So we see Force of Will on Careful Study, and Chase Martin, it looks like 2 reanimates in hand, but no creatures in the graveyard yet.
Nothing yet. Harlan looks to be clutching another copy of Force of Will, but no threat. Something that his deck is probably going to struggle with a little bit in this matchup. Doesn't close games super fast. So even if he may have the interaction, we're going to go ahead and force an unmask. If it's going to get the force anyway, how valuable is the blue card? I don't know. How valuable is the information? Potentially vary. So we're going to see a passing of the turn back.
So 2 for 2 trade there. Chase pitching, I think, a reanimate to his unmask.
Looks to be the case, yep.
Yeah, trying to 3 for 0 himself, but Harlan's like, no, 2 for 2 is fine with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Stoneforge Mystic to pick up. Can't quite cast that one, as the players are actually taking draw steps very quickly back and forth here. Harlan picks up a copy of Pyroblast at some point. I have to imagine that card, not flush with targets in this matchup, has to be somewhat disappointed he couldn't catch the Careful Study with the Pyroblast.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it might actually be sitting and waiting just for another Careful Study. Depending on what other, I mean, there are potentially other cantrips in Chase's deck. Brainstorm, Ponder, likely all there. Here is a Stoneforge to shuffle, pick up probably the Cauldron. Yep, there it is.
There's no removal. It's Cauldron Complete time. It's one of the fastest clocks, and it's one of the only cards that can attack through basically whatever Chase actually reanimates, right? It's just like, Grizzlebrand, I don't care, attack.
Yeah, well, what Chase reanimates so far is nothing. And here's
our friend, Cauldron Complete.
Yeah. So an even bigger germ than we saw last round. It does tap this time.
Get Batterskull on that thing, then we'll talk. Which I think Harlan actually does have the Batterskull in his hand as well. We might be on just Germ Tribal here. Looks to be the case.
Germ Tribal, that is not a bad way to go.
Yeah, the germs are pretty powerful. They're a little better than the 0/0 Phyrexian germs that you see on the token itself. Of course, Harlan's token's a little more upgraded.
I guess flavorful with real world developments as the germs are getting more powerful out here too.
That's true. Yeah, and even in the Magic story, I mean, Phyrexians are taking over everything. Paper play, they're taking over the actual world. As here comes Lotus Petal number 2, up to 4 mana now.
5.
Make that 5. Not sure how much mana is worth yet. We're going to find out here in a second. As here's an Exhume, as there's an Archon of Cruelty in the graveyard.
Okay. I mean, that is a strong card. I don't know that it's going to get Chase out of this turn.
Trigger on the stack. We're going to put a Batterskull into play. Yeah. Surprise! And then are we sacking Stoneforge or Germ?
I don't know that. I mean, with a land, the Batterskull can go onto the Cauldron Germ, and well, that's going to be very devastating. I guess Chase could reanimate the Stoneforge now if he wanted to.
Well, I think Harlan has a Teferi. I think he's planning on bouncing that and crunching in for a lot.
Oh, that would be another way to go. Here's another Unmask.
Unmask going to put a stop to that particular strategy. Oh, he's unmasking himself. Gonna go ahead and take a second Archon, and we're going to try to reanimate that.
Okay.
You know, we talked about Cauldron Complete versus everything else. It might actually come up here that you sack the Germ on the Batterskull, try to draw a land, and equip Batterskull to the other Germ, and then you're still actually in a great position, as Harlan's going to get to reanimate off this Exhume his Stoneforge Mystic.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. So that's going to tutor up Jite. Sure, why not? So this is how much damage on the board here for Harlan? Looks like 9.
So active, non-active, Harlan gets his Jite before the Archon trigger resolves. So that's what we see here. He's going to go ahead and grab his Jite. And then we're gonna go ahead and discard something. Prismatic Ending. Gonna put the Stoneforge back. You want to exhume again? We'll see how much equipment I got. I got some more. My germs are fit to be beefy.
Wow, what a wild game.
Yeah, this is strange. Two
So
Anderson and Aaron's versus 2 Archons. I love it.
I'm gonna throw this out here. If Chase had reanimated the Stoneforge Mystic, it would have cost Harlan the germ in between, because it would have cost Chase 2 life. He does have a mana source in play and a reanimate in hand. That would have actually made a difference.
Yeah, I agree. I'm interested to see no reanimate on the Stoneforge Mystic ahead of time. I mean, it's a little counterintuitive, and maybe he has a plan like, I just want to keep one back in case I find an Entomb or something. I think that's a fine logic as well. But I do think there's an argument to it, like you said.
I also think overlooking the fact that your opponent's Stoneforge is going to come back on your Exhume is completely reasonable thing to have potentially done. Here is the Stoneforge.
Here it is. Here we is. Yeah. What equipment do you have, Chase? What Sultai Reanimator equipment do you have? Looks like now we're just shuffling. Sad.
Yeah. Wait, would have been something. What could have we? I don't know. Tatsumasa Dragon Fang. That would have been cool. Some kind of completely unplayable nonsense.
I have nothing. Harlan, quick taking a draw step. Both these players playing incredibly quick Magic. I have a lot of respect for it. Keeps the action fun, exciting. Keep the energy up. We're playing finals Magic here. This is high stakes. Here comes the Fairy. No response to Chase. Goodbye. See you later, Archon. Land the draw. Can put GK in play.
Not a lethal attack. So actually, and then the Barrascal can't attack at all, right? How big is the Archon? Is it 6/6?
It is a 6/6. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So for chump blocks,
that gets killed, and we have the Archon that can potentially attack. This could be kind of problematic just from the triggers from the Archons.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here it is coming in. You can't really attack the Fairy because then Harlan would just choose to sacrifice to Fairy.
Is that Stoneforge Mystic supposed to be exiled? Or does it have to survive the attack in order for it to trigger the Cauldron Complete?
I think it's maybe potentially should be out of there.
I thought it only exiled if it survived, but I'm not sure. But it does matter a lot in the face of Exhumes. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah, chat seems to have mixed opinions on whether it's actually exiled or not. Here's a Minsk and Boo. That is
hello, welcome back, Minsk and Boo, the hamster. Yeah. Could potentially this puts lethal into play, right? Like that's the extra power you need.
Sacrificing Cauldron is 5, so that's an extra 5. That's plenty.
Oh yeah, that's more than enough. And Minsk and Boo, great in this matchup too. It's just good everywhere, Joe. It's good everywhere.
That was a much longer game than I expected.
Yeah,
actually got pretty interesting. Chase Martin actually did a good job there to try and come back, and actually had some hope there for a moment. I was actually optimistic they might actually be able to take that game, but nope. Harlan does get it done on the back of all the equipment. And here we are taking a look in at Pioneer. And humans going wide, Rakdos midrange without a board.
Yeah, Rakdos midrange at their namesake 3 mana, the deck known for its abundance of powerful 3 mana cards, but facing down quite an offense from the Bant Humans deck. Looks like a Collected Company was resolved at some point, and there's a lot of creatures with a lot of counters on them as Dan presents a 4/3 as the stop sign for this entire board state.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily a stop sign. I think some of those
creatures definitely not with another Thales Lieutenant. Yeah. Wow, that's a good pickup. Two counters for the existing Thales Lieutenant, one for everybody else. Gonna put our experiment 1 up to 3, despite being an ooze, is still somehow a human ooze.
Yeah, and this is gonna be an attack with everything available, probably. Not sure why I'm not sure what the bottom creature is, but it's
looks like a Thales Lieutenant that didn't attack.
Okay.
A block on the 4/4 Charming Prince is going to leave Jessup taking at least 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't get a great look at what the creature is next to Experiment 1 because of the die, but quite a bit. And looks like 3 is going to be a hard spot to beat without a sweeper. So if Jessup has land plus something like Extinction Event, maybe we're in okay shape. Look, we see a Dreadbore among the mix, but going to need to be something incredibly powerful.
I don't think we're going to find it in game 1. And yeah,
inclined to agree.
Yeah.
So Harlan
Dunzo.
up a game, Jessup down a game. Splitting games there between the two matches we're following. Looks like we're in for a lot of magic, just the way we want it in the finals.
Okay, so back to Chase Martin on the play and trying to. I mean, it's tough. I mean, you reanimate double Archon, you expect to win, but came a little bit short there.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it turns out that was the battle of Archon of Cruelty versus just random equipment that makes germs.
Yeah.
Germs versus Archons. It looks like the germs are a little ahead in that matchup, especially if they are able to get onto the board first. But a very interesting game. Not typically what you'd expect. Usually, Reanimator either doesn't play the game and dies, or they completely roll their opponent because they reanimated some huge things. That was very much a split down the middle where they reanimated huge things, but the control opponent also had huge things. And we got to see some really cool magic play out there. Just what you'd expect out of a finals match, honestly. It's some real cool stuff.
Yeah, now I'm trying to think if Chase had reanimated the Stoneforge first, would Harlan still have won? The Minskin boost still would have been devastating. I'm not sure that Chase could have beat that anyway, but it would have been slightly closer. And it already was, somewhat up in the air. But we'll see. Going first here, Chase Martin
Able to
looking
be
for an explosive starts, looking for, Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize, Tomb Reanimate. That's usually a good place to be. These Reanimator decks. I remember back in the day, these Reanimator decks did not play stuff like Dark Ritual.
I also remember those days, Joe. Those decks were a lot worse.
They were these decks are much scarier.
Yeah, it turns out when they can do it all in one turn, I mean, they even got an extra copy of Unmask in the form of Grief. They can discard you, they can discard themselves, they can put stuff in the yard and reanimate it all in the same turn thanks to cards like Lotus Petal and Dark Ritual. Turns out that's the more powerful thing to be doing than all of the stuff Blue-Black Reanimator was trying to do with its forces and dazes and brainstorms. Nah, just kill him. Just Dark Ritual, kill him.
All right, both players on the way to 6. We'll see if they stop there or not. Harlan looking for Graveyard Hate or Force of Wills, but preferably Graveyard Hate. Chase looking for discard and huge creatures to put into play as fast as possible.
Yeah, interested to see exactly what flavor of Graveyard Hate Harlan chose to reach for. Anytime you're talking about a white deck, something like Rest in Peace is potentially attractive option to sideboard. But traditionally, you see decks that have like Snapcaster and are control-based, reaching for things like Surgical Extraction, as they're a little bit faster against these Dark Ritual-based Reanimator decks.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Rest in Peace. When you're going second, that is often too slow. So, for Harlan fans, yeah, hope that is not his choice. But then if Chase Martin has discard, it won't matter anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always the tension, right? Is the best draws from the Reanimator deck, I think, beat literally anything else in the format. And that's why the Reanimator deck is so appealing, is you do have these busted draws that literally can't be beat. But they don't happen very often. And so as a result, you have a little bit more of a median draw that is very beatable by the average blue-based Force of Will deck. Harlan choosing to keep blasts in, identifying that his opponent's a careful study strategy. And Surgical Extraction, you see pulled to the front. Harlan's got a plan this game.
And both players keep on 6. And Chase with no play on turn 1. No discard. This could mean there's an Entomb coming, which if versus Surgical, that's obviously not great. We're going to make the draw on turn 2.
Looks like a Grief. Going to go ahead and pitch. I think the Unmask got pitched there. Can't get a great look. Harlan says, yeah, sure, whatever. And we see Surgical, Stoneforge Mystic, Red Elemental, Blast. But Harlan has access to a Brainstorm to find a Force of Will. If this is the turn that Chase is going to go for it, that Brainstorm still represents potentially some surprise-free interaction. But as it stands, the Surgical, the clear take, and it is taken.
Yeah, and Harlan without another land. I mean, this is still a very reasonable keep. And yeah, Chase.
Reanimate my Grief. How about that?
Yeah.
Harlan, I will respond.
Yeah.
We're going to hide our best cards.
Gotta protect his ability to find a land here.
Yeah, that Ponder probably going to be put back, I have to imagine. And any lands that are drawn going to be added to the hand so they cannot be taken.
So this ability to reanimate Grief, this is something you talked about. Grief is the extra unmask, also a capability the deck wouldn't have had in the past because of evoking the Grief here, having a reanimation target that enables itself into the graveyard. And what did Harlan find? Did he find some land? I feel like he maybe didn't.
He did not. Looks like Narset, Ponder, and a Ice Fang Coatl were among the mix. Harlan picking up a second Ponder might just expose both of those instead of exposing any of his threats. That seems to be what he's
Maybe.
thinking about.
If you expose one Ponder, there's a decent chance Chase takes it, and then you're left with the other one plus all your cards. But does reveal both of them. Chase.
Yeah, I mean, how valuable are those other cards right now, though, when you're stuck
Yeah.
on one land?
Yeah. Probably don't want to take the Quaddle unless you have another Reanimate. You don't want to give Harlan something to exhume.
Interesting. This is an interesting line here. Like choosing to fire up the Grief and have that be a plan, I think is somewhat emblematic of expecting Harlan to not have as much removal in his deck post board, right? Like things like Search of Plowshares and Prismatic Ending lose a little bit of their appeal when the cards cost 8 mana or whatever, and are problematic when they enter play.
Ooh, that Ponder did not feel land.
Yep. Harlan knocking the top of his deck for a deck that is reliant on putting quite a few lands into play, including numerous basics. The one-landers are pretty punishing if they do not get there.
I mean, you keep a hand with Brainstorm Ponder, you think you got a decent shot, and there's Tropical Island. Okay,
Never didn't have it, Joe. It was always there.
I mean, that turns on. Yeah, I believed him. Okay, here's an Entomb. Chase knows every card in Harlan's hand, I believe, and he knows that none of them are interactive at the moment.
I think he knows every card but one. He doesn't know the draw step for Harlan from last turn.
You're right.
Hidden card. Here's a Reanimate. That's going to bring back an Archon of Cruelty.
All right, Harlan's going to keep playing.
He's got some Source of Plowshares in his deck. Why not? Here goes this Blast. Has somewhat expired its use.
All right, if you can draw a land, you can get the Narset into play. That would not do much either, but it's something, I guess.
So do these Reanimator decks just not even bother with Grizzlebrand anymore, Joe? Are we just off it? Like, obviously you can play around Caracas, and that's really powerful, and you get an extra Entomb and stuff with Unmarked Grave. Drew Swords off the top. That was always there too, Joe. I don't know why you were ever doubting. The lands are there. The swords are there, exactly in the order you need to draw them, so it's never an issue. But beyond that, I'm interested to see, like, no Grizzlebrands at all anymore is kind of the choice here.
I wonder if there's still one, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't know on the most recent developments in the Reanimator archetype and Legacy. Here's the Stoneforge. Oh, okay. Harlan still only on 2 mana, but Stoneforge is castable on 2 mana, so it's good.
Yeah, and that grabs Cauldron or Batter Skull.
Yeah, either one's going to race this Grief with no problem.
And I think he picks up a Force as the draw for turn 2, so I think he might actually just be in an okay spot.
Yeah, I mean, Chase Martin did a lot of what he wanted to do this game, and it still may not be enough.
Yeah, you were talking about Harlan's going to choose to continue playing. I think Harlan's ahead.
Yeah. All right.
Fortunately, can't block this go round, but I mean, an 8-point life swing is a lot to get around. We know the Ice Fang Quaddle is still the blue card for Force of Will. We're not going to see that one cast. Here's green cards, Carpet of Flowers added to the mix. Maybe we're casting Archons. That's what we're here to do.
Is this Carpet of Flowers post-combat?
It appears to be. I don't think he has anything he wants to cast with it yet.
Sure. Okay. 4 land in play plus 2 mana sources from Harlan. All right. I guess you can get somewhat close to hard casting.
Yeah, we're in the zip code. We're in the zip code of casting this Archon Cruelty. And here is a Ice Fang Quaddle added to the mix. That one's certainly going to help block. Land is the draw, but that does expose Harlan to potentially getting big creatured, I think. I think Minskin Boo is not obviously blue for Force. So I don't think he actually has a blue card left over. I didn't get a great look, though.
Well, I believe he's had Narset, I think, the whole game. I don't know if it's still there.
Is Narset still there?
Well, it was there at one point. But yeah, Chase, I mean, 13 versus 8 here, doesn't have an attack anymore. Has 6 mana if that actually is a Carpet of Flowers, which I'll take your word on.
Yeah, that's one of the secret lair arts from the Johannes Voss, I believe. Look at that. I'm on top of it.
Yeah. I mean, the only artist of Magic I really remember is Richard Kane Ferguson, and he's actually printed the new Force of Will, drew the new Force of Will. So there we go. I actually know art again.
You're on top of it, Joe.
15-year gap.
Never out of the game. Never out of it. And Harlan just gets to attack every single turn with this Batter Skull. I wonder what we're thinking about here. We don't have Minskin Boo available. We're thinking about casting the Narset potentially. Block. Okay. Fetch. Looks like we are interested maybe in casting this Narset.
Why not? I mean, if Chase manages to get another Archon to play, you deny a draw immediately. You can still look for Surgical. It's
Yeah,
Harlan doesn't have
Surgical
any-
and any blue card for Force, also all great targets. Probably a little
Yeah.
bit back of the napkin math Harlan was doing his head. Actually, Teferi was picked up, so never mind. He just had the blue card the whole time. There's no reason not to cast this one. Force picked up, at least. Yep, Force added to the mix. And suddenly it looks like the door is closed for Chase. What a wild game where we got to see both games. Chase reanimated an Archon and something else. And it was not good enough against the Germ plus a little bit of Source of Plowshares action.
Well, hold on.
Two Carpet Flowers.
2 carpets. We got 9 mana available. Let's go.
What we got? Exhume.
Okay.
Well, we know about a Force of Will. Just checking to see if there's another
we-
card, maybe?
What we needed was land Emrakul. I'm sorry, land Ulamog. Land Ulamog would have done it.
Land Ulamog. We have Petal, so we're just missing the Ulamog. As
Yeah.
we're getting a good look here at what the hand is and the 2 forces. I think there's an Archon in hand. We might actually legitimately be trying to hardcast this. Take the Teferi. Here's a Petal.
There's the Petal.
Gonna
Yeah, Ulamog was
fetch.
live.
I think instead of Ulamog, we're getting an Archon, but you know, what do I know?
mean, sure. I mean, that's great and everything, but yeah. All right, so that's eats the forces. And
Oh, it's
now
the
Harlan-
Grizzlebrand. Grizzlebrand very quickly going to get
Ah.
forced.
Okay.
There is a Grizzlebrand. See, I'm interested
Yeah.
to see. I guess because he had a reanimate earlier, that's why I didn't grab it with Entomb. But it's just odd that they go for Archon so often now. And there's a Teferi picked up and another Force of Will. Harlan says, "Yes, please. I'll take one of those.
Why not? The more the merrier, especially
I'll
when
just
you
draw
use
the
it 2 at
third
a
Force.
time.
Easy, easy.
And now the Minsk and Boo is no, I guess there's no land, so it's not going to come in yet.
No, unfortunately, we only drew an Ice Fang Quaddle, which is our blue card for Force. That's unlucky. So here comes another attack.
All right, Chase
Four.
Martin. Do we have what do we need here? I mean,
I
we
think
need
you should go on big creatures or reanimate spells for the rest of the game, and it
Well,
might be enough.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
that does
okay.
not appear to be either one as a quick passing of the turn. Harlan, Drew Cauldron
Oh.
complete. I'll activate my Stone Forge and put that one into play, please. And is this lethal? What do we got? 9,
5, 6.
10?
Yeah, almost.
We're at
Reanimates off
2.
the table.
And careful. Oh, I'm sorry. 2
Yeah,
show and tells
aw.
pickups. And we're going to go ahead and extend the hand. Harlan Fuhrer going to win this game for his team over Chase Martin, contributing his W to the scoreboard. And based on what we saw from Dan Jessup's match, it looks like that might be a much needed W.
All right. Well, if the other match is in progress, let's go ahead and jump over there whenever we get the chance. But yeah, that's kind of a beating. The Reanimator deck, I mean, it wasn't as explosive as possible, but it did a lot of stuff. Yeah, and it just wasn't enough. Harlan's deck was up to the task. All right, here we go. Dan Jessup, Adam Sensenig. Looks like we're in game 2. Adam, we saw during the sideboarding of the other match, did take down game 1 pretty decisively.
And we have a reader on Lifebane Zombie, standard staple back in my time during my
Sure.
up and coming, Joe. Love me some Lifebane Zombie. Gonna take a look at the hand. Take any white or green creatures. Gonna take a look
Alright.
here. It looks like some good targets. Reflector Mage. What's that card's like Adelaine or something like that? Because of
Yeah.
an A.
Adeline is a beast.
Yeah, that card's very, very powerful. And 2 copies of a card I can't get a great look at. Looks like one of the blue-white Pathway, but I don't know what the 2 middle cards are. Looks like maybe a Pathway as well. Some backside of some card. Can't tell. Can't get a great look.
Yeah, the bottom card might be Glacial Fortress.
Sure.
I'm not
Could be
sure
Glacial
what-
Fortress, yeah.
But yeah, there goes. So Reflector Mage is left in hand. Okay, neither one of Dan's creatures is particularly great to bounce, even if they can be kept off the board for a turn.
Yeah, Reflector Mage not looking super great. I mean, even like you said, the Blood Tithe Harvester, not one you really want to actually bounce. But also, you do need to grow your experiment ones, or else you're just going to take hits from these kind of mopey creatures, and you're not going to get very far. So, have to imagine we're going to be playing the Reflector Mage next turn. Just kind of a question of on what, unless of course something better comes off the top, which is very much what Adam is hoping for at this point. No attacks from Dan. Content to hold up the
Interesting.
Blood Tithe Harvester. Didn't get a great look at the draw.
That would suggest to me that Dan Jessup really doesn't want to trade damage here, because that seems like a pretty free attack if he wants it with the Blood Tithe Harvester. It's not going to get double blocked.
Reflector Mage going to enter. That'll trigger Evolve mechanic on both Experiment 1s. And the target is going to be the Blood Tithe Harvester. It makes a lot of sense. The Lightbane Zombies at 3/1 doesn't block terribly well. Great attacker with having Intimidate, but does not block terribly well. Nonetheless, Adam not interested in making any kind of trades for Lightbane Zombie. Cashing in that 2-for-1, not something he's interested in. And given the size of Experiment 1s we saw in game number 1, hard to blame him. One Dolly's Lieutenant makes these very, very big.
Mm-hmm. All right, here is a stomp to take out one Experiment 1. Here's a stomp to take out the other Experiment 1.
Oh, wow.
And Adam's board was just evaporated.
And we just bounce the Blood Tithe Harvester to make those bigger. They both immediately get answered. And now Blood Tithe Harvester is going to come down on the following turn. Looks like there's 2 copies, maybe 3 copies of them. Is it all 3 cards in his hand? All 3 cards in his hand, I think, are Blood Tithe Harvesters. And just going to be worth removal spells in their own right. So Lightbane Zombie going to get to go to town. And looks like Collected Company has got to be the card that Adam is looking for to get him back into this game.
I mean, not much else is going to do it. There's another Bone Crusher Giant. So Dan just drawing all triples.
Yeah, I mean, these are the ones you want to draw. The cheap 2-mana removal spells. You don't want the 3-mana cards as much. You want the 2-mana cards so you can double spell every turn for the rest of the game. And we're going to see that potentially happen here for Dan. And in a much different game 2 texture than we saw in game number 1.
Boy, I'll say. All right, so yeah, what is Adam even going to come back with here?
Looks like a 2-mana card here. Destroy a card your opponent investigates.
Yeah, okay, that's well.
All right, so we got 3 bloods and a clue. Dan assembling the Tron of artifact tokens. Need a treasure to really assemble it all, I guess. As here's another Reflector Mage added to the mix. Once again, not super great targets, but knowing that there's 3 Blood Tithe Harvesters, maybe you just keep targeting that, and you can eventually get somewhere just bouncing Blood Tithe Harvester every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's nothing else. You have to do it, but boy, is this discouraging. And you're losing on in the damage exchange. Your opponent is just piling up resources, and Jessup with all kinds of stuff going on here.
Den of the Bugbear looked to be the pickup for Dan Jessup. Fine land here. Going to enable potentially some 3-mana cards alongside 2-mana cards. Could potentially alternate with your Bone Crusher Giant and Blood Tithe Harvester kind of turns.
Yeah, or you could just spend. I mean, you can use mana on blood and clue activations too. But Den of the Bugbear probably the only land that Dan could have drawn that he actually might want to keep.
Yeah. I mean, Dan, well, a plethora of options. Could activate Castle Lochthwain here in a little bit as well, but I think he has plenty to do among his artifact tokens, creatures on adventures, and cards he can't cast thanks to Reflector Mage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Bone Crusher Giant comes into play. Den of the Bugbear comes into play tapped.
We'll see what Adam has for a draw step. Collected Company, exactly the card Adam's looking for. Still has to be good, but this is where it starts.
Yeah. Yeah, it does have to be. This is main phase. So we're looking at 6. Another company going to the bottom. That's not what you want, but
not what you want at all. We'll see what the
Adam get paid off here.
Looks like a Thalia alongside a Charming Prince. Charming Prince can exile Reflector Mage, and that can bounce. Well, you don't really want to bounce Bone Crusher. You don't really bounce anything. So maybe you just don't. It looks like he chose not to. Maybe he just gained 3 life.
Attack?
Looks like it's not an attack.
Well, it certainly didn't want to be one into a Bone Crusher Giant.
Well, yeah, I think we were talking about the Bone Crusher. I think we were talking about the Reflector Mage trigger.
Yeah, okay.
And that bounced Life Bane, and he was talking about he could attack if, whatever. I'm sure it was like some kind of conversation around being able to attack the Reflector Mages if he bounces Bone Crusher Giant, but then you get stomped, and that's not good.
I mean, it's an awful lot to, in a format without 0 mana interaction, plus you have Thalia in play to just chump attack into Bone Crusher Giant, see if your opponent has the guts to block. I think Dan Jessup would have been up to that one. So
yeah, I imagine so. And given this is the finals, I'm hard pressed to assume that was the case for what's happening here. Now, it is awkward because Thalia stops non-creature spells, but Blood Tithe Harvester kind of representing a removal spell in creature form. So it's a little bit more mana efficient, especially under a Thalia. And these Bone Crusher Giants are representing big stop signs for the 2/3s, like you were just alluding to. So even though we drew Collected Company, the next one costs 5, which, not great. A little bit of dyssynergy, I guess. And the first one only hit 4 mana worth of spells. Not exactly what you're looking for in Adam's seat, but not totally out of it quite yet.
So Dan here, are we trying to consider whether an attack is reasonable?
Yeah, I can't imagine you're quite ready to attack yet. I think you want to put more Bone Crusher stop signs into play, put more Blood Tithe Harvester stop signs into play, and then maybe like once you have like another threat or two in play, you can start looking at attacks. Just like spewing these points when you're talking about what the potential ceiling of Adam's draw could be, just like running collected companies. There's no sense spewing it off for 1 or 2 points. As here comes another Reflector Mage. Wow, Blood Tithe Harvester will eventually get to stay in play, but in the meantime, Dan is going to be able to kill very large creatures with the amount of blood tokens he has.
Yeah, Adam was like, "Oh, so you guys were talking about Dan drawing triples. I want to get in on that action." So he does his third Reflector Mage, but I don't know. Whoa.
Here comes
Okay.
everybody.
Yeah, so this is just trying to push damage through. Gonna get in 4 points in exchange for 2 creatures, and okay, I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
mean, Dan has to be interested in that. He's got to be sniffing out like what could it be, right? Like what
there's nothing. The
follow-up?
Thalia's still in play, so there's no trick here.
Yeah, maybe is that a
It's-
reason to maybe not block the Thalia and
I
instead
think
block
so.
things like Reflector Mages? All right, and that's
Yeah.
exactly what Dan's going to do.
Yeah. Okay. So Dan will drop to 10.
That's going to eat both Reflector Mages. And like you said, 4 points are pushed through. Follow-up is a tap land and a passing of the turn. Now, we can't cast Blood Tithe Harvesters this turn. We know that. Here's an attack for 8. No blocks would put Adam to 1. And I believe that Stomp in hand that Adam does not know about would be lethal given no blocks. Adam, not comfortable going to 1. Going to go ahead and block one of the Bone Crusher Giants, going to 5. Lifebane Zombie back on the menu this turn. No longer shut down by Reflector Mage.
Not comfortable, regardless of his choices here. Adam is definitely. I mean, he's gotten down half of Dan's life total, but I don't see how the rest of it's going to go. Lifebane Zombie. He's going to take a peek there. It's a land. He knew that was there. I think still the same one from the second pathway from forever ago.
Yeah, still a lot of lands for Adam, and it's beginning to look like we may see a game 3 here. I think Collected Company or Bust is on top, and even if with Collected Company, I'm not sure that Adam has a permanent answer to the stream of Blood Tithe Harvesters we'd see, and it is a Collected Company on time. Costs 1 more for Thalia. Gonna go ahead and pay for that. Doesn't matter. I don't think you're doing anything for 1 mana. Anyway, let's have a look. Has to be busted, and Dan sits back like, are you joking? This again?
Yeah, what could even be here?
I'm not sure. It has to be powerful. I think Thalia's Lieutenant has to be involved. We have to start making some good blocks. But Intimidate on that Lifebane Zombie is going to be problematic. But there's Reflector Mage number 4.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. Counter on Thalia makes it a much more effective blocker. Dan has answered that, but Adam obviously doesn't know that.
It looks like it was a Thalia's Lieutenant and a Reflector Mage. There's going to be some enters the battlefield triggers. We'll see if Dan wants to respond.
Yeah, Lifebane back to hand.
Yeah, can't block that one. That one has to go. Counter goes on everything. And I have to imagine Dan might be looking at killing this Thalia on instep. It's the card that currently profitably blocks Bone Crusher Giant. So if that's your plan to attack, that's the card you need to get rid of.
Right. I mean, the other option would just be to draw off the clue and then use a blood. But yeah, using the stomp here seems pretty appealing.
Yeah. I have to imagine we're reaching for... I mean, you don't want to sit there and feel like the game slipped away from you as you sit there with 6, 7 cards in hand or whatever. I think it might be time to just cast some spells at some mana inefficiency. But looks like Dan's going to go ahead and talk to his team a little bit about it. At least debating, if nothing else. A lot to think about. We're probably in the last turn cycle or 2 of this game. Either, Adam's going to catch up given the string of collected companies that have been, I'm not going to say on time, but at least, not too late. And we'll see if they're going to be enough for Adam, who has done a good job handling Blood Tithe Harvester with Reflector Mages through the course of this game. But I think Blood Tithe Harvesters and Bone Crusher Giant Tribal is a little better than the Reflector Mage Tribal across the course of the entire match here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Thalia gets killed by Stomp, as we thought might happen. Opens the door for, let's see, there's 2 Bone Crushers. There's also Den of the Bugbear. Versus we've got A 3/4, a 3/3, and a 2/2.
Yep, 3/4 offers to trade, and you could double block, take 4, go to 1. Gonna go ahead and crack a blood. Discarding Thoughtseize. Going to
Makes
draw.
sense.
Drew a Blood Crypt. The mismatching Blood Crypts just, it pains my heart, Joe. As here goes the miss. Yeah, at least put it in the graveyard. Get rid of the other Blood Crypt, draw a
These
card.
kids might have their random G's and E's thrown into all kinds of different words, but they don't have the style sense. That's
They don't have the style sense. You use white border cards, Joe. I do not want to hear this from you.
Dan Jessup's not a kid anyway. He's been around.
Yeah, he's this is the ghost of SCG's past. That's the name of Dan Jessup's team. We already know. We already know they've been around. So here comes an attack for 8. Interesting blocks for Adam here. It's you can maybe offer the double block, but like, you know, basically anything you do with double blocking opens yourself up to getting destroyed by removal spells, and is not super attractive. Reflector Mage trades well, but it's also your biggest threat. There's a lot. You could just offer Charming Prince and Reflector Mage double trade, but then you're way behind on card advantage.
I think you have to do that. I don't want to go to 1 against the deck with the capabilities that Dan Jessup has. I think you just trade and trade. I don't think you double block because there's no advantage to be gained. All right, there it is.
Well, it more or less plays around a removal spell, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if this is the best block, but it's not the worst block. Of that, I am confident.
Okay, so there is a trade. Adam drops to 4, which makes Den of the Bugbear much more of a problem, as it represents 2 lethal attackers now.
Yeah, Adam now at 1. Den of the Bugbear posing a very real problem for Adam, even if, you know, Dan doesn't cast anything else for the rest of the turn. Looks like that might be a Hive of the Eye Tyrant as another land that has Menace that we could play as the land for turn. Thinking about that over the Pathway. Pathway is selected. And we're going to play a Blood Tithe Harvester. I think we're going to play another Blood Tithe Harvester. That's exactly what's going to happen. Finally able to resolve those. No more Reflector Mages for Adam. Those cards are going to stay in play. And once again, Adam looking at Collecting Company or Bust. And we know there's one on the bottom. We've been through 2. The 4th one not on top. And we're going to see a game number 3 here for this team.
Yeah, that took longer than it seemed like it would for Dan just to finish that one off. But those running companies did obviously go up the board a little bit. And just the whole squadron of Reflector Mages. But eventually punch through.
We often talk, well, I don't want to say often. I often talk about the composition of hands in terms of poker terms. And there, I think Dan's poker hand was a little bit better than Adam's. 3 companies and 4 mages and versus the 3 bone crushers and 3 blood tithe harvesters. Quality of Dan's a little bit higher. And here we're going to see game number 3. Between these players. Adam, of course, was on the play, able to resolve a Experiment 1 into Werewolf Pack Leader as Dan develops his mana, and kind of awkwardly. I mean, Castle Lochthwain had to have entered tapped. Dan of the Bugbear does get to enter untapped, but it looks like we're debating between Stomp and potentially, I imagine the only 2-drop that is worth considering here is Blood Tithe Harvester.
Well, if those are my options, I feel like I'm probably going with...
Yeah, Stomp seems appealing, but they're talking about something.
Yeah, well, Stomp seems appealing because Experiment 1's going to get bigger, but Blood Tithe still trades with it even if it gets bigger, and it can trade with the Werewolf, which would be nice. However, in either one other scenario, Adam will draw a card. If the Stomp isn't played here, Adam will draw a card, and Dan may want to just avoid that.
Yeah, and we just got an update. Ross lost his match in Modern. So Harlow won, Ross lost. This game right here is going to determine the entire match. This finals here at SCGCON Baltimore all hangs on this game. So we can see Dan being a little bit more deliberate about his turn 2. Going to go ahead and wait on the Stomp to see what's going to happen here as we take a draw step from Adam. Potentially big turn 3. We saw a lot of powerful 3-drops available to this Collected Company deck. We see Thali's Lieutenant among the mix. And Adam being on the play, you have to like his spot a lot more than on the draw, given that Rakdos Midrange has the removal they need, but don't always have the time they need.
Right. Okay. Here is Lieutenant. That will force the Stomp out from Dan Jessup.
Has to go up to the Werewolf Pack Leader, right? You can't let that thing draw cards, or it needs 5 power to draw cards, so it won't draw cards this turn.
Well, the Werewolf is a 3/3, isn't it?
Oh, is that a 3/2? It's a 3/3. Wow, that's
I think it's.
Imagine knowing what the power toughness of that card is.
Well, now I say that, you've broken my confidence, but I'm pretty sure it's a 3/3.
I don't know. I know it turns into a 5/3 when you activate it. That's what I know.
Hmm.
As here comes an attack for 4. I'm positive of that.
All right, is there a land here for Adam? There is not.
No land. I thought I saw a pathway, but I guess not. As here's land number 3 for Jessup in the Magic territory. We see Dreadbore among the mix. Could just put Bonecrusher Giant into play. Talking about, I like this. I like the deliberation. You know, the entire finals hangs on this game. No sense not. It's untimed. Let's talk about every single turn because every single turn matters, especially these early turns. What you choose for your targets for your removal spells, when you fire them off, all these things matter a ton, and it's worth talking about with the team.
All right, Dreadbore takes out the pack leader. So
Pack leader goes away, left with just a 1/1. Now just a champion of the parish impression. And it looks like
this is a land. It looks like it's a land.
Can't think of a reason to hold the land. Yeah, we're gonna play this on the blue side. And here comes
Dice. That is a big one. Extraction Specialist brings back the pack leader. Puts 2 counters on Thalia's Lieutenant. I mean, it was looking like it could have gotten away from Adam real quick if this had been a missed land drop. Instead, finds the land and with probably the best possible play for the turn, completely rebuilds the board. And now Dan Jessup is kind of battling up a hill again. Although with Extinction Event in hand, does he have his land drop?
Yeah, Extinction Event represents killing, I believe, 2 of the creatures if you put it on even. But of course, the pack leader can't attack or block, I believe. So we are looking at a real interesting option, given that there are no other removal spells available, though that is rarely the case for the black-red deck. Even playing something like Bonecrusher Giant is still a reasonable blocker for the time being. Not guaranteed that's going to last forever, given the size of Thalia's Lieutenant is already at a 3/3. 2 more counters puts that thing outside the moon. And the terrifying play for Adam next turn is another land into Collected Company. I mean, it's hard to imagine anything Dan plays this turn being powerful enough to outweigh that. So we have to think, you know, what gives us the best chance to beat both the company draw and the non-company draw.
Yeah. Now, then there's the chat is speculating on this, and I actually thought so too, and didn't say anything because I kind of doubted myself that Adam may have accidentally missed his land drop on turn 3 on by having it in hand and just not playing it. Which, if that was the case, there's no chance in the world Dan Jessup's going to anticipate that happened. So.
Yeah, yes, imagine he's missing on lands as we quickly abrade the Thalia's Lieutenant and going to go and play another Extraction Specialist to return Thalia's Lieutenant. That's going to grow the size of the entire team.
Wow. So this will put, now Extinction Event will kill half the board, but leave behind fairly significant presence regardless of what it picks.
Yeah, 2 4/3s, right? I think Extraction Specialist is a 3/2.
Yeah, it is.
Confirmation on that size, but
it is. Okay. So coming across.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, this is at 7 life. So Extinction Event on odd will still leave 5 power in play. A land draw from Adam would allow a trigger and a win by exact damage, I believe, on the pack leader. And that's if Dan has a land, which I don't think he does.
Yeah, I mean, Dan not having a land seems to be a lot worse than Adam not having a land. And that is going to be the name of this game here. You know, the Rakdos deck, not known for being incredibly mana efficient, but this Bant Humans deck definitely is. Collected Company, the only 4 mana spell in the deck. Otherwise, basically designed to operate on 3 mana for the rest of the deck.
Yeah,
and we're going to see a very quick attack for 8. And here's a Noxious Grasp.
Yeah, I mean, that'll take down... pack leader should trigger here, I think. I don't believe it has to attack itself. Maybe it does.
No, it has to attack. Pack text says
does. Okay.
It attacks with creatures. With creatures total power 6 or greater. So I got the whole text in that card wrong. It is a 3/3. All I got right was that it's a 5/3 when you activate it.
Okay. All right.
Look,
So
it's a ton of text, man. I assume I'm dead to it whenever that card hits play.
So attack came across there for 4 in the Dangina life. Here is Charming Prince to rebuild. Extraction Specialist is just so devastating.
Yeah, it's been brutal, especially bringing back Thalia's Lieutenant, growing the entire team, and wow, they're so big on their own too. With especially alongside the Thalia's Lieutenant, it's been an incredible showing for Extraction Specialists. And suddenly, this game looks just like the first game we watched, where it's like, okay, we're at Dan. He has 3 lands and versus a bunch of cards that have counters on them.
Yeah, and this is
Oh no! And Hive of the Eye Tyrant, a tapped land, the land draw off
And
the
that's
top.
it.
They're not going to do it, and that is the game match and tournament for the team.
Wow.
Wow.
Adam Cincinnati, Cameron Lance, and Chase Martin win the SCG Baltimore 25K team event and earn invites to the regional championship in Atlanta. Congratulations to them. We had some exciting stuff there to watch there. That was I mean, Extraction Specialist just dominated. I already said this, but I still can't get over how much it kicked the crap out of Ted Jessup in that last game.
Yeah, it turns out Extraction Specialist is very good in the face of removal spells where the rest of your deck is not. And we saw the difference in play draw in that matchup alone. I mean, both games, just like game 2 felt like a little bit of a struggle, but Dan was ahead the entire time. And then games 1 and 3 in that match were both just huge blowouts as the Banned Humans deck was able to get the mana advantage and able to operate on lower resources way better than the red-black deck was able to. Incredible stuff.
How do you feel as the team of Harlan Fear, Russ Merriam, and Dan Jessup, who, I mean, great effort getting second place. Certainly nothing to feel bad about. But your opponent in game 3 of the finals missed their third land drop, and then you got wrecked.
Yeah, then it was not close. It was never close after that. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that speaks to the efficiency of the decks very well. And this is not a new problem. We've seen this across time with the Rakdos mid-range deck. They have a lot of individually powerful cards, but they do not operate very mana efficiently. And that Banned Humans deck can punish that dramatically. And that's exactly what we saw there. And a well-earned victory from Adam Sensig and all of their team in that match. Incredible, incredible stuff. Some really cool decks, too. I mean, we got to see just a ton of different archetypes in this finals match. I don't think there's even a single copy of Delver in Legacy. There was no mono green in Pioneer. I mean, just awesome stuff to see both, all these players figuring out their decks, their styles, their deck building, and were able to attack the metagame well. Incredible stuff.
Yeah. Boy, that was a good time. Good show put on by the players. Hopefully you all enjoyed. Anurag, I'm sure, is going to come back and take care of closing up the show. But for myself, I was happy to be here. Drake, you were a good partner as always. This was awesome.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working with you as it always is, Joe. It's a ton of fun to be able to cast this, and it's so exciting being able to watch these really high stakes finals. The Magic's just so high stakes and really, really good players. And I love watching this. I love being able to commentate. Shout out to Anurag for putting this on. It's a real treat being able to do some awesome coverage for Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
Great.
no, this was good. If you next place you can see me is I'll be doing the Nerd Rage coverage next weekend. And Drake, aside from hating Commander players on Twitter, what else you got going on? Where can people see you?
They can find me on Twitter at @viral_Drake. You can see that there. Mostly other than that, I work with Playing with Power, which I am a Commander player, Joe. So go out, support Playing with Power. You can be part of their Patreon. We got a little Commander League going on. It's all Commander stuff. But other than that, you can follow Nerd Rage Gaming, where you'll find me doing commentary along Joe a fair amount of the time. So if you want to support coverage, you want to do more coverage stuff, go support the NRG series. They're putting on some great events as well. Highly recommend checking them out. And that's where you can find me.
But this weekend was all about Anurag Das's coverage of the SCG Baltimore. So pleasure to be here. I think we're going to step away. Anurag's going to come back, wrap up the show. Follow him, acknowledge him, follow him on Twitter. He's doing this basically by himself, and it's really an impressive effort. So Anurag, thanks for having me on, and Drake, and take it away when you're ready.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Joe, Drake, thank you so much. Tannon, and also, you guys can hear me, right? Tannon and also SUKENIK as well. Thank you so much for. I think I have sound. My audio bar is moving up, Drake. Hold up. You know what? I'm probably muted to you, so you can't hear me. But okay, yeah, makes sense. All right, cool. So, thank you everybody for doing this stuff. Just give me a okay, yeah, you can hear me. Wonderful. Cool. So, Tannon, Jonathan, Drake, Joe. Thank you so much for today. Sunday was great. We had a great time. Over 1,000 viewers watching the finals of the event, and this was what paper coverage is about, and really appreciating that. Thank you so much. For everybody else, I'm going to make a really quick wrap up here, but what I would like to ask of you is if you enjoyed the content, seriously, if you enjoyed the content, the only thing that I can ask of you is 2 clicks. All right, here it is. Ready? I hope you can hear me here. Yeah, you can. Okay, wonderful. If you haven't already, please hit the follow button as you are heading out. This way you'll know when I'm live next. Like Joe mentioned, I'll also be on the NRG St. Louis coverage, looking at the teams event. That's going to be a sweet event next week. But after that, the week after
after, I'll be in Columbus doing more coverage, and that is going to be a sweet weekend. There's going to be 2 modern 20Ks there, and you want to know when I'm live for that, so might as well hit the follow button to get the notifications. More importantly though, I use your commitments and your follows and your views to outreach to other third parties and tell them to, hey, give me money so that we can actually have more paper coverage. So basically, by following the channel, by watching this coverage with fantastic commentary by all the people we've seen this weekend, you are basically funding yourself the next few events and things like that. So it really just, this might be one of the most valuable follows you can do on the Magic Twitch sphere, and I really do appreciate it. For any of my Lamborghini drivers, any of my Bezos Bucks holders, highly recommend subscribing with your tier 1 sub, or if you have an Amazon Prime thing, you get a free trial, you can use a free sub there. Really goes a long distance. This is how I'm able to upgrade my cameras, for example, to give you much more, well, I'd say like this time around, if you were watching one of my last event, you might have noticed the quality of the video here this time was a lot sharper. Yeah, that's right, I got some new cameras, thanks to every donation that you guys have given, the time you spend, so on and so forth. So I do appreciate that. Last thing that I want to do, I should go through a couple slides here because it's kind of important. Check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com/LOSSETT. If you missed the event and you want to see everything that transpired this weekend, you want to catch up on how the best teams that in this event finished, the VODs are going to go there, and they will live there until, I don't know, I guess Google implodes. Hopefully that doesn't happen because my life will be messed up then. But that's where the VODs are going to go. Working on that one too. And then finally, mega shout out to everybody who has subscribed or joined my Patreon, and a special shout out to my tier 4 patrons, Brittany MTG and Michael Caffrey, Toa Michael, who works at Tales of Adventure. You all are fantastic. So with that note, I'm done for today. I have nothing left to show you. The players are all gone. It's been a long day. In fact, the people that I've been rooming with are waiting for food. I'm hungry too, and I still have to tear down. This is the one thing they don't show you afterwards, is that the players, they're all leaving, they're walking out, and I'm here just, wrapping up. So I'll see you all at Columbus after NRG St. Louis. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you for all the casters and your help. See you guys next time.
Here we go. For quite some time now.